You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
Indeed, there are books, not just from the 1970s, but from the 2000s, in which economists and other social commentators say the family that has both mom and dad in the workforce is economically diversified. If he loses his job, she still has her job. If she loses her job, he still has his job. And to me, that is the heart of the two-income trap. When the budget shifted to take account of both of those incomes, so that going from needing 52 paychecks a year in order to make the mortgage payment and the health insurance payment, to needing 104 paychecks a year, his and her paychecks, in order to make the mortgage payment and the health insurance payment, the family didn't get financially safer, the family got riskier. So as prices are shooting up, prices for homes in suburbs, for example, what's happening is women, mothers, were increasingly going back to work to try to hit the target, to try to find a way to pay that mortgage. And what happened? The prices shot up, more of them went to work, the prices shot up again, more of them went to work, and they got caught in a trap that no one foresaw, least of all the families themselves.
Of course, it would be.
A shocking new claim about the falling marriage rate is raising a lot of questions right now. A new study says the reason fewer people are getting married is because there's a shortage of, quote, economically attractive men. The study from Cornell University says women aren't getting married because prospective husbands can't provide enough financial security. You're smirking.
Al was kind of rolling his eyes.
What's happening right now? Tell us. I want to start with Jeff. What's happening?
Well, first of all, wait, what? There's not enough. Did I hear the first part? There's not enough attractive men?
No. Economic attractiveness. Like, okay, let's just revert back to the 1950s, right? A lot of women were oppressed with the notion, and some, of course, still want to choose that, but a lot of women felt like their only option would have been high school, kids, marriage, and that was about it.
Right.
But that's not necessarily the case anymore. So you're seeing women, if they do partner up, they want to make sure that they have like an equal economic, attractive, financial comparison.
And this is a study from the women's point of view?
Why?
I don't know. I think I'd like to hear the men's point of view, right?
Well, what is the men's point of view?
I think it's human beings' point of view, because at this point, everybody's going to be coming into this relationship with some kind of debt attached to them.
Yes.
And it's more difficult. Like we talked about in the meeting, it used to be like a single family, like dad goes out and works, there's a mortgage, we get this paid off, he retires at 55. Now at 55, you're starting your second career. And at this point, your husband or wife,
in order to buy a home, you need a dual income today.
Right.
That never was the case before.
Put marriage on top of it, too. 50% of marriages don't work out in the first place. So not only are you paying for the kids that you had, you're paying your wife alimony, you have to support yourself in a new relationship. That's very expensive to do that.
Right.
You're raising you have two lives if you get divorced.
Well, Erica, does this make sense to you? Like, if you were to start fresh right now, would you make sure that person was financially comparable to you?
Well, no, because when I got remarried, I was bankrupt, so I was the cautionary tale. But let me tell you, none of this, like these things, like really apply to my friend circle, because they're not the ones. I think it's actually the other way around. Women have become more financially attractive, and there are a lot of men who appreciate that financial attraction. I just think that we've gotten to a place where women are becoming the lead in their households and in the society, and therefore, of course, the pendulum has swung the other way.
Yeah, women are ballers. Shot callers. Okay.
Why don't you just go ahead and finish the verse?
Okay. All right. Okay. Wow.
That was amazing.
That was a wrap. In case you didn't follow me.
Yeah, that was the most mom thing you've ever said.
Okay, leave me alone. Okay.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, we're breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that. Okay.
All right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
Really?
I say all that.
Disgruntled.
This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
Nope. It's not a joke.
So, okay.
Go ahead, doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
Dating down. I hate that. But he has a point.
Hey, listen.
But he has a point.
Hey, do your thing with a man.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating.
You know what?
I think that this face perfectly embodies. Man be like, what are you talking about? And a girl being like, I got caught. It's not equality I want.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating down.
Yeah.
When men were the breadwinners and all that kind of. It's called dating now. It's dating down.
Yeah.
What is that?
I have a feeling, though, that some of the issue here is that it may be the psyche of the men, that when they make less, they are insecure, and it can
This
affect their
report is about
relationship.
the women complaining about the fact that,
they
oh,
don't
now
have-
I got to get
so,
it
yeah.
down.
You try to do the whole flipperoonie, boo-boo. They did not buy it. You try to do the whole flipperoonie. Well, it's really because of you, the way you... No, we not complaining. You is about dating down.
I guess my question would be, so are these women expecting the men to cover everything? They want those breadwinners, so they...
That's what it sounds like to me by this particular study. I have to date down now. What is that? You wanted to make more money, you make more money. What's the if there is a responsibility with making more money? First of all, I don't believe in any of it. But if there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money.
Look at her face. Did you see? Did you see?
Are you going to find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
And my point is, so now you're going to, because we hear so much about women that are like, oh, there's nobody out there, there's no one out there, I can't find love, I'm getting too old. Now you're going to sacrifice the fact that you could find that love because the man's not making that much money, and you're going to date down?
All right, they're wrapping us. I have a feeling this is going to be our morning rush extra. We have a lot left to say. All right, time now, 5:11. Let's.
Oh, you petty ass. You petty ass.
You know,
Pew put out a study that said that 78% of women would not date a partner or not get with a prospective mate that did not make more than they did. And only 48% of men shared that view.
Fuck, man. And you now have...
No, sorry, go ahead.
You have an ever increasing group of high-performing women competing for an ever decreasing group of ultra-high-performing men.
Mm-hmm.
And the choice is... The analogy that I always use is it's the same as being the tall girlfriend. Now, if you're a 6'1" without heels on woman, you're looking at professional athletes because on average, women want to date a man that is about 21 centimeters taller than her.
Yes.
That's another Vincent Haranam statistic pull there. Interestingly, men prefer to date a woman that's, I think, 16 centimeters or 12 centimeters shorter than him. So even in that, and this is such a perfect example, right? Women want to date a man on average that's 21 centimeters taller. Men on average want to date a woman that is 16 centimeters shorter. In that, we have a disparity. We have the preference of a man and the preference of a woman, both moving in opposite directions, but not marrying up.
Yes. Yeah. So the missing point here is not just the preference of a woman, because from the conversation we're having, we're discussing female mate preferences. But what is lost here are male mate preferences, what they're looking for in a prospective mate. So we talk about women.
I haven't even spoken about that. Yeah, men don't matter.
but even looking at what men desire in a partner, there's that notion that there's a new 18-year-old every day. And so these women that are achieving quite a bit, economically speaking, educationally speaking, are going to be on average much older than women just entering the bloom of their life. So they're competing against women who are on average more attractive to males. Because if it is the case that men are attracted to youth and fertility, you're down. You're behind the eighth ball. If you're 35 with a PhD competing against an 18-year-old that is just hasn't had that much life experience, but is quite attractive to a
works at Starbucks, but she's fertile as fuck.
Exactly. It's a tough sell. It's a horribly unfair dynamic.
The asymmetries go all the way down, man. I mean, you said, so here's another thing that some of the girls that are listening may have realized. If being smart and rich and high status is negatively correlated with men being attracted to you and with success in relationships, that may lead some women to signal that they are less smart and less educated and less wealthy than they are. And I think that you found a study that showed women underreporting their education level in certain circumstances when around men.
This is correct. So this is referencing, I believe, a Harvard business school study. So looking at declarations of personal success, of wanting to become something later on down the line. And when it was the case that women could confidentially report their ambitions, they would do so honestly. But when it was known that people would actually realize or recognize them, they would actually tamp down their ambitions so as to not make it seem as though they were ambitious. And it logically links the fact that they'd be less attractive to a man because she was a boss bitch career woman. It's
a Jordan Peterson-ism to say, is it for every standard deviation that a woman goes above the normal IQ point that she's 30% less likely to get married?
I can state the exact statistic. So it was a study conducted by 4 universities here in the UK, and it was found that for every 16-point increase for a man in IQ, his prospect of marriage increases by 35%. But for every 16-point increase in a woman's IQ, her prospect of marriage decreases by 40%.
What do we do about that? What do you do about that statistic?
I don't know that you do anything about it. Again, it's all of what we're discussing here are just inherent facts of the human condition, about dating, sexual dynamics, and all of this is premised on evolutionary precepts. And I don't think there's anything you can do about it. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, as sad as that sounds, unless you want to settle.
Could you date a man who is less successful than you?
Yeah, and it doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work? I would imagine it wouldn't work.
The thing is, I kind of because of like my upbringing and things like that, I was exposed to a certain lifestyle for a long time, but I now, I support myself. I've done everything from camping to staying at nice hotels. Like I like the mix of, highbrow, lowbrow when I travel and things like that. But I found that when I'm just talking to someone about a great place in the world, they will make comments where I'm not freaking out about it, but they start showing insecurities about it. They'll say, oh, well, I won't be able to do that in X amount of time. Or something that actually broke up my friend's engagement was she got promoted at her job and her fiance was doing well in finance, but like he wanted to move up in his career. They were both, hardworking young people living together, trying to build a life. They were engaged. And he decided that he wasn't going to be happy until he made X amount of dollars. Okay. And the engagement kept being put off because he kept saying, when I make X amount of dollars, I will be happy and we'll get married. And all she was saying was, wait, but I love you. Like, why don't we just get married because I believe in you? But, I think it's about if the man is okay with it. It's also the height thing. It's like, if a guy's intimidated by my height, that's on him because like, I'm not obsessing. I don't need like a 7 foot tall guy.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Okay. No, I'm wondering if it's, him feeling insecure about it. But I also wonder if the woman actually becomes unattracted to a guy who's less successful than she is. Like, for example, how much do you make per year?
Over 100.
Over 200?
No, over 100.
But do you make over 200?
No.
Okay, so between 100 and 200. So that's a very successful. I mean, that's a successful person in general. But yeah, especially for a woman, because I bet you most women don't make that much, just according to the data. So would you feel not as attracted to a man if he was making, let's say, $60,000 a year?
It depends.
Be honest here. Be honest.
I mean, I feel like.
And he was happy and everything.
It depends how ambitious he is. And it depends what kind of life he wants for himself. If he has a startup and he's like busting his ass and he has big dreams, then more to him. I support that because if he wants to have a better life for himself, but if he's making less money and he just wants to be comfortable with that, that doesn't work for me.
Why?
Because I want to constantly strive to improve my life and do better. So if I have a partner who's like, well, I don't really want to do better than this. I kind of just want to cruise. Mm-hmm. That's not sexy to me.
Yeah, for most, if not all women, it definitely is. See, that's the thing is, that's not sexy to a man.
Yeah.
Ambition is not sexy to a man. I have men who tell me that it is, and then we sort of uncover after asking them more questions that it's not necessarily what's on top of the list. Like, it's nice, but I think a man would be more, and almost like I don't blame a man for it, like who would be not insecure, but intimidated by it because they feel like they're coming up to a masculine presence. Because it is, in an essence, again, you need those masculine tendencies like assertiveness and dominance and ambition, maybe not ambition, to get ahead. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I have guys who work for me. And it's weird because I wasn't planning it that way. I was like, hey, gender neutral, like whatever, whoever wants to be my sous chef and, my servers. But it happened that way. So when I'm authoritative, when I come home, I would love to just be like soft and feminine and feel protected. And
right.
I will say I have been approached plenty of times in my life by men who are successful, who are like, I don't want you to work. I just want to take care of you. I want to support you financially entirely, but I want you to be 100% accessible to me at all times. And I don't want you to have your own ambitions. And I said no every single time because some women may want that role. Maybe that's their dream, but not me. So if that makes me come off as masculine because I'm trying to have financial security by myself before I share life with a partner, it's a security thing for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to give up my dreams to be someone's trophy.
Right. See, that's where I think it might get tough for you, to be honest. Is like you're going to want someone who's more successful than you, who's also going to want a woman who is successful. I wonder how many guys actually want that. I'm not sure. Yeah. That's a question I'm asking. I've seen a lot of stuff on the internet of this conversation happening, and there's a conversation that there's men out there who make over $200,000 a year who don't want a woman like that.
functionally all salary data in the United States is worthless for a few reasons. Ultra-high earners heavily skew national averages upwards, which is why the average salary in this country is $64,000 a year, despite the median being 43. But even that 43 heavily skews our perception of the reality of compensation in this country. Taxes, insurance, and other payroll deductions can cause some serious differences in take-home pay depending on what state you live in. For example, Oregon has a high state income tax, while Washington has no state income tax at all. So someone making $100K in Portland would have nearly the same monthly take-home pay as someone making $80,000 a year in Seattle, because federal taxes and payroll deductions also increase with base salary. Now, obviously, rent, gas, groceries, etc., will vary from city to city and state to state, but that's kind of precisely the point. Salary is not equivalent to take-home pay or purchasing power across the board, and is why trying to calculate household income is another incredibly flawed metric. Our most recent data lists the median household income in America as $80,610, which douchebags who write personal finance books will then use to argue that every family has $5,000 disposable dollars every month to budget. Problem is, that's insanely not true. Household income combines the salary of every single person living in one unit. So if you have 4 broke-ass roommates who all make $10 an hour, then those 4 people will get marked down as living in an above median income household. From there, that household's nominal income, which is just the total amount of money that they have, gets adjusted with the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. Problem is, the Bureau of Labor Statistics then makes what's called a hedonic adjustment to the Consumer Price Index, which completely ignores inflation if a product got better in quality. So
how old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier, because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, this is literally free labor and also free ass work. The thing is, for me, I'm hyper independent. I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. As long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things, and when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, it gives me the ick, because what the fuck? What do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
Let me tell you, when people say, why you don't go on coffee dates, why you don't date broke men, why you don't, because I paid the fucking lady and I did too much work. Imagine working on yourself and running back to the same crazy nigga. That's just crazy. You make those type of investments, there are men that don't have access to you. And this is why a man who hasn't met his social standard of at least making a living for himself, or a man who cannot plan a date, will not have access to me, because black women are out here getting degrees, as we talked about. We out here growing our edges back. We out here investing in Korean skincare. We out here becoming Pilates princesses, okay, traveling the world, being nomads, all of these kind of things. And it's no, we've made so much investment in ourselves, and there has to be a limit as to who has access to you. So imagine doing all this self-work and you let a rusty, dusty, crusty with a crazy baby mama or a crazy ex-girlfriend that's still crazy have access to you again.
So how do you feel about dating a man who doesn't make a lot of money? You make way more than them. Are you cool with that?
I would have been okay with that, but now I value myself so much, and it's not really about the money. It's about how you're going to be able to provide.
What if he's taking care of the kids, like a stay-at-home dad? He's cooking and cleaning.
That just wouldn't happen in my life.
You wouldn't be down with that?
No, absolutely not. I feel like they're really in their feminine when they're doing that and not in their masculine.
Would you be in a relationship with a guy who earns less than you?
No.
Why not?
Because it's just giving birth.
But let me ask you a question though. Are men and women equal?
Yeah.
So then why can you not accept a man that earns less than you?
It depends.
Ah, look at you.
What's your name?
Frankie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Philly.
How long have you been in New York City?
I've been here for about a year.
How you like it?
I love it.
Would you date a guy that makes $75K a year?
Sometimes I wouldn't care, but probably not. You have to make more money than me.
How much should a guy make for you to date him seriously?
In New York City, probably like a good 250 to 300K.
And why does it matter how much he makes?
It doesn't, but to live a good, comfortable life here, you gotta make a decent amount. Just from like, I live here, I know.
Okay, cool. And like, what's your favorite occupation a guy can have? What's like a few of them?
Oh my God, probably CEO.
Of what? Any company?
Would you date a guy who makes less money than you?
Me personally, I don't think I could do it.
Oh yeah? Tell me why.
I think there's a lot that gets involved when it comes to money and relationships. And I think for men, they kind of have a role where they should be providing more. I think a woman, can generate income and contribute to the relationship, but the men should always be providing more.
Very true, very true. Providing is the most important job a man can do. Very true, very true. How about you?
Yeah, personally, I don't think I would do it. I mean, the way I guess grew up and was raised is like my dad always provided for me, my family, my siblings. And so I would want the same. I want a man to come into my life and elevate it. And it's like if you can't make at least the same amount as me or more, then it's like, well, you can't really elevate my life.
Okay. What if he's on the come up?
He don't got money like you at ESTG.
Why don't
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's why I had to.
he? Just because he ain't had no money, you left him?
Had to.
That ain't right. I don't like that.
If he's making more money than me, if I'm making more money than him,
You should help him get some more money.
How am I gonna do that though? If I have my own career, I'm doing what I'm doing.
A woman's supposed to be a helpmate.
I feel like a man is supposed to be that for a girl.
A man's supposed to be a leader.
You right.
You're supposed to help him be a better leader.
I don't know. So I was in the wrong. Now I'm the bad guy. I'm always the bad guy.
You looking for a daddy.
I ain't looking for a daddy. I got my own money. I got my own money. I could do what I do. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't need a guy for money.
But you want one.
I want a man to be stable. If I was to leave him, I want him to
So he wasn't stable?
He was okay, but I was making more than him.
So he was stable though.
I guess. Yeah.
So why are you leaving then? You said you just want.
Because he wasn't doing better than me. I need a guy doing better than me. And if he's not doing better than me, then
I guess.
Everybody's different.
Said if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
So what are your hobbies? 6 foot. What do you do for fun? What do you do for 6 foot? Oh my God, I feel a connection. I feel like 6 foot. Oh my God, say it again. I just feel like you're meeting my requirements. Right. 6 foot. Oh my God, yeah. Say it again. 6 foot. Oh, thanks, bye. 6 feet. Oh my God, you're not short. You're not short, right? Yeah, you're not short. 6 foot. Oh my God.
How tall are you?
5'1".
What's the minimum height that you would date in a guy?
5'10". Minimum height.
How tall are you?
5'9".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6'4". I gotta get my kids right.
How tall are you?
5'6".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 foot. I like me a good height difference.
How tall are you?
5'7".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6'2". I just like a guy who's taller than me.
How tall are you?
5'4".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
5'10". That's a good distance from my height.
How tall are you?
5'7".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 foot. I want you to be taller than me when I'm wearing heels.
How tall are you?
5'4"-ish.
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 foot. Cause why not?
How tall are you?
5'2".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
5'10". I would never date a short guy.
How tall are you?
5'1".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
5'10". I just can't do a short guy.
How tall are you?
5'4".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
5'11". That's a good height.
How tall are you?
5'2".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
5'11". I don't want no short man.
How tall are you?
5'3".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 foot. Cause I don't want nobody short.
How tall are you?
5'2".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 feet. You have to be taller than me. 5'5".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
6 feet. Cause it's a good height.
How tall are you?
4'10".
What's the minimum height that you would date?
Here, but preferably around here. I'm already short. I don't want my kids to be short too.
As feminist women, we want to be equal. But if you say to us, yeah, but you know what, male CEOs have full-time caregivers at home. Find me a male CEO who has a family, who has a wife or a partner, who is not the lead caregiver. I defy you to find me that person. So then you say to the same women, so if we want to be CEOs, yes, we're superhuman and all that stuff, but you know what? Actually, you can't really expect us to do 24/7 jobs any differently than the guys do. So if we're going to be there and we're going to be in those top positions, we need a lead caregiver at home. as I have. And my husband obviously has a full-time job. That's great, but he's the lead parent because I could not be the lead breadwinner if he were not the lead parent. I simply couldn't. Somebody's got to be home. I mean, even at 15 and 17, actually, particularly at 15 and 17, somebody has to be home.
Yeah, right.
As we discovered, we saw the Doll's House last night. We came home. Our 15-year-old had been home alone. Somebody ought to be home. So
The place was trash.
it's a bit. Pizza boxes, we won't go there. So then you say, okay, so you want to be the CEO or the president of the university or the surgeon or the scientist, whatever. You've got to marry somebody who is willing to support you in the homework, the family work, in the way he's going to support you. Believe me, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do without him, but that's probably what you're going to have to do. And maybe you'll trade off, but he's going to have to do that part of the time. And at that point, many women get off the bus. They don't want to marry a guy like that. They don't think a guy like that is masculine. Indeed, the guys who do that, I know I'm in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is the home of, Brooklyn gives the lie to all this. There are more stay-at-home dads here than probably anywhere else in the U.S., or work-from-home dads, or lead caregiver dads, or however you want to put it. But in most places in the U.S., those dads report that the women they engage with on the playground think they're a little odd. Do not think of them as a model of masculinity. We can't have it both ways, right? Just as I was told growing up, don't be too smart. You don't be too smart around a guy. He won't want you. Well, right, that vision of femininity had to change. It had to change. Guys had to think that women who were powerful and smart and competitive were attractive, because otherwise we couldn't do it. Well, you know what? We have to think that a guy who puts his family first, that a guy who says, no, I want to be the lead parent. I'm going to defer a promotion. I'm not going to be the most powerful guy out there. We have to say, you are a masculine, valued, wonderful man. And if we can't get there, we are not going to make this kind of change, because we've gotten as far as we can get without doing that. We've got 15% of unbelievable super women who get really lucky, right, or who have a lot of money, or who are just really superhuman, who manage to make it work, but we're not going to get further than that. So it's really about changing the way we think about it. It's not only, but a lot of it is about changing how we think about men and what we think a masculine, attractive guy is.
The only time having a boyfriend is worth it is when he is able to fully support you and pay all your bills. I said it, and I'll say it again. The only time a man who is your boyfriend, he's not your husband, if you're gonna be a girlfriend to someone, he needs to be paying all your bills. Otherwise, why is he there? What is his purpose? If he's not...
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
Mr. Z over here talking to himself. Okay, we're still here. Okay. Everything I played was evidence from women in their own words, right? That they're not going. This has nothing to do with men and men's supposed insecurity. Huh? This has nothing to do with men and their supposed insecurity. We played, what, 25-ish minutes of economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, according to women. Women telling you, I need him to be doing better than me. And if he's not doing better than me, then I'm out of here. Women telling you, I make my own money. I need him to make more than me because I want to be spoiled. I need to be dominated. Well, damn. The hypergamy market cap trap is the name of today's stream. That is the title of today's stream. This is a reckless stream, so don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. We are revisiting this. I recorded this stream a couple days ago, but kept on getting interrupted. Y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. And there was a moment where y'all could hear all my background, so I said I was going to revisit it, and this is Mr. Z keeping his promise. Shout out to Louis Conyer for the thumbnail. Louis doing the Lord's work last minute. Thank you, Louis. Continuing. The women are telling you that they're willing to destroy your society because they're not doing equal. Now, what the women are doing is finding little interesting ways of saying why they shouldn't, right? They're finding little interesting ways of saying, my value is higher than your value. So regardless of the talk of equality, you have to bring in extra because you're a man, you're a burden. So you should earn more than me. I don't care if my foremothers fought for equality. You're a burden. What are you doing here if you're not earning more?
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free ass work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like,
Huh? I haven't met a man that has made my life significantly, what she said, better, easier, same difference. I haven't met a man that made my life significantly easier, better. I lived with a man already. It's just free labor and free XXX fun. Uh-oh. Dear America, dear the West, dear America, these are your daughters. Your population is going to crap because of your daughters. Dear America. Huh? The hypergamy market cap trap. The ladies are earning, and not all of them, not even most, but okay, fine. Enough women in America are earning more than your average man. And for them, if they can't end up, if these ladies can't end up with a man that earns equal at worst or above, they're grinding their teeth to dust. Huh? Now there's a bit of caveat there. I think it starts to equalize if she's earning some 300,000 and he's earning 250. Maybe it's not the end of the world. But for all of us closer to the ground, under $150,000 a year, the question then becomes: what was the point of female suffrage, women's suffrage? What was the point of second wave onward feminism, second wave feminism, third wave, fourth wave, wherever we are now, if with female, air quotes, liberation and air quotes, autonomy, we end up with the lowering birth rate, lowering marriage rate, wait, what? More precarity, more unstable families, elites running off with the wealth because they're the ones who get married and more than likely stay married. What was the point again? When you're middle class and upper middle class and working class, daughters, well, sound like
I'm 30
this.
years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free ass work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things. And when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, like it gives me the ick because like, what the fuck? Like what do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, like I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
That Asian young lady is not saying anything, or she's not saying much different than, well, this light-skinned young black lady.
The only time having a boyfriend is worth it is when he is able to fully support you and pay all your bills. I said it, and I'll say it again. The only time a man who is your boyfriend, he's not your husband, if you're gonna be a girlfriend to someone, he needs to be paying all your bills. Otherwise, why is he there? What is his purpose? If he's not, he's just a boyfriend. Meaning if he leaves you, and a boyfriend is not a legal title. If he leaves you and promises you marriage, leaves you with nothing, you get nothing. But if he...
In other words, because you're not promised a severance package as a girlfriend, you need to be getting as much resources from him while whatever y'all have going on is going on. Ooh. Dear America, that 1.6 birth rate explained. But that young lady didn't say too much different than, well, this young lady.
What top tier? Your dick is not equal to my fucking pussies. Point blank.
Uh-oh, play it again, Z.
What top tier? Your dick is not equal to my fucking pussies. Point blank.
His dick ain't equal to...
Huh? Your private parts are not equal to my private parts. You're going to have to come with some extra. No pun. Huh? The hypergamy that is built into the system, it doesn't matter whether the woman is doing well or not. What Mr. Z is playing for you are white women and black women and Latina women and Asian women and educated and uneducated, and they're all saying the same thing. I need him to be doing better than me. I can't respect him if he is not. Now, it's a whole bunch of different, air quotes, reasons. Huh? It's for him, you know, I just don't want him to be insecure, and you know, the way men are built, and I just need, it's for him, and you know, I need him to be in therapy also, and I need... Huh? But the most blatant, perfect, without any of the extra, straight to the point answer, well...
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for...
I'm going to continue that. The men are not enough rich to take care of me. She said it so blatantly. The hypergamy market cap trap. If it was just one woman out of the 340 million Americans, we wouldn't even notice. One woman, what's that? If it was just 1%, meh, 5%, you would expect it. Okay, meh, 10%, okay, that's affecting your society. It's still not the end of the world. 20%, let Mr. Z skip right over 15. 20%, you got a problem. 25%, oh boy. A third, uh-oh, that's 33%. What happens when it's 60, 70, 75, 85, according to Anne-Marie Slaughter, she said we got 15% of incredibly superwoman women who's gonna have this thing, this power couple dream, or the super elite man, huh? About 15%. And to Miss Anne-Marie Slaughter, I ask, so what about the other 85% of Americans? What happens when the women of your society, young generation X on down, so young generation X, millennials, Gen Z, what happens when 85% of them don't end up with that top 15% of men? What happens when they quote unquote attempt to settle, they get married and they file for divorce in 5 years if they're black, in 8 to 10 to 12 years if they're not, because they weren't with that top 15% man? And the man they did quote unquote settle for left the toilet seat up one too many times. She had no patience for him because he's not the top 15% man. Anyway, what happens then? We are told that the men are insecure, that it's the men. The men have a problem being with a woman who's more institutionally educated than he is, who is white collar and he's blue collar, right? That's what we're told. The men are intimidated by a woman who is more successful, earns more. And what Mr. Z has played for everyone is actually the women are telling you in no uncertain terms they're not going. The men are not enough rich, as the young lady says.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
I need to be dominated. I need to be dominated. Appreciate that men still earn more than women in America. Appreciate that the median income is $43,000 a year. Average income in America is $64,000 a year. And yet, the gap is closed enough for women to say you're not earning enough more. You're not worth enough more. Now, tying that to what Mr. Z played with the women on LSU's campus, the young ladies, they're probably in their late teens, early 20s, speaking about height. They didn't care for a man to be their height or maybe an inch or two above. If you notice, it was always 3, 4, 5, 6+ inches taller. And the shorter they were, the taller the man had to be. Ooh, goddamn. "4'11", 4'10", speaking about 6 feet. 5'9", over 6 feet. 5'4", she's talking about 5'10", 5'11", over 6 feet. Uh-oh. What we have are educators, academicians, technocrats, pop culture, mass media that never said to the ladies, hey, when we said equal, we meant equal. Because they didn't mean it. Anyway, you can't be special and equal at the same time. Huh? Now, whatever excuses you want to come up with, you can come up with. Oh, it's not fair. Emotional labor and labor in the home and domestic labor. And I'm the one who bear the children. Huh? And these are all excuses for, okay, I earn $70,000 a year. I'm not marrying the $45,000 a year man. I'm not doing it. I'm better than that. Uh-oh. Huh? I'm better than that.
Let me tell you, when people say why you don't go on coffee dates, why you don't date broke men, why you don't, because I paid the fucking lady and I did too much work. Imagine working on yourself and running back to the same crazy nigga. Like that's just crazy. You make those type of investments, there are men that don't have access to you. And this is why a man who hasn't met his social standard of at least making a living for himself, or a man who cannot plan a date, will not have access to me.
You gotta love it. The way women frame it. The way women frame it is, no, they just looking out for you. They don't want to be on the, they don't want you to take off your anger and your resentment that you're not at a certain level off on them, right? You haven't met your own social standard. Don't you know? You haven't met the standard that you and other men have decided that that's where you're supposed to be as a man. It has nothing to do with me as a woman, right? I just don't want to be on the wrong side of your anger and your rage and your ire. It's not me who's insecure. No, it's you. You gotta love it. The hypergamy market cap. The ladies are running into that. And they're destroying society as a result. Your birth rate is going to the crapper because of this. Families, nuclear families, increasingly becoming a luxury item, a niche luxury item. Well, because of this. Whether it's man on the street interviews, whether the ladies are on some podcast, they're all saying the same thing. Whether they're recording themselves, they're all saying the same thing. Some of them are better at masking. It's just it comes up a little too coarse, a little too rough. But all of it boils down to, well,
how old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated. Where are all of you feminists? Heterosexual ones, the LGBTQ ones are shrugging right now. All of you supposed heterosexual feminists, where are you? This is not just 1% of your female population. It's not 5. It's not 10. Huh? Aren't you supposed to be the ones who care about humanity and care about women and care about what women want? And huh? So no one's going to tell the ladies that they're delusional. It's going to be up to male content creators. So no one is going to tell the ladies, you know you're destroying society, right? With this delusional talk. So Black Manosphere content creators and commentators like Z, we're all type of sexist and misogynist And yet the ladies boil the men down to nothing more than walking wallets and overglorified guard dogs. And it's mum's the word from polite society. Nothing to say about your daughter's getting caught up in the hypocrisy. Shout out to the West.
Would you be in a relationship with a guy who earns less than you?
No.
Why not?
Because it's just giving birth.
But let me ask you a question though. Are men and women equal?
Yeah.
So then why can you not accept a man that earns less than you?
It depends. It depends.
Ah, look at you.
Yeah. Aren't men and women equally? You saw her. It depends. Uh-huh. Yeah. I think I said this on the previous stream. But if she was quicker on her feet, a little bit more seasoned, oh, she could have flipped that easily. Because if that was in America, the ladies already have their one-liners. They're ready. Yeah, but the women in emotional labor, and we're the ones who bear the children in domestic labor and emotional labor and... Huh? Now, the end result is still the same end result. Provide, protect, and shut up. That's the end result. That's really what this is about. But that young lady, she wasn't quick enough. Bit young, she didn't appreciate what excuses she should have been using. Huh?
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Exactly. We know. Dear ladies, we know. Huh? We definitely know. And how did Mr. Z forget to play this? Oh boy.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Huh? So let the society burn then. How do you practice hypergamy while also advocating for female empowerment, female liberation, female autonomy, and equality at the same time? How do you fight to be hypergamous? You're insulting to men, belittling to men, sexist, misandrous, all the things, right? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. My apologies, y'all. Reckless, y'all already know. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? So we're covering this today to emphasize that it's things that we already know, just in case we have any new listeners. But it is a hypergamous trap, and it will reverberate. It is reverberating across your entire society. Whether it's where we stand politically, whether it's women using whether you have been in therapy or not as some type of litmus test, whatever height requirement she has in her mind, whatever income she has in her mind, whatever wealth and status, it's not just one woman. It's not just the individual. We expect at the very top elite women, the top 1, maybe top 5%, maybe even top 10%, to operate this way. That's to be expected. But what happens when that mentality is present in fully half of your female population, 2/3 of your female population, 3/4 of your female population. Huh? When that's the case, what happens then? Huh? That's what we're living through right now. And so let me read this from Inspired Truth. And he sent this a little while ago. Where'd it go? And Inspired Truth says, and thank you for the super chat. Like button check to the good folks in the chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Inspired Truth. Thank you. And you know, the hypergamy trap is a problem at scale. And it's frightening listening to men and women that don't appreciate you live on a planet with 8 some odd billion people and in a country with 340 million people. And you don't need all people to think like you. You may not even need most people to think like you. A sizable minority of people to think like you, and we have a problem. A critical mass of people think like you, and we have a problem. That's where Shira 7 come in. That's where Manifestel come in. Huh? When you scale this past the 1 or 2 women, the 1 or 2 or 5%, we have a problem. You couple that with our current, well, economics in America particularly, you're watching as women throw a fit and essentially hold their womb hostage. As said multiple times on this channel, women owe men nothing. Women who feel like, think like they owe society nothing. They will be hyper individualistic and they will practice their negative liberty to the nth degree, will live with the consequences of that. The individual woman and women as a collective will live with the consequences of that. To be frank, Xers and millennials are living with the consequences of that now. Right? There's a reason why I keep on bringing this article up. A disproportionate number of Black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. Kinless. That means you didn't have children. You more than likely never got married. You didn't have children. And you have no siblings. Or your sibling, your older brother passed a while ago. Okay, fine. You never got married, more than likely. But what we do know is you have no children. You're kinless. The cost of you not preparing, you not appreciating what that means for your future, is the same thing that many women make fun of men for. The nursing home and no one coming to visit. It's not something to turn around and make fun of women for. It is to say, this is what happened when you're short-sighted and when you're myopic and when you jizz your panties giving men the middle finger. When you spend your 20s and 30s giving men the middle finger, your 40s pretending like you're not afraid because, oh boy, I'm getting long in the tooth and I still don't have anyone serious. Your 50s saying, well, F that then. Your 60s being a curmudgeon. This is the end result. You can invest in friends and family, but only so much. And that's what this young lady was saying.
I am tired of the amount of gaslighting us single people have to go through. Because let's be honest, a lot of the things that our friends in relationships can get for free, we have to pay for. And there's no amount of self-love or therapy that can kind of circumvent the frustration that being single is very expensive. Because if, an example, I am sick, I don't have anyone who can cook for me. My friend can ask her boyfriend to cook for her. I have to DoorDash something. If I need help moving something in my house, I need to go find someone and pay that person to come over and move it. Well, my friend can just ask her partner. And all those things just add up. If you lose your job, you have someone who can help you with rent. If you are having like financial trouble or health trouble, you now need to like disclose that to your family or friends, which might be embarrassing, or you can tell your one husband or your wife to help you through that. It is so frustrating to have to go through so many things alone and make these really big decisions, hard decisions completely by myself. I have my friends, I have my family, I love them, I can lean on them, but maybe I don't want to tell them all about my finances. Maybe I don't want to have to over-explain my entire health condition to them. Maybe I just need someone to help me with a real quick task that I don't want to have to pay someone or wait for someone to drive across town to come help me. And it is so frustrating because we're told that, being single is great. And it's really great when compared to an unhealthy relationship. But being single is not always better than having a healthy relationship. Don't get me wrong, I am not going to go hop into a relationship with a man just so I can have someone. But I do think we need to be honest that being single, while it can be really great, is also very impractical sometimes.
We're told that women can afford their life now. And I wonder how true that is. As a matter of fact, let's address that now. Y'all gives you 1 second. Let's address that right now. Y'all gives you a second. We gonna play that. Give me a second. We gonna give that a chance to load. Give me 1 second, everyone. 1 second. Okay, we gonna give that a second to load because we gonna address that. And are Black women in particular, women in general, doing well enough as a group, as a collective, to actually not have men in their life? Or is this some weird, backwards, not gonna work psyop to have men, Black men, subsidize women, Black women, with nothing, very little, or whatever slop she wants to throw on the table herself as some type of reciprocity? Huh? The other day, I couldn't get the word out, and I finally remembered it randomly. Couldn't get the word out as I spoke on women attempting to get the technocrats and social designers to break the men for them, hiding behind their favorite content creators that talk crap about men, hiding behind their favorite female celebrity, hiding behind their favorite commentator on social media to get the men told for them so they can feel good, so it can psychologically diddle themselves. And the word I was looking for is triangulate. That is what the women are doing, so that they can have their hypergamy itch scratched without giving up pretty much anything. The goal is for men to subsidize women's autonomy. Wait for it from the men. It's fascinating. For the men to essentially be big dumb jocks. Like, you could be educated and well spoken, right? but in reality, you're kind of sort of a big dumb jock. Huh? Yeah. And let me actually read this now and then we'll get to it. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, meanwhile, Abba and Preach made a song about Red Pill. They did that on music video. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it already. Actually, low key, believe it or not, I was like one of the first people to watch it. I was randomly scrolling on YouTube and like I caught it like within 5 minutes. Right? That doesn't happen all the time, by the way. But yeah, no, I just was scrolling it out, and when I clicked, it was only 5 minutes old. I was like, wow, that's okay. Right? And it was kind of late too, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was like kind of late if I remember correctly. But either way, either really early or really late. It was really late. But anyway, yeah, I saw it. And look, that's not gonna change anything. And Abba and Preach already know. Abba and Preach have covered those videos. What was her name again? Sarah? No, not Sarah. What was her name? The white lady that spoke to those other young women, and they were talking about they want men that make 150, $250,000, $600,000 a year, all type of crazy talk. I've been preach already know. Look at the clip that I played with the newscaster. They know. We're gonna play it again just for you. There you go, Detroit.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, is we're breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that. Okay.
All right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
Really?
I mean, who I say all that?
Jeez.
Disgruntled. This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay. Nope. It's not a joke.
So, okay.
Go ahead, doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
Dating down. I hate that. But he has a point. Hey, listen. But he has a point.
Hey, do your thing with a man. Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating.
You know what? I think that this face perfectly embodies. Man be like, what are you talking about? And a girl being like, I got caught. It's not equality I want.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating down.
Right.
Yeah.
When men were the breadwinners and all that kind of. It's called down now. It's dating down.
Yeah.
What is that?
I have a feeling, though, that some of the issue here is that it may be the psyche of the men, that when they make less, they are insecure, and it can affect their relationship.
This report is about the women complaining about the fact that, now I got to get it.
You try to do the whole flipperoonie, boo-boo. They did not buy it. You try to do the whole flipperoonie. Well, it's really because of you, the way you... No, we not complaining. You is about dating down.
I guess my question would be, so are these women expecting the men to cover everything? They want those breadwinners, so they...
That's what it sounds like to me. By this particular study, I have to date down now.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? You wanted to make more money, you make more money. If there's a responsibility with making more money, first of all, I don't believe in any of it. But if there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money.
Look at her face. Did you see? This excuse me?
Right. Are you going to find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
And my point is, so now you're going to, because we hear so much about women that are like, oh, there's nobody out there, there's no one out there, I can't find love, I'm getting too old. Now you're going to sacrifice the fact that you could find that love because the man's not making that much money, and you're going to date down?
All right, they're wrapping us. I have a feeling this is going to be our morning rush, actually. I do bad by myself. Left to say. All right, time now, 5:11. Let's
Oh, you petty ass.
So what I found fascinating is what the white woman tried to pull. And she tried to pull the, well, isn't it like maybe it's the men that's insecure, when clearly the article, because it was all the rage, and shout out to Inspired Truth, yes, economically attractive. So this was all the rage. What y'all, like, I think that article came out or that type of information came out, what, 2017 or 18, something like that, 2018 maybe, and it was all the rage. 2018, economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in marriage, and it was from the perspective of women. And it found that women wanted men that earned some 50 some odd percent more than them, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I tied the clip with the young ladies on that LSU campus speaking about height, because it's not just height inflation, it's income, wealth, and status inflation. I'm painting a picture here. As the women earn and do more, they want men that earn and do even better than them, always. Okay, fine. Unfortunately, going to the title once again, the hypergamy market cap trap. There's a cap to that. You know, for a couple years now, I've been saying price their vagina out the game. And when I initially started using that term, it annoyed a couple of brothers, right? And I understood, no, it's not that we can't afford them, it's that they're not worth it, or, no. Let the ladies have that. Yes, you're right, ma'am. Yes. For your ego. Yes, you're too expensive for me. Yes, I can't afford you. That's a you problem, though. Uh-oh. Because you're thinking about just me. You're not thinking about at scale. That's a you problem. Go ahead and get your Rose toy out. That's a you problem. Huh? Shout out to Lion, hypergamous failures. That's a you problem. When the 80% of women that can't end up with the top 20% of men are throwing a temper tantrum and they're not going to settle, and et cetera, that's a day problem. And at scale, it becomes a societal problem. Huh? At scale, it becomes a societal problem. And there's not enough cajoling and haranguing and insulting and belittling and questioning one's manhood and triangulation that's going to get your everyday man to do more than what he's doing now. Just let the women figure it out. They're out here in the elements. Huh? And if it can't work for them, then so be it. Right? So going back to Up and Preach. Yeah, I saw the music video. Yeah, they were making fun of the Myrons of the world and et cetera, et cetera. That's all cool. These young men have real experiences. Now, there is an issue with just talking about it because it's pop culture-y and this is what we're doing right now. We're just talking about the dating game and et cetera, et cetera. Even though you might not have any experiences, I remember what it was, some Middle Eastern dude in the UK who was out here talking about dating, and then come to find out dude lived with his parents and all that other good stuff, right? So that's embarrassing. So we're going to have that. You're going to have these kind of grifters. That's inevitable. With that, these young men and these boys and men have experiences with women. And when we minimize that, we don't do our society a service. I know we don't care about the boys and men more than them just being cogs in the wheel. I know. Right? But you do yourself no service. You don't do yourself justice. Right? And y'all give Z a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And we are back. All right. Yeah. Right. So yeah, I saw the Abba and Preach thing, and I thought about covering it, but copyright and all that other good stuff, and it wouldn't flow right if I can't actually play it and critique it. I thought it was funny. I actually thought it was funny. Right. And you're gonna have a backlash. You're going to have a backlash. Abba and Preach know what it is concerning the masses of women. Right. But you're gonna have a look. The women really do want someone to break your everyday man for them. Any chance they get to have someone jab at the men for them, they're gonna take it. Huh? They're gonna take it. Oh, Detroit says backlash from Abba and Preach fans. Did they get backlash? Did Abba and Preach get backlash? Huh? Oh man, that I didn't know. And Vince says, break yourself, fool. No, for real. That is the goal here. That is the goal. Yeah. And let me read Saint Sears super chat, and I'll come around to you, Bruce and Wayne. And Saint Sears says, car talk. I'm picking up my new whip tomorrow. 2025 Honda Accord Hybrid Sport, new, not used, has 8 miles on it because I can afford my life. Yes, this is a light jab, and he chose the shade. Right? That's what's up. But let me sound like the hating ass women. But it's not a Lexus though. But it's not a Benz though. It's not a Tesla though. But it's not a Beamer though. It's not a Lambo truck. Why you ain't picking up a Ferrari Parasangue? That's the Ferrari SUV, y'all. Huh? Why you not picking up a Rolls Royce Condon or a Bentley Bentayga? You just picking up an Accord? Huh? Exactly. It ain't European. It's funny because like you'll hear people say, "Oh, foreign." Okay, so Honda, Nissan, Toyota are not foreign. Like we know a lot of them have U.S. factories now for certain cars, right? Huh? But when they say foreign, we all know what they really mean. Beamer, Benz, Jag, even though Jaguar's going through their crap right now. Ferrari, Lamborghini, right? That's what they mean by foreign. Bentley, Rolls Royce, Benz, Mercedes, all of that. Porsche, right? But Hyundai is foreign too. Kia is foreign too. Huh? Toyota, Nissan, I said Toyota, Nissan. So Honda, all of that's foreign. That's all foreign. Huh? Volkswagen is foreign. Right? So congratulations, Saint Sir. Congratulations. I'm playing with the hate. I'm not really hating. I'm not really hating. But congratulations. And if it's a brand new Accord, you say it got 8 miles on it, that means you're gonna be able to hold on to that for at least a good 15 years. If you really want to, you're gonna be able to hold on to that for 15 years. If that's your goal, yeah, you're definitely gonna be able to hold on to that for 15 years. Maybe 20. You'll be able to hold on to that car until you get tired of it. It's probably not gonna break. Yeah. So congratulations on that again. But sir, you are not pulling up. You didn't even get an Acura. What you doing? The way these ladies talk, it ain't no Acura though. Right? You get a fully loaded Camry. Well, why didn't no Lexus though? Huh? You get a Honda, but why you didn't get no Acura though? Huh? So congratulations again. Congratulations. Right. Exactly, Bruce. And Bruce always says, "Is that what you hustling for? A F and Honda Accord?" Like, yeah, yeah, exactly. The way these people talk. Quiet as kept. A lot of them luxury vehicles don't do it for Z. It just doesn't. They don't. Right. I get it, but yeah, some of these luxury is just meh. Right. And quiet as kept. Look, I'm about to hurt some feelings right now. The 7 Series, the one that's been out for what, 3-4 years now? 3 years? That thing oogla. Not even ugly. It's oogla to Z. It is. I'm to all you Beamer heads. That 7 Series is ugly. The separated headlights, ugly. Grill, ugly. Shape, ugly. Goddamn Z, ugly. But it's a Beamer, and it's a big body Beamer. Going back to the 90s. Right? But it's a BMW, so, you know. All the name heads, all the badge heads, they gotta have it. That first generation Panamera, ugly. Looked like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. It didn't matter. It was a 4-door Porsche. Huh? Vince, I'll do it just for you. And I'll do it just for Vince's car roasting stream. Coming to a Z channel near you. Right? Coming to a Z channel near you. I'll do the stream. I'll do the stream. Right. Then yeah, there's a lot of these joints y'all like. I'm like, eh. The Cullinan without rims, meh. Y'all know I live in South Florida. I see Cullinans not all over the place. Let me don't exaggerate, but I see Cullinans. Cullinan without rims, meh. Low key Cullinan without a lip kit, meh. The DBX, the Aston Martin without rims, meh. These are $200,000 and $300,000 and $400,000 vehicles. 500,000, meh. Huh? If you haven't seen them in person, the Cullinan should have came with rims at least 2 inches bigger than what they have. The Cullinan looks best lowered on some nice wheels, all black. Huh? The DBX, you could rebadge that as a Ford. If you don't lower it and put on some nice wheels, you could just rebadge that as a Ford and meh. Rebadge it as a Ford, put a different engine in it, and sell it for $100,000 less, $200,000 less. So we'll hold off on the car roasting for now, but yeah, we'll get to it. I got you, Vince. Right. And once again, Saint Cyr, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And let's get to Bruce on Wayne. And Bruce on Wayne says, I don't want to sound like a redneck, but Yitch, go back to Ukraine. We got enough local trash to deal with. Hashtag, we don't have the capacity. Hashtag, Dessalines lives on. I got you. Wait a minute. Saint Cyr said, we don't got the capacity.
So we don't have the capacity.
My apologies, Saint Cyr. I mean, Bruce on Wayne. I gotta play it again because I interrupted. Not Saint Cyr, Bruce on Wayne. Let's play it again for Bruce on Wayne. Wait a minute, Bruce on Wayne. Give me a second. We're gonna play one more again.
So we don't have the capacity.
Bruce Wayne said, "Look, dear rest of the world, stop sending your women and stop having your daughters be born here and be just as bad as the ones that been here forever." Man. So, we're gonna play a couple of these clips again, and then I'll bring y'all up in a minute. Shout out to all of you that's just getting in. I am doing this stream over again. I did this. Oh crap! I lost the drum headphone. Sorry, y'all. Knocked my own headphone out of my ear. Okay, so we are doing this stream over again. I did this stream earlier this week. Issues, right? And it is, as the title says, the hypergamy market cap trap. And essentially what we're saying is we don't owe the women, air quotes, elevating for them. The women are running into the market cap of their own hypergamy. And your everyday man doesn't owe the women attempting to be whatever delusion she has in her mind that he should be or that men should be. When you watch the men on the street interviews, some of the women are just blatant about it. On their podcast, they're just blatant about it. I need him to earn more than me. The ESTG clip. If he's not doing better than me, I need a man that's doing better than me. And if he's not doing better than me, then I'm out of here. Right? The man on the street interview with what sounds like to be an Eastern European lady. I need to be dominated. And I would argue, we know she's speaking financially, but across the board, she really means across the board. Obviously, physically stronger than her, taller than her, more than likely, almost certainly. And not by an inch or two, no pun. And financially. And she said it outright. You gotta love it. I'm playing these clips to emphasize to anyone who will listen, any of the technocrats, anyone who's well connected, y'all gotta get a hold of America's daughters. You're not going to budge the men any further. The women are attempting to triangulate. Triangulate. It's not gonna work. You will not break the masses of young men, especially with women talking crazy in real life, but definitely on the internet. You can file this stream in the folder once again with it's not the men. The women are the ones who are radicalizing both men and women, young men and young women. Mr. Z doesn't have to do too much talking. I do. But Mr. Z doesn't have to do too much talking. I could just play the clips of women in their own words. Huh? Now there's always some nuanced take. Huh? There's always some excuse for the crazy talk. But at the end of the day, this is women in their own words talking this crazy stuff. Play the clips, Z.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
Would you be in a relationship with a guy who earns less than you?
No.
Why not?
Because it's just giving birth.
But let me ask you a question though. Are men and women equal?
Yeah.
So then why can you not accept a man that earns less than you?
It depends.
Ah, look at you.
What's your name?
Frankie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Philly.
How long have you been in New York City?
I've been here for about a year.
How you like it?
I love it.
Would you date a guy that makes $75K a year?
Sometimes I wouldn't care, but probably not. You have to make more money than me.
How much should a guy make for you to date him seriously?
In New York City, probably like a good 250 to 300.
I didn't really review that video. So she's saying probably not. You have to make more than me. So $75,000. You have to make more than her. $75,000 in America. You're not doing anything too extravagant, but you're Irish. Not good enough. Cool. On an individual basis, once again, when you scale this, which is what the Western America is dealing with right now, the whole planet, developing countries at least, and developed. When you scale that mentality, I need you to be making more than me. After the feminist revolution, how is this supposed to work? A Zism, how is this supposed to work? When you scale this, KMSism, how is this supposed to work? Continuing.
What's your name?
Frankie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Philly.
How long have you been in New York City?
I've been here for about a year.
How you like it?
I love it.
Would you date a guy that makes $75K a year?
Sometimes I wouldn't care, but probably not. You have to make more money than me.
How much should a guy make for you to date him seriously?
In New York City, probably like a good 250 to 300K.
And why does it matter how much he makes?
It doesn't, but to live a good, comfortable life here, you gotta make a decent amount. Just from like, I live here, I know.
Okay, cool. And like, what's your favorite occupation a guy can have? What's like a few of them?
Oh my God, probably CEO.
CEO of what? Any company?
You know, I'm talking like Fortune 500, maybe a doctor, lawyer.
Doctor, lawyer, or CEO.
Something like that.
Okay, cool. And what's your occupation?
I work in fashion.
Why is Mr. Z laughing? She said some $350,000 a year, which is still rare in New York. Don't get it twisted. Check that median income in New York. Check that. Huh? It's not $100,000. Uh-oh. You gotta love it. Huh? What did she say when he asked, essentially, why do you care? Or it's not that she cares. It's that essentially this is what it takes to be comfortable in New York. Don't know how much I disagree with her there. Been to New York multiple times. With that convenient reason, ladies, you don't owe the men not having this aspiration. You just gonna have to eat those consequences. To all you parents of daughters in their late 20s and older, I hope you left some good ass life insurance and you left her the house. And I hope you taught her how to spot a scamming ass dude, especially a good looking scamming ass dude, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. She gonna end up being the victim of the Tinder swindler, if you could get it out correctly. Tinder swindler, there we go. Huh? This is the result of no one saying to the ladies, this hypergamy and equality thing is not going to work. You can't have them at the same time in the same place. They can't occupy the same place at the same time. Huh? Continuing.
So how do you feel about dating a man who doesn't make a lot of money? Like, you make way more than them. Are you cool with that?
I would have been okay with that, but now I value myself so much, and it's not really about the money. It's about how you're going to be able to provide.
What if he's taking care of the kids, like a stay-at-home dad? He's cooking and cleaning.
That just wouldn't happen in my life.
Just, you wouldn't be down with that?
No, absolutely not. I feel like they're really in their feminine when they're doing that and not in their masculine.
And let me read this one now. And KMS says, Sarge Willie Pete had a blink and you'll miss it comment that women cannot rebuild what they break. I've seen that in my personal life, and society is seeing it not, wait a minute, let's continue. If I could not press the wrong button, that'd be great. Society is seeing that not the cosmic, okay, not work, I think you're trying to say. And then we'll just read this one now too. The cosmic irony is that women want men to become the best of men so women can give them the cat for free. It's like how celebrities get free stuff because they are celebrities. How this is supposed to work. Exactly. Well, so Poor Man's podcast, and shout out to Poor Man. I'm gonna cover that actually. Shout out to Poor Man. Brother said a couple of genius quotes on that. But he covered women essentially going after their top 5%. And this, I'm gonna tie that to what you're saying now, KMS, which is like exactly right. So the men that get it get a lot of it, and they're spoiled for choice. I don't begrudge them, those men that if you won the genetic lottery, or you worked out enough and you had the discipline to have a good diet, you have the status, whatever, however you got there, especially if you didn't really hurt anyone else or crush anyone, all more power to you. But that top 5%, I would argue more than 5, definitely the top 5, clearly. I would argue it's closer to maybe the top 15 and top 10% of men are cleaning up everything. And at scale, that's a problem. Because it's not those top 10, 5, 10, 15% of men. They don't have sex with all the women. They don't have triple X fun with all the women. Right? For the ones that do decide to get married, they get married to one. Maybe they got a side chick or two. They're not an inherent problem. It's the aspiration to be with those dudes. And what does that then mean for everyone else, all the other men? Even if you do end up with this woman or these type of women in the future. And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourself. We'll be right back. And we're back. All right, y'all. So, if I can remember my train of thought, what we were talking about again? What is it? Cosmic irony? Yeah, the celebrity thing and the giving the vagina up to the elite dudes for their presence. No, it's not for that. Attraction is real. Attraction, the off chance that you could be more than just the jump off, right? Like, it's real, and I don't begrudge women that. Women are human beings too, and they get turned on by good-looking men, like how we get turned on by good-looking women, right? And status matters, so that's where the celebrity dudes come in. Status is an aphrodisiac, namely for women, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. So I expect the dudes with some money and some status and some looks and some height to clean up. I expect that. And all of us should. The issue is at scale. What happens when women have an idea in their mind of what a man is supposed to be, how he is supposed to comport himself, and that ideal is only represented in, let's say, 5% of men. 5% of men could get anywhere near that, close to that. What happens then? Well, I would argue you have the society you have now. Where she wants the results of the hyper-capitalist landed gentry class of men, but she doesn't want the attitude and comportment and behavior that it more than likely takes to be that person. Right? She wants someone who's literally like a mob boss, but that caters to her at home. Right? At scale, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for the individual, to be frank. But at scale, it doesn't work. And what you have are a bunch of women who blow smoke up each other's rear ends, who lie and delude each other. And when women are faced with the reality of not just men, but their delusions, they throw a fit. They throw a fit. It's not fair. Huh?
That's not fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
Yeah, but of course not. But of course not. Right? And that's a thing, everyone. That is a major issue. Women are angry. They're angry. So yeah, you have the celebrity ideal, you have the tall, good-looking ideal, right? And what was implied, suggested, and inferred to the women that we were sitting in class with when we were kids, that we were sitting in class with in college and university when we were young adults. When we were young adults, what was implied to them, or at least what they thought they heard, is you will use your college degree as a passport, as a key to allow you into certain circles. And those circles will have the men that you desire. And the men that you desire, they will fight each other for you because of your education, because of your status, because you graduated from this institution and you have this career, right? And then that man will earn more than you. He will find you interesting. He will find you attractive. And he will do for you even more than you do for yourself at the highest level. This is what they were told, at least what they thought they heard. Huh? That's what they thought they heard. And it's not fair. The ladies are angry, everyone. Livid. what you see with, once again, the hypergamy cap trap, you have the Claudia Jordans. I thought I had more time. I thought I had more time. It's a bit heartbreaking. Huh? The young lady I covered before, the white young lady that was on Oprah, speaking of Scott Galloway in Oprah. Marie was her name, or is her name, sorry. Yeah, she chubby redhead, got resting bee face like a mug. But her message was essentially, it's not fair. Y'all told me to do the work. I went to therapy. I love myself. I did everything y'all told me to do. And me and my friends have no man. Y'all told me I would have a man that would kiss my ass. Where's my man? That's what she was up there to say to Scott Galloway and to Oprah. And what did Scott Galloway essentially reply to her with? Oh, you're going to have to get comfortable single. It might take a while. It might not happen. Especially with that attitude. Yes, they both said all of that in the little they did say. Yes, they did say all of that. Yes, that is what Scott Galloway said. You better get comfortable single, young lady. Huh? The hypergamy trap is, wait for it, what Mr. Z been saying. There is no working your way around the men. We said we want pepperoni pizza. You're trying to come to us with hot dogs, meh, sausage, meh, burgers. You're trying to come to us with everything but what we said we wanted. Huh? Pasta, everything but what we said we wanted. We said pepperoni pizza. Essentially what women were sold was the men are going to ask for something shallow and vain, like slim. They're going to be sexist. Don't worry about those sex men over there. You're going to elevate past them and not have to worry about their opinion? And then the cultured men that are not misogynist and sexist, they're going to appreciate you. And you won't be down in the doldrums with the sexist men. And if you're a black woman, with the colors, featurist, texturist, fatphobic, sexist, misogynistic, misogynorous men. Damn, Z, all those words, all of them. That's what was told to them. Or at least that's what they registered. And so you damn right they pissed. They're angry, they're livid. Because what they thought they heard was they didn't have to care what the masses of us thought. They would go to your local state schools. They would go to your near Ivies. They would go to your Ivies, graduate, and be catapulted to the elite men who would kiss their ass and pay for them exorbitantly. And when it didn't happen, they threw a fit. That's where decentral men come from. I could do bad all by myself and all that other talk. What? Look at the clip. We're going to play it one more again. Go ahead, Abba and Preach and y'all.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, is with breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that.
Okay.
And
All right,
really?
all right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
Really?
I
Who
say all
wrote
that.
that?
I mean, who I say all that?
Jeez.
Disgruntled. This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
Nope. Not a joke.
On your level or higher than you, hoping that someone is on your level or higher than you. And when it does, two decades, all that anger, the anger, huh? Yeah, they're angry. You damn right. Once again on Z's channel, we say let the women talk. Let them talk. I know it's annoying. You let them talk long enough, and it might be a whole lot longer than long enough. We'll eventually hear some truth, some honesty. And it's not even that they mean to do it all the time. It's just they talk long enough, and one truth bomb will fall out. One or two. Huh? Continuing.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, we're breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that. Okay.
And
All
really?
right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
Really?
I
Who
say all
wrote
that.
that?
I mean, who I say all that?
Jeez.
Disgruntled. This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
Nope. Not a joke.
So, okay.
Go ahead, Love Doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
Dating down. I hate that. But he has a point. Hey, listen. But he has a point.
Hey, do your thing, weatherman. Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating.
You know what?
It's funny, and Abba and Preach make fun of it, and it is notable because it's funny when he does the dating down and how he says it. But at scale, that's a problem. It's a problem for a sex, a gender that purports to want equal treatment. You can't look, ladies. Simply put, you can't be competing with the men for jobs, promotions, opportunities, the C-suite, and occasionally beat out the men, and then at the same time say, yeah, now I can only look across and up. An individual, one woman doing that, it's not the end of the world. 1% of women doing that, it's not the end of the world. Scaling that past 5 and 10%, we got a problem. That's a societal problem. Huh? That's a societal problem. That's what happened when you're myopic. That's what happened, let me bring this back, when you don't do the social math. When everyone is raised to be a hyper-individualistic and me, especially for the women, well, you end up here. Huh? You end up here. Continuing.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, we're breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that. Okay.
And
All right,
really?
all right, listen, it was in the prompter.
Really?
I
Who wrote that?
mean, I say all that.
Disgruntled.
This is just the reality of it. So women, you know, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay. Nope. It's not a joke.
So, okay.
Go ahead, love doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made.
I'm sorry to keep on playing this and pausing and starting over. What did she say? We're going to hold off on the baby making. Well, now you end up Claudia Jordan. Huh? Now you end up Claudia Jordan. You end up Ebony K. Williams with the test tube baby. You end up Vivica A. Fox. Huh? That's how you end up. Now, you don't owe the men having children. You owe no one. I mean, self-centered and self-interested and selfish. But you owe no one. But you gonna have to eat that as you age. It's gonna be fascinating to watch the women try to form these collectives that we done watch burn to ashes in the past. All of these weirdo Combahee River collectives, they're going to try to build this female network. It's going to be fascinating to watch y'all try to work around the men, try to triangulate around the men, try to have the society, the technocrats, the politicians, your favorite celebrity break them in for you. Because you're not going to be with you as an individual woman, or not going to be with an individual man because autonomy. But somehow them tax dollars got to come to you somehow. Oh, that's going to be fascinating to watch. Continuing.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of
at least they admit that the ladies are disgruntled, because what the ladies like to pretend like is, no, I'm good single. I'm good. I could do better by myself, which, by the way, she said at the end again. But yeah, I'm glad she said disgruntled. By the way, ma'am, your face looks real disgruntled. Huh? At least she admitted disgruntled. Huh? Shout out to Amanda Seals and her 5 cats and her dog. Huh? Talking about like maybe she's too ahead of her time. No, ma'am. No. Nope. Nope. No, ladies. No, Tracy Ellis Ross. No, Amanda Seals. Y'all are not ahead of y'all time. By the way, both of them talk that talk. I just think maybe I'm just too advanced. I'm just too ahead of my time. What I'm looking for. What you're looking for is the same thing Eartha Kitt was looking for. It's the same thing Diane Carroll was looking for. Y'all looking for a very highly attractive, charismatic, smart as a whip man who kisses your ass, covers up all your insecurities, doesn't brag too much, is a man of few words unless you need him to crush somebody intellectually for you. Generally a pleasant person, nothing wrong with that. Big and strong, your guard dog. The results of being a shark without being a shark. And it's just not working. So you think you're too advanced? Huh? You think you're too ahead of your time? You're not. The math don't math. And we could fast forward 1,000 years from now. The math still won't math. Y'all better bring on them damn robots for women. I'm letting y'all know now. Anybody that falls onto this stream 100 years from now, I'm going to put it out there now. The men will be happy with their lifelike humanoid drone women. The women will not be. The women will not be. Huh? Uh-oh. It's way easier to make the men happy. It's impossible to make the women happy, and I stand on that. Huh? Continuing.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, is we're breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that. Okay.
All right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
Really?
Who wrote that? I mean, I say all that.
Disgruntled.
This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay.
Nope. It's not a joke.
So, okay.
Go ahead, doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
Dating down. I hate that. But he has a point.
Hey, listen.
But he has a point.
Hey, do your thing with a man. Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating.
You know what?
I think that this face perfectly embodies. Man be like, what are you talking about? And a girl being like, I got caught. It's not equality I want.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that, yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating down.
Right. Yeah.
When men were the breadwinners and all that. It's called down now. It's dating down.
Yeah.
What is that?
I have a feeling, though, that some of the issue here is that it may be the psyche of the men, that when they make less, they are insecure, and it can affect their relationship.
This report is about the women.
And that right there is so crucial to emphasize. That's always where the conversation goes. It's always, well, it's the men's investment in the patriarchy. It's the men, it's the insecure men, and the way they think about their manhood. Even an article that says economically unattractive men is leading to a downturn in marriage concerning the way the women view marriage and relationship. This woman, this white woman, in front of everyone says, well, the men. No, madam. The women. The women's investment in ideas and notions of what it takes to be a man. What is a, wait for it, that phrase they like saying, a real man. A real man is stoic no matter what I say and do. A real man earns more than me no matter how much I earn. Huh? A real man doesn't have boundaries. Huh? Yeah. Continuing.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. A study by Cornell University found that the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Women are actually outpacing men with education, and this is changing the age-old mentality that men are the breadwinners. In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down.
When men do it, we're breadwinners. When women do it, they're dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that. Okay.
All right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
Really? Who wrote that?
I mean, I say all that.
Disgruntled.
This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job. Really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay.
Nope. It's not a joke.
So, okay.
Go ahead, love doctor.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, you know, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
Dating down. I hate that. But he has a point.
Hey, listen.
But he has a point.
Hey, do your thing with a man.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that. Yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating.
You know what?
I think that this face perfectly embodies. Man be like, what are you talking about? And a girl being like, I got caught. It's not equality I want.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that. Yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating down.
Yeah.
When men were the breadwinners and all that kind of. It's called dating now. It's dating down.
Yeah.
What is that?
I have a feeling, though, that some of the issue here is that it may be the psyche of the men, that when they make less, they are insecure, and it can
this
affect their
report is about
relationship.
the women complaining about the fact that,
That they
oh,
don't
now
have-
I got to
so,
get
yeah.
You try to do the whole flipperoonie, boo boo. They did not buy it. You try to do the whole flipperoonie. Well, it's really because of you. The way you. No, we not complaining. You is about dating down.
I guess my question would be, so are these women expecting the men to cover everything? They want those breadwinners, so they...
That's what it sounds like to me by this particular study. I have to date down now. What is that? You wanted to make more money, you make more money. What's the if there is a responsibility with making more money? First of all, I don't believe in any of it. But if there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money.
Look at her face. Did you see? This you see?
You know, are you going to find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
And my point is, so now you're going to, because we hear so much about women that are like, oh, there's nobody out there, there's no one out there, I can't find love, I'm getting too old. Now you're going to sacrifice the fact that you could find that love because the man's not making that much money, and you're going to date down?
All right, they're wrapping us. I have a feeling this is going to be our morning rush extra.
I'm bad by myself.
Left to say. All right, time now, 5:11. Let's.
Oh, you petty ass. You petty ass.
You know.
Yeah, so y'all give me a second. I wanted to play this. Which one was it? This one.
Would you date a guy who makes less money than you?
Me personally, I don't think I can do it.
Oh yeah? Tell me why.
I think there's a lot that gets involved when it comes to money and relationships. And I think for men, they kind of have a role where they should be providing more. I think a woman, can generate income and contribute to the relationship, but the men should always be providing more.
Very true, very true. Providing is the most important job a man can do. Very true, very true. How about you?
Yeah, personally, I don't think I would do it. I mean, the way I guess grew up and was raised is like my dad always provided for me, my family, my siblings, and so I would want the same. I want a man to come into my life and elevate it. And it's like, if you can't make at least the same amount as me or more, then it's like, well, you can't really elevate my life.
Okay. What if he's on the come up? He's putting all his time in his company. He's not making much right now, but you can tell this guy is very ambitious. He's putting the time, he's grinding. Would you date him then? No.
Let me tell you the horror
Damn, why?
Listen,
Why?
there's a lady named Betty Broderick.
Okay, what did Betty do?
Okay, she supported her husband from the ground up, and as soon as he made it, he left her for a younger version of her.
Damn.
And I would say men do this, so you don't date them when they're on the come up. You date them when they're already.
So all the ambitious men, you gotta bring that stack up.
Work your way up, and then we're ready for you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You need to focus all your energy not into dating. If you're on the come up, you need to focus all your.
I'm a big philosopher on that. Just focus on you, get your focus, get your grind into what you do. How about you on that thing?
I mean, I would probably give someone a chance.
Yeah.
I feel like as a person with ambition, I can see when somebody else has ambition, and it's like, I know when it's just like words without action, but if I'm seeing like words and action, and he's grinding, he's learning what he has to learn, he's working on the business every day, I would be like, you know what, I believe in him. And
There we go. She's looking at you like, wow.
I would. Listen, I don't know. I believe in a come up.
Yeah, what's going on, Lion?
Damn it, Z, you interrupted my anime time. I was crushing these Bleach episodes. I'm trying to get through these. I'm trying to crush these Bleach episodes.
Let me read this real quick. Let me read this, and then you got it. And then Leon says, Z, you forgot the Christian church. He will find you. Yeah, so all of that is cope. And yeah, and you're right. I did forget to include the church. Yeah, all of the coping mechanisms. Look, we are human beings. I get it. The way the system is currently constructed, it has made pairing up really difficult. The women haven't made it any easier with how they view themselves. The question then becomes, once again, okay, a woman individually, the fact that she can work it on her own, make her own money, earn her own money is what I was trying to say earlier, is great. But when you scale that, and then when you include the way human beings still have other human beings is through sex and relationship, and we have made that increasingly difficult, and the women are delusional because their foremothers fought for them to be equal, but when they're in a relationship or aspiring for a relationship, they want a man that's more than equal. How the hell is this supposed to work? So even in the church is just a coping, it's just a place where they go and cope. It's all lies. And it ain't gonna work. So we're gonna watch them suffer. We're gonna watch them suffer.
Put them in the hypergamous failure section.
Yeah.
Just divert them to the hypergamous failure section.
Not divert.
All these women put saying all this shit. At this point, you might as well call them a hypergamous failure, because if they could actually accomplish hypergamy, they'd already have the man. They'd already have him. That's why I'd rather just sit and wait. I'm like, then why aren't you out there hunting for the man who's already there then?
Yeah.
Why aren't you hunting for him?
Well, because their femininity doesn't work that way. So that's the problem. So what we have are women don't want to be turned down. They don't want to be told. They don't want the feeling of, he told you he has a girlfriend, then you see him flirting with other women at work, and then you come to find out that a few weeks later he's dating one of your coworkers and he isn't married. He's not in a relationship. Like, women don't want to go through what they do to us. Women don't want to go through the friend zone. They don't want that. And so that's why they're not approaching and chasing and because, bro, ain't nothing crushed them more than when she realized she don't got the look or the attitude, the weight, the comportment of the women that you find attractive.
Yeah. Oh well.
Because that's when women really feel it. Me and Shay Sade had this conversation once about black women and white men, and it was, when do black women truly feel or experience racism in their mind? Oftentimes it's being rebuffed or rejected by white men. Oftentimes it's non-black men saying they're not too attracted to black women. And that's when they get that real punch in the face gut, especially if she's accomplished and like the white men around her are really not checking. That's it. So tying that to what I'm saying now, that's what the ladies are experiencing. They don't want, I mean, better yet, that's what they don't want to experience. They don't want to experience that cold, hard, very visceral rejection, right? So yeah, that's why they're not approaching. But my apologies for the tangent. Go ahead.
You good? They're terrified of rejection, but I mean, either way, y'all gonna find out. Because shout out to that video you played in your other stream with Dana about like the 5 things women be lying about.
Yeah.
That video brung back what I told you before, Z. That means hypergamy don't care about women either. That's all that means.
It don't.
That's another thing women don't want to find out, because they don't want to talk about
not
them
at
being
scale.
a woman.
Well, you know what? I think, to be fair to you, I think for us as Americans in specific, outside of certain spaces, maybe like this, the past 40-ish years, maybe 50, we were not raised with no systemic analysis, bro. I think it's something that me and Compassionate try to stress and emphasize to BGS and Black Uru. Like, as a collective, I would argue younger Xers on down, maybe 50, 52 on down, definitely us millennials, 45-ish on down in age. Bro, we don't have no concept of collective nothing. And when I say that, like, I'm exaggerating a bit because the conservatives understand family and community and the building blocks of that way. And then the liberals understand like community to kind of buffer from the kind of issues in life, right? That's why you have a social safety net, right? Because there's unforeseen things that happen, no fault of your own. But at scale all the way, it's like we're dealing with a bunch of blind people. And I tied that to a relationship by saying, like, I think that's why you have, namely the women, not appreciating like your mentality scaled up to tens of millions of women is how we end up here. Yeah. Anyway, I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, you get no apathy or sympathy. You're not gonna get no apathy or sympathy from me. I got no problem with women pursuing hypergamy. Just be prepared for what it's going to cost you and what comes with that. Because at the end of the day, you're going to have to be what that man wants. And if you do not embody what that man wants, then it's not going to happen. There will be no hypergamy. There will be no optimization. Most of them are not. I said it in Jeff James' video. I'm like, first of all, most of you are not pulling it off from an economic standpoint because that requires you to get with a man in a higher tax bracket. Seeing as most Americans are
That
in
would
the same
require you to be in a different area.
yeah.
Those men mainly marry the men that they the men depending the women that they grew up with. Those men end up with the women they grew up with for the most part. And I'm not literally the women. Sometimes the women they grew up with, but that class, right? So you would have to catapult, or your parents would have to catapult you into that class. Then you
Yeah.
would have to be appealing to at least one of those men, at least one. All you need is one. But the likeliness, especially right now where we're living through this kind of wealth calcification, like, and this is what Andrew Tate said to PBD and stuff, which is like, we're money makes money now. We're no longer in the place where labor is allowing you to turn labor into wealth. We financialized everything. Shout out to me. Let me pat myself on the back. Shout out BGS has heard me saying this forever. AB Media has heard me saying this forever. The financialization of everything. Black Uber has heard me saying that forever. So it's fascinating listening to Andrew Tate say it too. I'm tying that to what we're saying with the women. If your parents or you magically can't catapult yourself into those environments of mainly white men, because it's mainly going to be white men, and then be chosen by one, it's just not going to work, bro. The math don't math. The math just don't math.
Yeah,
Right.
y'all not
So
gonna
yeah,
get,
go ahead.
y'all not gonna get no high end no high end sensitive version of Andrew Tate. Most of you are not pulling that guy. Most of you are not pulling them. If it's just for the night,
The math don't math.
the math don't math. Like, so that's always been my thing about hypergamy. I'm like, most of you are gonna fail by default.
Yeah.
Most
Let me
men
address
ain't.
this and then
Yeah,
let
most
me
men
address
ain't
this real
rich.
quick, and then KMS got it. And then, well, you let me address this, then you got it, then KMS got it.
Yeah.
And Chill Love 29 says, I am a woman. Do you hate me? No. Wait, what? Are you
You
really a
must
woman
be
or you a man
trolling.
trolling? But yeah, I'm about to say I'm a woman. Do you hate me? No, I really don't hate anyone. That's
No,
such a cliche. But no, no, I really, they're hate women.
no, we
I'm
hate
with a
your
woman.
non. What we hate is your unbelievable, uncanny ability to see everything except what you're doing.
And that's good. That's a good one. But hate, no. Hate for women, no. I'm not LGBTQ. I'm not a hater of women. What I am saying is if women feel as if this society has coddled men for decades, boys for decades, I would like to present to women a mirror,
Mm-hmm.
right? And what I am saying is that for the environment we're in, women haven't been socialized for what their foremothers and them fought for. Women are experiencing the boons and the gains of female liberation and female autonomy and female empowerment over the past few decades. Y'all are enjoying those nice, comfortable, white collar AC jobs. You're enjoying your paycheck. You're enjoying that having to hand over your paycheck to your husband or your boyfriend or your baby daddy. You're enjoying the tender years doctrine. You're enjoying alimony. You're enjoying um, um, men for the most part not domestic violence, right? You're enjoying, and I'm just saying it because whatever with YouTube, but the women are enjoying that. On the other end of that was a responsibility that women were supposed to take on with that. But women want patriarchy by feminist specification. That's what my channel talks about. We talk about the hypocrisy of women still wanting to be women, i.e., upper middle class and above white women, and all of what comes with being them, while also wanting to be pseudo patriarchs themselves, while also wanting patriarchs.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to be
Also,
empowered feminists while also wanting the men who are patriarchs, but to not act like patriarchs when in romantic relationship with them. And the math
we're
just don't math.
coddling. But I also want to speak to this quote unquote coddling that men are going through. Oh, really? I don't recall women ever being drafted. I don't recall women losing millions of dollars in the Wall Street and pretty much they can't even take care of their families and losing their pension. And so pretty much because they take care of their families, they're offing themselves. I don't recall women having to sign up for selective service. Y'all still don't. Y'all still don't have to sign up. Even to this very day, with all this quote unquote equality we got running around, y'all still don't have to sign up for selective service.
I think the coddling that they're lamenting to is between their brothers and the men that they want. Like for
Yeah.
instance, like their brothers are like, oh well, he didn't have to do the chores that I had to do. That's not fair. And then tied to the men that they want, oh well, he doesn't have to do anything to get me.
But that same brother
Wait,
that you jealous of, he still got to
Go.
sign up for
Finish line. Go
selective
ahead.
service though.
Wait. Okay, I had to let you get that out because I have to say this to KMS. KMS. I know you know because you have a female sibling too. Bruh, it's a thing. Your girl cousins and your sisters really resent that they had to wash dishes and maybe you didn't. Now, the fact
No,
that you had to go outside with your uncle and your dad to go fucking mow the lawn and chop down fucking limbs and branches and shit, they don't care nothing about that. The fact that you was out there fishing and it was boring as hell, I don't care about fishing, clearly. They don't care nothing about that. They don't care about anything. They don't really consider that you were out there putting in literal labor work as a 14 and 15 and 16-year-old helping out your dads and your uncles and maybe even your grandfathers. I literally was one of these people.
Let's
They don't
bring it
see
to
that. What
today.
they saw,
yeah, me
what
too.
they
Bring
saw
it to
and
today
see,
though.
no, but I'm doing that on purpose because I'm walking us all the way up. What they see is that they were told to wash the dishes and they had to be in the kitchen with mom and auntie and grandma and maybe learning how to cook, which they still don't know how to cook. That's what they're worried about. That's what they're stuck on. They don't account. It's a gender performance. That's what they don't account for. They can only see it through their way. You see how Jess said what they do and what we do. You see how I just did that? They can't do that. They're
I mean,
incapable. Go ahead.
well, let's bring this up let's bring this up to today. To all the guys who are here who are probably in the northeast section where the snow got really bad and y'all covered. Have y'all seen any women outside shoveling snow today?
Nah. Well, I'm in South Florida and it's sunny. So
Yeah, you in
I
the
mean, I mean,
country.
I'm in,
You in
I'm in, I'm in
Florida.
Texas,
go
but
ahead, yo.
but your point is made. I really just think
Yeah.
that I really just think that ultimately, two things really is that one, there's this ugly tax that men are refusing to pay, which means that none of this stuff that women are trying to do is going to work because the men they want, the quote unquote best of men, they get samples. I mean, they get samples of women. I mean, you don't, he's going to get what he wants out of her up front because based on the supply and demand aspect of it. The issue is that on the other end, all the other men who are not in this top 5%, these gods of industry or whatnot, are the beautiful men. They have to pay this ugly tax as in, okay, you need to overproduce in these areas because you're not my first choice. And men are like, no, men collectively is like, no, because we know that okay, I'll say this. One of the coldest pieces of game I learned was from my uncle in my teens. He said, if a woman like you, it don't matter what you do. And if she don't like you, it don't matter either. And that's what men are waking up to.
Facts.
So this whole thing that women are doing, it doesn't work anywhere on scale. You're not taxing the men that you want, and the men you don't want are not gonna overproduce. It fails. It fails coming and going, which makes me think that women ultimately have to be stupid because none of this works. Doesn't work for them. It doesn't work for anybody. And to my second point, and this was the Sergeant Willie P. Blink if you miss a statement that he said is that women can't fix what they break in aggregate. They can't. And I had a personal situation that had to be held today that solidified that point. These women can't. I mean, if a woman fucks something up, usually it's going to be someone else going to have to unfuck it for her, and that person's usually a man. So there's no going forward. The system that these women try to implement isn't working. It's not working for anyone. It's not working for them either.
Exactly. Because they can't scale it. They can't see it. I'm using your word, Candace.
Hypergamous failures, put it in the book. I want this shit spread through the industry because that's all a lot of these women are ever going to be. All these women talking about, oh, he needs to be there. It's never going to happen. That man's going to get there and he's going to surpass you, and then he's going to be looking at women that are better than you. That's all that's going to happen. That's all.
Wait, go ahead, Tunnel Runner, and then Tunnel Runner, and then if you don't mind, because Arena Revise just got in, and he's the I don't know who's older, Tunnel Runner or Arena Revise, but after that, Arena Revise, read this for me, and yeah, so go ahead, Tunnel Runner, and then Arena Revise.
Okay, this is like an advertisement. All those videos like an advertisement for brothers to go overseas. Because if you are a brother that makes $75,000 or more, you are going to be able to make 4 times what their college educated women are making in their countries. In 85% of these countries, you if you're an American guy or whatever, most of us are taller than are 6 inches taller than their women. We got some of the tallest women over here in America. So everything is looking for you to go overseas and put you in a better situation where you don't have to. You already have done what you needed to do, making 2 or 3 times more than what the highly educated women are making over there. So
And
it's
on top
just
of
putting
that,
yourself in a situation where they know how to cook and clean already. They have been taught that, and they're taught the position of man and woman.
and also
Go ahead.
let's also say the other part is those women look better. You don't have a bunch of Anne Maries. Don't nobody want to
Yes.
be dealing with a bunch of Anne Maries. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even if look, there's ways to make up for this. What and I read in the comment section, and it's something that we all done said before. Back in the day, a heavier sister or a heavier woman would make up for it with at least being pleasant and kind, right? And sometimes every once in a while you'll be surprised who her husband is. You be like you be looking at her like you pull that, right? But what we have now are just a bunch of women, attractive women, unattractive women, smart women, educated women, not educated, not smart women. A bunch of them have sworn their allegiance to being insufferable. They have that is the code, is to be antagonistic and insufferable. And that is what they see as getting back at men for in their millennia of sexism. Right. So
Yeah,
going to what you're
but
saying,
see,
line, it's that the other women might be better looking, but even if they weren't better looking, they're more pleasant. Even if
I
they
mean, but
weren't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and that is stupid. So you're getting at the sins of your great great grandfather by not having a man now, and you're complaining about not having a man because you won't do what that man wants. Well, these ladies saying, "Well, I have this doctorate degree and I make $150,000. I need a man that makes $350,000." Well, that man who makes $250,000 really just needs the cute chick that works to drive through a Chick-fil-A. So you're still losing anyways.
Sir, Mr. KMS, sir, wait a minute. Correction. They're not complaining about not having a man. They're perfectly happy and content not having one. That's what they tell us, though.
No. You're absolutely right. I just find it very interesting that this single man academic is never being talked about by men. There's a whole bunch of women out here telling me how lonely I am. It just seems like
Exactly.
projection.
Exactly. And that's it's weird old reverse psychology Jedi mind trick that's not really working on the men. And to be frank with you, men and women are attached by the hip until the robots come to fruition, the humanoid robots. Until then, human right, sentient human beings, we're attached by the hip. And so if there's a male loneliness epidemic, even if I granted them that, then there gotta be a female loneliness epidemic. Oh, wait a minute, Z. Remember, Z, they're trying to convince you and convince the men that the women are perfectly okay with their single life and they're happy and they're investing in their friends and family. Yeah, that's it. Yawn,
I,
y'all go ahead.
I'd hate to be that guy, but I'm just gonna say it like this. I want to find out how lonely the men are when GTA 6 comes out. I want to find out. That is the litmus test. Oh yeah. Oh, men are lonely, huh? Okay, just wait. Just go ahead and put this game out, and let's just find out how lonely men are.
Hysterical. But let's let Arena Revise go ahead. Arena Revise, go ahead and read this for me, please, and thank you. And then we'll go into what you were gonna say.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, Z, you're putting me in, coach, man. It's like I just laced up my shoes and you're letting me come in. Hey, we need
Right.
one
Well,
more.
I
Come
can't
on
have KMS. I can't have KMS read his own super chat. So I mean, I don't want to read
Hey,
it
what
because
up?
I'm kind of busy right now. So I gotta
Yeah,
be
what up?
It gotta be somebody else. Go ahead.
What up, KMS? Hey, I do have a
Hey, what's
proposal
going
for you,
on?
Z, that you to take something from media, man. Have KMS be some of the sponsors of some of these streams, man, because he be putting it in the collection plate for real.
Hey, I
So
it's to support
yeah,
your interest. That's what I do.
there it is. There it is. So here it is. True, Z, but there is an ugly tax men are refusing to pay. Yet I'm not overproducing because I'm your second option. Once again, women can't rebuild what they break. Women broke the contract.
And
Salute. And
it is an
and
ugly tax. It's an undesirable tax. We'll get into it in a minute. Go ahead, Arena Buzz. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, I'm glad to be back at another Sunday convening of the Knights of the Black Table. So thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
That's
Z,
the
our
that's
kind host.
the
I just want to
name.
add a
That's the
side
name.
note.
Go ahead.
I also just want to add a quick side note. I just want to say KMS is my spirit animal.
I do want to say this, gentlemen. Z Stream is sort of like if you guys have played sports or even a martial art, like football practice, soccer practice, or whatever. People look at the videos and why do you play Bowser and why do you play this person over and over again? But what do we do at least twice a week in practice, even if it's like a combat sport like wrestling? You must drill down on the fundamentals. You have to drill down on the fundamentals. And the fundamentals are it's the hypergamy. It's the hypergamy. Over and over again, you must remind people for the hypergamy. And I want to thank you, Z, because I've been begging in the comments and also in email, and you finally reinserted it because something that you had years ago in recent weeks and recent streams, and that's reinsert the Anne-Marie Slaughter clip because it ties it in chef's kiss. All these hypergamous clips, these predate quote unquote Black manosphere content. This goes back, she wrote this book. She's on a book tour back in 2010. She said this in 2010 or 2011, right? So it ties it in.
Something like
chef's
that.
kiss because,
09, 2010, 2011, something like that. Yeah,
yeah,
somewhere around there.
yeah. So it ties it into a nice little bow, chef's kiss wise, because she is everything opposite of what we're supposed to be. She is the aspiration of that's like the end result
And she
of
works for the Clintons.
feminist.
She is exactly
Absolutely.
what you're saying, Arena Revive.
Yeah,
Exactly
no,
what you're saying. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
no, to take it to what Lion just said, Anne-Marie Slaughter is a spirit animal for a lot of these folks, right? So this is your spirit animal pointing a finger back at you and saying, it's your hypergamy that's the problem. And we're drilling down on it and drilling down on it. Stay cognizant of the fundamentals, gentlemen. Absolutely.
And she's also
And let me
drilling
do
down on
this.
the fact that it's going to cost you. It's going to
Yes,
cost you.
yeah,
There's
yes,
not
yes, she
enough
is.
top. There's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
enough 1%ers to go around. So you're gonna
yeah.
have to take away that ugly tax and go to the other guy, the guy who actually would be willing to accommodate you on that equality and tell him how dope he is.
It,
Y'all can't do it.
let's call this a thing. Lion, there's something you say whenever we get into the Kelly Rowland and Beyonce conversation, and it goes something like, "You ain't losing either way." Right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not losing either way. Yeah,
Not
you might
losing.
find Beyonce more attractive than Kelly Rowland, or you might find Kelly Rowland more attractive than Beyonce. But if you end up with either one of them, you winning.
Yeah.
And I think the issue that we have here is that the ladies don't see that in men.
No,
It's
they don't.
either this ideal nigga or nothing. As a matter of
Or
fact, I gotta
nothing.
go
Yeah.
find the clip of Camille Austin, me and cute Caribbean looking sister. Now she with a white dude somewhere in California. Either way, a couple of years ago, me and Charles covered one of her videos after she came back from a wedding. She was kind of crying and she was like, the single women, they low key be feeling a certain way when they homegirls and they coworkers get married. But and she said in one of those clips, I don't want a nigga, I want that nigga. And that's a perfect quote, because when you scale that past just her, past just Black people, Black women, you get to women in the West and in America in specific, And it really is that. And it's not one specific man usually, but it's an ideal. Nothing wrong with that. When you scale that, it's this ideal, that top 5% poor man podcast we're talking about, or nothing, then the fallout is what we're dealing with now. I don't begrudge women wanting a particular ideal man. Nothing wrong with that. We have an ideal woman, we have ideal cars, we have ideal neighborhoods we want to live in, ideal house, right? Nothing wrong with that. But when you scale that past just the individual woman, when you're dealing with 10 million plus women of a generation, 15 some odd million, this is a problem. Once you start thinking about collectively 340 million Americans, how many billion of quote unquote Westerners, right? This is China dealing with their own crap too, right? So and Japan and South Korea. So this global thing, right? It's showing itself a bit differently, but at the end is women running into the wall of their own hypergamy. This is where Lion coming with hypergamy don't care about women either. They're running into the wall of the hypergamy cap. That's what the title is, the hypergamy market cap trap.
Ain't that right, Claudia Jordan?
Hey,
What would
hey,
happen?
serious.
What
Go
would
ahead.
happen if brothers started saying only going out with women who make the same money that I make or above? If they started saying that, what would happen to the women?
I know
If brothers
something
say,
works.
It's a wrap.
I know
yeah,
something
it's a
works.
wrap. Yeah, if the brothers say
I
all
want
these
no.
women that make the same money that I make, am I
Nah,
going to
nah,
deal
nah,
with,
Tunnel.
go
I
out
got
with,
something worse.
or
It has to
marry? If
sound.
you don't make the same money I make, I can't deal with you because you're not,
Wait,
you're not
y'all.
got
equal.
Let Tony Runner finish. Right, we're lying. Let Tony Runner land with that real quick. Go ahead, Tony Runner.
I mean, like I said, these women would be, they would be lost. They would be more lost than they are right now. It would be,
No. You have to match the stupidity.
it would hardly be anyone that could be, these women would be sold. The rate of women just being in a relationship would be so low.
No, you got to match their
They would
stupidity.
be, crying left and right.
You got to match their stupidity. No.
I'll land right there.
You got to match their stupidity to your point, Tony Runner. No, imagine men saying, "I need a woman that looks better than me." That's what you. That you have to match their stupidity, as KMS.
No. You saying look, wait, because you're a gym guy, so I know why you're saying that. No. Refine those words just a bit. I need a woman that's more fit than me. Yep. That's what you were trying to say. But I know that's what you're trying to say. Yep. I need a woman that's more fit than me. If men said that, women would be shit out of luck.
If the average man, the average man who doesn't work out, the average man who doesn't work out
I
doesn't
need a
do
woman
any of
with
that
equal
stuff.
physical, being equal to my fitness, equal to my money, and equal to my kindness. Oh
no,
man,
Tunnel, more.
You couldn't find them.
No, Tunnel.
To be honest with you, if we're doing not even global, because America and in the West is probably the smaller wealth gap and income gap. So that would actually make a reverse version of Passport Bros. But if we did physical fitness and dedication to women play the dedication to health game, but physical fitness, income and comportment, shit, we might have 10-15% of women to choose from.
AZ.
Go ahead.
So piggybacking on what you were talking about, and you mentioned about a half hour ago, you were talking about, look, we cannot begrudge, obviously, women having attraction, and every woman's going to have some form of a Cinderella complex. We accept that as men. We accept the burden of performance, definitely to a degree. But what has been the accelerant of what you call scaling up these hypergamous expectations? Anybody?
Social media and comparison culture. Yeah. Television made it bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's been the accelerant. I mean, look, I remember we've always had we've always I remember Tower Records and going to places, women screaming, grabbing guys' shirts and all that. But then when those rock stars leave town, what's in their presence? You and I, regular dudes, right? I always like to use the expression of when I was on my Division I football and basketball campus, and those guys were on a road trip. Somebody in town was ovulating, and they wanted some dick. So I was there. So, but now, you have social media and you're always in somebody's DMs. There weren't DMs back then. Maybe there was a pager or something like that. But you were the guy that's present. But now you're the guy that's present, but they're in their phones looking at, I want, like you said, this nigga and this and this dude. And it just really just screws up the whole game. Yeah.
It's why have boyfriends become embarrassing at scale? So what used to happen is that British black, whatever she is, Nigerian or whatever, she would have only whatever article she wrote, and whoever in America would read it, and obviously in the UK. But because that was with British Vogue, but because of social media, women online started talking about it on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, right? And so that conversation became a thing. When you scale that goddamn famous, I'm gonna be using this word for at least the next 2 months. When you scale that, right, past just the individual black woman, British, UK, Nigerian lady, whatever the hell, that ethos stays with women. And it's like, yeah, I do want someone that I can brag about. And quite frankly, a lot of human beings do. That's not just a woman thing. But now we're in the era of, I need the phantom of a man. I need the Cullinan, the Bentley Bentayga of a man. I need someone that's brag worthy, not someone that's stable and that will help me and that will do for me, and I can finally upgrade from this goddamn Toyota Corolla I've been driving for the past 15 years that my grandma gave me, right? Like, no, I need something brag worthy, right? And I'm giving kind of this proverbial situation, this to emphasize to everyone, this is kind of what's animating everything, and exactly what you're saying to Reader Replies. We're no longer in the era of like terrestrial radio or television or even cable. We're in the social media digital age, right? And the fact that these women are sharing this worldview, this collective hive mind, as we call it, not
And
just
information. Yeah.
in information and very important way of viewing this information globally. That's why you have the Chinese women saying similar to the Korean women, saying similar to the American women. That's why you have that. Different iterations of the same thing. Because
but these women are saying the same. Those Asian women are still saying the same thing that they do. Meanwhile, they're sitting by themselves and wondering why nobody picked them at that speed dating event.
Yeah.
Y'all,
And the same thing. Was it the Chinese one?
Why y'all stupid?
Well, wasn't it the Chinese one? I think we saw this a couple months ago. They had a speed dating event somewhere in China. I think I don't know if it was Shanghai, Beijing, and no men showed up to the speed, which is the same complaint that black women have here, which is the same complaint that white women have here.
Yeah, because men don't know. Because I'm like, no, this is what happens when you give. This is what happens when men start making choices.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens.
By the way, I want to wish all the brothers a happy conference championship game for all conference championship Sunday for all of those you celebrate, and for those of you who watch combat sports, a happy Justin Gaethje whooped ass last night day as well. So
my week is next. My week is next week with that Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez fight.
That's going to be a fun squad because both those guys love to talk their shit, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's going to be a boxing chess match. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
But and let me do this because Ben came up and Ben sent me something. Ben, what's going on with you? Okay, Ben is preoccupied. But anyway, Ben sent me, I want to say it was you, Ben, that sent me something about the cute dark-skinned sister that ended up with that German white dude or whatever white dude he is. Yeah, no, okay, well, if it worked. Apparently they met and they danced, and I'm hoping it's not a Onyeka situation for her sake. But they danced and now they together.
It was me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I for her sake, I hope it worked. Right? Sometimes you win. Sometimes you just win. Not all of us gonna win like that, but every once in a while you meet someone and that shit actually worked. You meet someone randomly, dance, make out, then 2 months later, 2 years later, right? Y'all engaged 2 years later, 3 years later. Y'all married within 3-4 years, and it happens. You hear these stories, it happens. One of my uncles is married to dark skin, Haitian descent man married to a white Nicaraguan who ran away from home for him in high school. They knew each other since elementary school. Like it happens. What's the likeliness though? Jesus, right? And they're
There's the
still married,
question.
right?
There's the
They're still
question.
married.
What's the
So
likeliness?
it happens, and I'm bringing that up to say like, so and she's a cute sister, and hopefully it work out. If it work out, it work out. If it don't, if it don't, I hope it's not a Onyeka story for her sake. You know,
And she didn't. And she
hopefully it
didn't
work
charge
out.
him a 200. And she didn't charge him a $200 cash app to talk to him either.
You see what I'm saying? She not sending him her passport with no background information. Smart dumbass. Oh my God, this lady was earning over $100,000 a year, and yet she's sending her goddamn passport information to a nigga she just met, a stranger overseas. I forgot. You know what? I messed up. I said a nigga. Okay, yeah, a white dude. Okay, that explains it. Okay, all right, there you go.
Hey,
Jesus
Z, you
Christ.
saw the link I put in the
Like,
chat, right?
Easy
Yeah,
would
but I
say.
didn't click it yet. My apologies. Go ahead.
Like Easy,
Go ahead
like
with it.
Easy would like Easy would say when she was sending that passport information, she was rubbing her legs like a cricket.
Right. It's just or rubbing her hands like Birdman, thinking it's I get it. Look,
She was wetter than Manila monsoon season, man.
I get it. It's we're aspirational. People have look. Women are human beings too. Black women are human beings too. In a society, and it's not black men. Cut the colorism talk. In a society where black women look to be validated and have their femininity reassured by men, not black men, but by men named white men. When you are a dark-skinned, slim, fit black woman who largely feels ignored by white men in specific. Remember, she was on one of these bachelor shows or whatever. When you go overseas and you meet this tall, chiseled white dude, and I think she pressed him, but anyway, and you feel like he take a liking to you. I get it. You put yourself out there. It looked like it was going to be a thing, and you threw all your chips on that. And here we are, and you could see it in the way she delivered the story. I'm talking about Onyeka, y'all. You could see it. She still didn't register that he was playing her the entire time. She still don't get it. That's actually the really sad part. She talking about this love story and this. You don't get he was playing you the entire time. You were his sugar mama the entire time. He was taking the money you gave him and then giving it back to you through trips. You don't get
hypnotized. She was
Yeah.
hypnotized, man. She
Yeah.
was dickmatized, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
we've all seen it at different levels, man. When a woman gets dickmatized to a certain level, man, you can just have your way. All the brothers will co-sign on this, and the church say amen, right?
Amen.
Come on now.
Amen.
It's definitely amen. I've been. We all had that one or two. Maybe you liked her, maybe you didn't, but I would argue maybe not all, but most men have had at least one woman in their life that they knew liked them like that, and maybe you put her in the friend zone, right? We all then had that shit. Whether you ended up with her or not, maybe you're married to her and you're in love with her, but she was the one who initiated in her own way. She's the one who pursued in her own way, and she made it be known. And sometimes you like the package, and sometimes you don't. Go ahead.
Full disclosure, that happened
funny
to me
story.
2 months ago. That same thing happened to me 2 months ago. I mean, she was straight for the stroke, though. She was straight for the stroke.
Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
Funny story.
For a drown stroke.
You know how BGS always say, when a woman first meets you, it's the old school way. If she likes you, if you move into a neighborhood, she just met you, she'll bake you a pie or whatnot, right? So the other day, I'm running errands, and I went to Publix, and I saw this girl was like, she thought I worked there, and it's like, can you help me find something? So I helped her to find something, and she says, oh yeah, she'll bake me a pie and bring it to me. Come to find out, she actually did. I was just joking with her. I'm like, oh yeah, hey, once you
Hold
make it,
up,
blah,
Ben.
blah,
Wait a minute.
wait. Funny story's not over.
Oh man, go ahead.
I didn't do anything with her because, well, first I already have somebody else in mind, and second, she was white. So unlike Onyeka, I wasn't white worshiping.
Hey, it happened, bro. It happened. Let me tell you, I've been being flirted with heavy since pretty much 19 by nothing but Latina milfs. Every once in a blue want to come around and put like that heavy, like, and when they get at you heavy. They leave no space for interpretation. You know, right? You know, there's no question. And I've been so,
Pressure,
you know,
pressure.
yeah, bro, a lot, right? And Latinas in general, they make it. There's no ambiguity, right? If you don't get it, then you blind, right? And it's happened to me throughout my life here and there. I'm not saying I'm the Latina woman slayer. That's not true, but it happens here and there, and it's a fascinating thing to live through and to witness. Like you're witnessing your own life, right? But yeah, no, I definitely see where you're coming from. But yeah,
but
no, yeah, go ahead.
but to your point, Z, this is why I don't give a fuck what you call me. This is why I've always had a thing for Latina women. Because if when they like you, they like you. And when they like you, it's not some dumbass bullshit ass aggression shit. It's like they actually act like women when they like you.
Yes,
They
yes.
actually act like women.
They
They
don't.
like you like a fucking woman.
Yes, they don't. It's like they don't walk up to you and Bogart Mac to you. But what they'll do
No.
is they'll say hi. What they'll do is they'll say hi, and they will smile
Yes.
and flap
They'll
their
say
hair.
hi with a smile. They'll engage when they like you, they like you. That's another thing that when we do this pair comparison, I'm like, why does every other woman seems to act like a fucking woman when they like you?
Hey,
Yep.
not
It's
to
a
play the
black Mexican women,
society.
man.
What you
That's why they're
let
single.
me actually answer that. Let me answer that. I got you because I got here's the black women perspective. It's your fault. It's low key because black women they don't have the fucking balls to say that shit clearly, or the ovaries. It's your fault, white men's fault, and white women's fault because y'all created a society where black women had to be motherfucking aggressive and roguish and antagonistic and assholes. And so then y'all turn around and say black women are not desirable because they have these traits that they developed to defend themselves against everyone else.
Listen,
And so the
dog, I
reason
didn't.
why no I'm going somewhere with this, and I'll agree with you by the way. I already know you're going. I agree with you, but no, and so what they would say is the reason why they are how they are is because they were made to be this way because of societal norms and expectations and misogynorism and colorism and featureism and fatphobia and all the things, right? And so that to answer your question, that's the long-winded way of saying Jermaine's fault. It's
Bro,
Jermaine's
I
fault.
didn't tell you.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you to go ahead. I didn't tell y'all to go ahead and have a 60 something percent single mother weight. I didn't tell y'all to go ahead and go ahead and weigh 186 pounds, which is outweighing most of the women. I didn't tell you none of that shit. No one told you none of that shit. Patriarchy
That's
didn't
it.
tell you. Misogyny didn't tell you. You took
Your
on that
homegirls
bullshit
told
on
you.
your own.
Your
Hey,
homegirls and your aunties told you.
No
Right?
one
That's
told you.
it.
There was no
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
There was no system inspired by the government. Gloria Steinem didn't tell you that.
Hmm.
Gloria Steinem didn't. The CIA didn't tell you to weigh 187 pounds.
Yeah, she went to, and Gloria Steinem went to her captains of industry too.
Yes.
But to your point, Lion, as a native Angelino and the long-term Arizona resident, man, them Mexican women, especially, they be knocking them down, and the Salvadoran women, they be knocking brothers down, bro. There's
Yeah.
a
Hey,
lot of black Mexican babies, boy.
at the
Yo,
risk of
I'm
being
already
accused
accepting
of
the fact. I'm already accepting the fact that my son gonna be bilingual if I have a kid.
Mhm.
My,
hey, at the risk of being accused of simping for the sisters, at the same supermarket, I got picked up by a sister. So hey, and she was smooth with it too, because every time I go shopping there, hey, just simple smiles, courteous smiles, hi and bye.
Mhm.
And then one day she just walked up to me. It's like, oh, and she started a conversation. Like usually when I'm being picked up, I could see it coming, but that day I did not. And I told her I
Ben
was
over here
single because
using
I was
my
single
channel
at the
to
time.
brag about the fact that he got the sauce. We hear you, Ben.
No,
Ben trying to say he got the sauce. I
Ben,
hear you,
I'm
Ben.
just
I hear
Ben.
you.
no, no,
Right?
no, no, I'm not. No, this is not bragging. I
No,
ain't
I'm
got
messing
game. I
with
got
you. I'm
no
messing
game. But yeah, she came up to me and she started talking. She was so smooth with it. I did not. Usually I see it coming a mile away, and I come up with a lie. But I'm like, oh yeah, I'm single. I was single at that time. I'm like, yeah, I'm single. Oh, we might have my number. I'm like, oh shoot, and I ended up turning it down. But I just wanted to bring that up, just like anecdotal, evidence.
Hey
Just
man, you
I don't
could
want
cut
I
before
don't want
2
us, the
a.m.
manosphere, to be accused of being, against the sisters all the time.
We're
you know
not
what,
against.
Ben?
It's not. But
You know what,
we're
Ben?
not
If
against
you're
the sisters. We're against the
oh,
mentality.
Wait,
We're
wait,
against
wait.
the mentality.
No, I'm not saying us.
Let me let
I
Turner run
know
away.
that. I know we know, but I know we
Real
know,
quick,
but
y'all.
I just,
Let me let Turner Runner go real quick. Let me let Turner Runner go ahead,
No,
Turner
that
Runner.
wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Oh, who was
that
that?
was me.
Somebody was trying to say something.
That was me.
Oh, go
That
ahead,
was
go
me
ahead.
and Lion Z. That was me and Lion Z.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead, Arena. And we got
Oh no, no,
Compassionate up here
no. I'm
too.
like,
Compassionate when you're
go
ready.
ahead, Ben. Go ahead, man. You could have just kept it, Ben. Kept it for the 2
Wait,
a.m.
wait, wait. Wait. Compassionate, are you still alive? Because I know Chicago getting hit with that real.
Man, look, bro.
Word, you good?
God
You
damn.
good, see?
It's so
Yeah.
irritating out here, bro. But go ahead. I'll hop in.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say to Ben is piggybacking on what he said, and it actually ties into what Z was saying an hour ago as he was wrapping up the soliloquy, because he was talking about some women make up for things with their attitude, even if they're a little bit bigger. I remember when I was coming up, we had women like Vesta or Jennifer Holiday. Nobody talked shit about Vesta or Jennifer Holiday. They were cute, they were sweet, they were nice, they could sing, they looked like they could cook. Jennifer Holiday lost a little weight and became really good looking. So it was like,
She
yeah,
said you're
we
gonna
still,
love me. That's what she said. She said you're gonna
yeah.
love me, and she meant it. And she meant it.
I want to speak to that shit you just said, Z. That excuse black women will use, or why they
Mm-hmm.
approach, why they maneuver the way they do, which is bullshit. Because you play videos from Asian women, which are out group women. And first of all, that intersectionality bullshit that they sit at the intersection of race, class, and gender, so they got to be more aggressive is bullshit, because they really don't sit at we sit at the intersection of race, class, and gender, low key. And they're not the only out group women. They're not. We see the Asian women have a similar anxiety about not being white women when they date white men or date outside their race, and they have the same, almost identical anxieties. Latina women have the same anxieties because they're not white women. So that's not it, because we see those two groups of women they approach men differently, or approach femininity differently. Black women are unique because they have an enculturated misandry. That's why they don't. It's not because they're out group women and because they have to try to assimilate to white female culture or the dominant culture around them. It just causes them to be bitches. No, they have an enculturated misandry, and black men represent the bane of that in misandry. So it's hard for them to, even when they do like you, to really tuck their, essentially they're like a fucking officer in the military having to show respect to a fucking private or something from their point of view, even if they like you. So it's not anything.
The enculturated misandry is informed by their anger and resentment of not being white women.
Yeah.
So it is. That's a great phrase. Enculturated misandry is because they're not, and they resent everyone here. But once again, the only people that they're allowed to kind of go at are black men. And the problem that they're having increasingly is, as black men make themselves scarce, as our Gen Z brethren date and marry out more, as our Gen Z brethren, and what you're seeing is this triangulation. That's my word, but that's gonna be my word for like the next month, yo. This triangulation is now they're starting to say who's a black child or not. They're telling that's all that talk about who's a black child or not, and I was raised by a black mom, so I was culturally black, and then my friend who had a black dad, he don't really know this and he don't really know that. All of that is them shaming you. I date out and I married out and had mixed kids. You dated out, you married out and had mixed kids. But my kids are more black than you because they came from a black womb and a black mother, and I'm more black than you. So all that is shaming tactics to say I'm better than you in blackness, regardless of who I end up with.
Hey, Z, you ever heard this comment?
Mm-hmm.
He think he all that. You think you all that.
Exactly.
And then you say, what you mean? You think you all that because you good looking, you got money. What? Why is that? Why are you giving me attitude if I got it together? Shouldn't you be?
Because you think nice? You too big for your britches. You think? Thank you. You think that has elevated you into being a black woman.
Are we cursing today, Z? Are we cursing?
No, you good. You good. I already started jumping all
It's
type of
cause
profanity.
you's a nigga.
Yeah.
Cause you's a nigga.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't want to be on that nag. Don't get off that nag.
Yeah, exactly.
Of
Who's
course,
that nigga? You know. Wait. Pause.
sometimes,
That is exactly
sometimes,
what it is. Tunnel Runner. Who's that nigga on that nag? Tunnel Runner said it perfect. That's the answer. Who's that nigga on that nag?
Kanye
That's
say,
why.
even when you in the Benz, you're still a nigga in the coupe.
In the coupe, yes.
that's true.
It don't matter.
Yeah.
She
And
out.
sometimes it's a nut check. And sometimes it's a nut check to just see how you gonna play past it, and to see if you're gonna hold your frame as well. But yeah, I co-sign on everything.
That's where the Klingon maiden ritual come in.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes,
speaking of Gen
compassionate.
Z,
Yes, brother.
the link that I put in there is from the Average Man Unplugged. He just did a video today, and he had
Okay.
a scene, a cut scene in there where a mother walked in, right? A single mother
Mhm.
walked in, and she asked her 17-year-old son what advice he would give
I
to
saw
a
it.
se-
I saw
You
it. Yep.
saw that?
I covered it. Yep.
All
I
right,
covered it already. Yep.
okay.
I covered that
That's what
about.
I put in there.
How long ago did I cover that, y'all? Like a month ago? Maybe
Oh, I
3,
missed it.
4 weeks ago. Yeah.
No, I missed
If
it.
you want, I'll double back. I'll double back. But yeah, no, yeah, I saw it, and you see what he said. I want to be clear. It's not us radicalizing the men. They have the boys, and not even men. He's 17. They have real experiences with the girls. What
That's why I
makes it
put the
worse,
link in there.
especially for Gen Z, is that Gen Z young men are on social media also, and yeah, they might listen to us, but we're not the ones radicalizing them. The girls are. The girls are the ones radicalizing the boys.
Yeah.
So
That's why I put the link in there.
And what
Because I
makes
remember
it worse is
everybody want to blame the red pill. No, it's not
before with some millennial women, black women, with Xer women, yeah, they was sassy, but a lot of the time they had to have air quotes their heart broken first. They had to be rebuffed first. They had to go through some experience. That's not what young millennial and Gen Z men are walking into. The boys and the men are running into. They're running into antagonistic out the gate. She been like that since 5. That's what they're running into. It's different than us, where it was the women could justify it with some excuse about getting their heart broken or colorism or futurism or whatever. These girls ain't going through that really. They just coming out the gate assholes because we gotta remember their mothers are Xers and maybe the oldest of millennials. The girls that are 20 now, 19 now, 21 now, their mothers are sometimes 41, 41, 42, 43, 50. So they're youngest of Xers and millennial mothers. Those are the girls that are 19, 20, 21 now. So you imagine fuck it, Lion. The girls that you went to high school with are their mothers. That's why they act the way they do.
Yeah, the mothers that are twerking, the mothers that are twerking at the school assembly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
go ahead.
The
Ben.
funny thing is,
Wait, real quick. Okay, so let's do this. Go ahead, Ben, and then we'll have Tunnel on it. Both of y'all don't be talking now, but so go ahead.
the funny thing is the video. It does, not only did it cover that young man, it covers a whole bunch of other young men. Speaking of all the situation that we debate here, and none of them were watching the red pill. None of them, none of them were watching podcasts. From what I deduced from what they were talking about, they were just coming to their own conclusion of their lived experiences. So the whole video was that. So if you want to cover it, that would be a good content for me.
Exactly.
It's not
No,
the
I
red
agree with
pill.
that.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Everybody want to blame the red. No, it's not. The women will red pill you.
Yeah, they giving us too much credit, bro. We not that good.
Yeah.
Like we ain't that.
We're not. Ain't no one giving out. No one's. We're not doing no recruit. There's no recruitment. We're not pulling up.
You like I always say,
recruitment desk.
One of the best quotes. Look, KMS got some quote. Let me shout out my subscribers from Trell to Indigo to Lion to KMS. Look, Tunnel Runner. All of y'all got one-liners. That's why y'all see me use it and incorporate it in the conversation. So as KMS says, there's too much pain in the system. It's a genius quote. It's simple. It's right to the point. It's too much pain in the system. So going to what Ben is saying, going to what Lion is saying, it's not us radicalizing these young men. As a matter of fact, I stress, I don't want you to adopt what us millennials, us older millennials, Xers and boomers talking about. Go live life and experience. So I want you to be careful and cautious. That's why I said pay attention. But don't take on whatever the hell we talking about. but the young women don't even give him a chance. They be out the gate assholes. Go ahead, Lon. Go ahead on Louis.
Check your phone. I already made your thumbnail for you.
Okay, thank you. And y'all shout out Louis because Louis is fire with the thumbnails, compassionate. If I gotta call him compassionate, like
Louis,
I'm very
you better than me. You way better than me at that shit, bro. Bravo, bravo.
no, both of y'all.
Check
Both
it
y'all
out,
got
Z.
okay.
Nah,
I
but
will.
true. But shout out
Go
to
ahead,
you,
y'all.
compassionate, because that clip you gotta add, bro. That's forever. That is forever. That's never
Which
getting
one?
old.
Which one? I got hella.
The one with Mario, Jorge.
Oh yeah, man.
Right.
I got you.
Hey,
I got you. I gotta play two actually. So let me do that. Let me play that, and then somebody said something earlier. What clip was I wanted to play for y'all? Somebody said something, and then we want to play one. I can't remember. Anyway, let's play the Ed clip first, and then
Oh,
we'll
you
get to
talking about my clip? The one I put in the chat?
No, not that yet. Not yet.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
It's the look in the camera at the $4 value.
Bro, the first time I heard Ed say that, and then it was that's a $4 value. When that nigga said that's a $4 value, because I found it on Compassionate channel, right? And I was like, nigga, I swear to God, I played that shit for like 5 minutes straight. I played it for 5 minutes straight.
I lost it before he got there. I lost it when he was like, no instruction manual. Figure
Right.
it out. Yo, I was done.
That nigga said Shang Tsung.
I was Shang Tsung. Dog, I was done. That's
No, but
$4.
to your point, they
We
know,
need you to come pick them up.
they know we're not authoring these, like they know like we couldn't possibly be manipulating 14-year-old boys all the way up to like 50 and 60, 70-year-old men. What we are responsible for though is crafting the language for men to describe those experiences. And that's what's more dangerous. They know these women are bitches and unsufferable, and the men I don't know. The social designers are probably saying, I don't know how these niggas are tolerating these bitches. But the men luckily haven't had the language to describe. It's like remove Kimberly Crenshaw and the legal framework of intersectionality and postmodernism and all the language it gave women to describe their struggle. Then it would be a lot less of a problem. Black men and black men specifically haven't ever had the language, the terms, like you said, pain in the system. There's dozens of terms to space like rappers that describe niggas' experience down to the T. That's the threat.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Some niggas can describe their experience.
We have the language. That, like you said, that's a major problem. Go ahead.
Hey Z, so to piggyback on what Compassionate was saying, you know how we like to say in political circles, the right is much better at messaging than the left because we're always defensive. In much the same way, feminism, particularly governance feminism and amplify and its force multipliers have been just much better at messaging because they've leveraged the levers of power and the messaging mechanisms to a much greater degree than we've been able to have access to. And so you just look at the last 15 years, when you go on, say, public transportation, you know, we have a word for a man spreading his legs. So
male spreading. Yep.
Right, exactly. But however, we know that we'll see for sometimes we'll have the seats that face each other. You have women sitting side saddle and kicking their legs up so that you can't sit there, or putting their purses there, or we call interrupting. It was always funny to me to say stop man-interrupting me, as if interrupting and talking over is a masculine trait. Really? Especially the black men, we were just maybe white men. It doesn't happen as much with them, but with black men, we just laughed out loud. Interrupting is our bachelor thing?
If all of us that watched that Cameron with his ex conversation, that nigga was mid first word. She was like, and I was like, okay, yep. Look, you fake ass Nicki Minaj ass New York bitches. And this is why your ass single, which is, by the way, when Cameron was trying to get you to understand what you understood, but you pretended like you didn't. Anyway, but yeah, that shit, he was. Hey, I just want to say this to whoever ended up with her after. If she talking to Cam like this on camera, nigga, what hope do you have? I'm just saying.
Right.
None.
If she's talking to Cameron,
Yo, but
she's supposed to be scared or
the perfect
intimidated.
temperament though. Kim had the perfect temperament to deal with it.
He did. Yeah, he did.
He holds frame.
You know what though?
He holds frame.
Cameron likes that shit. That's why he likes that shit.
New York niggas like that shit for some reason.
Yeah, they like that shit. Yeah. So that's why he knows to go in instantly defense mode and attorney mode with her ass.
Yeah,
he knows you got it.
Cam is like Emperor.
And you can see
he's like
who
Emperor
cares, who
Palpatine.
still cares about the situation.
Yeah, Cam is like Emperor Palpatine. He's like, let your hate flow through me.
He really is.
No,
you mad, and essentially, you know his attitude, that whole stream, even though he didn't say it. You mad? His whole shit is going on.
New York, as a New York, nah, no, the fuck we do not. We don't like that. They tolerate that.
Oh, make you okay. I got you.
I knew you hit Lion Trigger right there.
Yeah, let me do this because
y'all gonna stop with that New York like that.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Give me a second, Louis. I'm trying to make it.
You New York niggas.
Y'all gonna cut that shit out.
There we go. There you go, Louis.
Yeah.
For everyone, this is the Northeast right now. Shout out to Louis.
Wait, that's everywhere. That's half the country.
Yeah,
right?
That's half the country.
Hey, I just want to say, it's all about the South. Not the South.
In the warmest part of the country. He's in the warmest part of the country.
It is beautiful outside. It is beautiful outside. I'm just like,
it is nice.
Look, hey, don't y'all say shit to me when the hurricane season comes. But anyway, right?
Look at my man Louis. Yes, he got a harem, but he don't share them.
Right.
That's not. And that's
Big Daddy. Shout out to Big Daddy Kane.
But to the term argument, we damn near need to codify the terms. It's like CompuServe and Sun Hub.
Yeah.
Dr. T.
Yeah, that ain't.
By the way.
Oh, let me say real quick, and I gotta let Chana go because we cut him off earlier and we didn't let him go. Let me say, compassionate, bruh. I'm just, don't say the name. People will be able to figure it out. Remember, I text you about who I think be listening, bruh. He done said some shit, and I'm like, nigga, ain't no way you ain't listening to me, bro. Ain't no way.
They're listening. Come on now,
bruh. Ain't no way. But he said subsidized a couple weeks ago. I was like, nigga, no, that's me, bro. That's me. The way he said, I was like, nigga, that's really me.
I was telling Raj the other day. I just so happened to see my analytics. My channel, all I do is clips of y'all, basically the whole space, the relevant people in space. And I have 10,000 followers and 5 million views. And all I do is shorts. So people, y'all shit is leaking, and that's not even counting my TikTok shit. So that shit is leaking out to a lot more people than the guys in this space. Yeah. And
he done said some other shit too. Yeah, he done said some. I'm like, nigga, you. But he made reference to something. I was like, nigga, that was in my damn community post the other day. Ain't no way, bro. Go ahead.
Nope, I just need.
Let me introduce. Let me introduce you with this. Let me introduce you with this. Even Killer Cam made it run to Colombia, by the way.
Oh yeah. I mean,
he's a rapper, man. He gets ass everywhere. He gets ass everywhere.
But let's do this. Let's give Cinnamon some space because he was trying to say something earlier.
Yeah, I was trying to say I had jerk.
This nigga,
rice, lentil beans, and I got some chocolate stout.
Listen
from Belize. That my wife prepared for me.
May the food give you uncontrollable explosive diarrhea.
I hope a pot goes missing.
It was delicious. I just have to wait for my dessert. I don't know what I'm going to have for
Listen
dessert,
to this.
but I'll
Man,
let y'all
y'all
know.
choosing violence.
May,
Come
I hope
on.
she runs out of
may your dessert
Violence.
not be soft and fluffy. May it be thick
You know,
and
it's a
hard
double
as
entendre
Violence.
cheese.
right there, man.
We got
for
the
real.
player haters convention right here, man.
There we go.
God damn.
That shit. I hope that.
I won't help the bad things to happen to you
Right,
and only
right,
you.
right.
I hate
Hey, that's one of my
I hope the
favorites. That's
stove
one of my
don't turn
favorite clips
on, man.
that's one of my favorite clips from Dave Chappelle. That's one of my bro. That player hater shit was hysterical. Oh my god.
We ain't never give a ton of runner the mic to start stunting. I don't want to hear
Oh
that
man.
shit.
And low key, when I listen to, there's a couple of rappers that I keep on heavy rotation. Currency, Primo Rice, and Larry June. And I swear they be taking shit from that one episode, the Play Haters Convention, because they sound like that. Go ahead.
I
Wait,
just need
reading Ross?
hypergamous failures to spread because that's exactly what all these women are.
Hey, fix your screen, Z. You still got it on.
Okay.
Hey, Z, do
I
you
see.
have did you get the email I sent you?
Do I? Did I? What was it on?
It was a couple. It was an Instagram link. It's one of my little favorites. Instagram creators. She's actually a New York chick. She goes by C Murder, and she be having them chicks.
Oh yeah, yes. And you're not the only one. I have coworkers that be telling me about her and that sent me some of her shit. Yes.
She said
Yeah, we
something
know
the other
about her.
day.
We know.
She's like, he did. Your baby daddy didn't take you to Dave and Buster's. He took you to Dick and Balls.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that. Yeah, I did watch it. It's true though. It's true. I mean, like, look, we have to have a, well, I'm using this phrase, but a real conversation about some of y'all, the product of your life is your choices. It wasn't just happenstance. It wasn't just how you were raised or where you were born or who you were born to, right? Your parents. I'm careful with that language because I appreciate as a black person, as a black man, how we could get into the weeds and then we start minimizing people's real experiences that helped them to get to where they are. With that, wait a minute, pause. Your love life is based off of your choices. And what we have are women doing a number of things, throwing temper tantrums and deciding to be air quotes celibate, throwing temper tantrums and deciding to be on the whole show, throwing temper tantrums and saying, if I can't end up with the elite, then I want nothing. So, which they don't really mean because they still be smashing more than half the time. And all of that is, once again, the hypergamy trap. Going back to the title, we don't owe the women, and I should have stressed that earlier too on the stream. We don't owe the women being the delusion that they came up with. And as we were saying about Cameron, the fascinating thing about that is, and I said this on a different stream, what Cameron wanted, not Cameron, what Homegirl wanted was for Cameron to subsidize her delusions with a smile on his face. Even though he told her it wasn't gonna work, and it didn't. And I tie that to what black men are. Black men are Cameron in this situation. Black men are Cameron in that situation. And black women are that ex. They're angry at you because you won't go along to get along with her program. And you're watching, and it's we're gonna see this throughout our life. You're watching as Gen Z black men have just a totally different calculation. And it doesn't need to be all, but I would argue within the next decade, it's going to be a third of black men who are married are going to be married out of recent marriages, if not more than that. It's already sitting at what, 24, 25-ish%. I would argue for the ones that are getting married, and I'm not even talking about the ones that's going to be having mixed children from white women and Latina women, and maybe a South Asian here or there or East Asian. But for married, yeah, I argue it's going to be a third. And I would argue black men are going to be having mixed children left and right like crazy within the next 2 decades at max. At max. I don't think it's going to take that long.
No, admixture finna be on steroids because it ain't no social buffer or nothing that like we grew up with like this pro-blackness or some racial consciousness. It's it's being promoted. Like you look at every commercial is a biracial couple. That shit is being socialized into them. It's gonna be
they're trying to Brazilianify and Argentinify us, right? In a way. So there's no war necessarily to throw black men at and they done got to the market cap of throwing us in prison for a few generations, right? So now it's about admixing us out, especially ADOS out of their claim, if they out of the reparations claim. Nigga, you quadroon, bitch. What you talking about? That's like there's a part of conspiracy part of me that think that's part of the play. But
It's
anyway,
it's becoming too expensive to keep black men out of the American family.
Yeah.
They were supposed to absorb us like decades ago if they would.
Well, though they had the money they had the money to engage in that. Now that $50 billion that supposedly black men cost the U.S.,
exactly.
they need that $50 billion now.
Yeah, it's getting too expensive to artificial.
Yeah, no, it is, especially when the race is so tight between the U.S. and China, right?
But
So, yeah.
but Mr. Z,
here's the problem.
it's the
Go ahead, Louis, first, and then you got to tell them when. Oh,
Well,
that's Ben.
I
Okay,
don't
let's
know
do
which
this.
member
Louis,
of the-
go ahead, and then real quick, Ben. Let Louis get that, and then you got it. Real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
you can make that point of the government conspiracy, but it's the backward ass brain wiring of the women that is causing this.
Yeah, can't disagree with that.
Yeah, it's
Can't
social.
disagree with that.
It's mostly social. Yes, the just the position that
Well, speaking of which,
But yeah,
I don't know which member.
go
of
ahead,
the,
Ben. Go ahead.
I don't know which member of the. I forgot which professor of the Black literati that said, "Well, once you have admixture, how you gonna complain about racism?"
It used, bro. Brazil is on fire, not on fire, but Brazil still got super racist shit going on, right? So like that's not true. That's not true. It becomes a bit more difficult to detect, but everybody know when someone's being treated worse or better than. Everyone know you. We all know ever since children. You know it's inherent in you to be like, wait a minute. You gave me 2 fries. You gave him 5. You realize that when you fucking 3.
Yeah, the
Right?
Christian
So
white
like,
nationalists in Brazil, they've been on fire like the MAGAs here, man. They pointing guns at people pointing guns at black Brazilians in the street and shit, man. So yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, Mr. C, I have to say
The
this before I
difference
forget.
between Brazil, difference
Go ahead, Black
between
Guru, and then you got it,
Brazil
Ben.
and
Go
the
ahead.
U.S. because he makes a valid point about how do you if everybody makes, how do you use racism? And this country has always used racism as a political wedge issue on both sides of the political aisle. So if you do have critical mass of people who are mixing, then it's very difficult to continue to use it as you have historically used it. Now, in Brazil and these other countries, they're able to be much more matter of fact with their caste system, with their racial caste system. They're able to be blatantly, racist in the implementation and the execution of their racial hierarchy. In the United States, you have to create fallacious reasons for maintaining the racial hierarchy. So that's a fundamental difference between the U.S. and places like Brazil. And in America, you have to make race a crime issue. You got to make race an economic issue, a schooling issue. You got to create all these reasons for the separation, other than the fact of saying, I just don't want these niggas in my community. Whereas in Brazil, you can effectively say, I don't want these niggas in my community. I don't want these niggas in my business. I don't want these niggas in my hospitals. You could be much more matter of fact in the separation racially than you can in the U.S. So even though both countries are racist, how you assert the racism is formally different.
Because I would argue the Constitution of the U.S. and the idea of
We can't hear you, Z.
Yeah, is it me? I thought it was my connection.
No, I agree. The Constitution, the amendments, the assorted judicial precedent, certainly the civil rights legislation 64 and the subsequent legislation that has followed, judicial decisions that followed, makes it much more difficult to be as blatantly racist as say a Brazil can. So I agree in that regard.
And I agree with you there, Uru, particularly through most of our lifetimes, particularly they've sanitized it. I mean, David Duke, when he wanted to run for president, he didn't use the same rhetoric that he did when he was the Grand Dragon. He used things like the illegitimate welfare birth rate, which is like, or Ronald Reagan with the welfare queen. These are dog whistles that are subliminal.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would argue, though, that in the reverse, that one of the reasons for the rise of Trump that was triggered by the election of Obama is, damn, we got a nigga in the White House, and he was just saying the things out loud. That emboldened a certain muscular white supremacy that started to snowball in the past 15 years. That they are moving in that direction, and they like to look towards people. That's why he gloms on people like Bolsonaro, because, like you said, they come right out loud and say it. That's where he's getting his cues from, and learning the tactics from, and so are the people from his administration. So yeah, definitely agree with you. I think they're trying to turn it back in the other direction too. But
you
yeah,
got JD Vance saying that white people can be proud to be white people. It's that kind of stuff.
But at the same time, admission to me, it's an inevitable conclusion. But speaking of the vice president, even himself is in the he's in a similar situation.
Yeah.
I understand that you're still gonna have facets of white supremacy still remaining, even with that mixture. But sooner or later, people are gonna have to come to the conclusion that okay, we gotta put an end to it, because the U.S. has to keep its being still want to be policing the world, you still need a population that can do it. And if white people are not procreating at the rate that they used to, what other options do you have?
What do you think the robots are for? That's what the machines and the robots are for.
I think gone are the days of white, because like we going what we seeing, this kind of desperation we seeing at the even at the political level, at the federal level, are the last gasps of white supremacy, because Europe is cooked. It's gonna be a multipolar world where China and Russia, they're gonna rule the world. It's not gonna be America ruling the police world anymore. Like the branding for white supremacy is hit its market.
Yeah.
The only thing that's delaying that is because of the fiasco that's going on in the other superpowers, especially China right now. I don't know if you guys are aware. Xing just had a big issue with a few of his generals. He had to fire basically a whole bunch of, because they had a coup attempt on them. Wow.
Well, but that's, like I said, it's just a different landscape of the world's in a different place, and
it's still gonna be
in terms of white
it's
supremacy.
something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Compassion. I'll go after you. No, go.
No, I mean, in terms of the momentum of white supremacy, is like you even got white people, like white supremacy. The term is like not mainstream now. Like you got white people running around on TikTok constantly saying white supremacy this, white supremacy that. They're at the ICE protests, basically saying this is a fight against white supremacy.
Yes.
Like so even white supremacy, the branding is just over with. Europe is cooked. That's the bastion of it, obviously. So I mean, where the world is heading, where Chinese, that's why Trump is trying to do the shit he's doing in the global South or in the Americas.
It's keep and hold, right? It's grab and hold. So with the global South, so that's what it is. It's seeing China emerge, seeing that everything that's going on in Ukraine still ain't knocked Russia off yet. So it's now grabbing which you can and holding. That's what the Don Roe doctrine is. Nigga, we going back to the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. So you tie that all to what we're seeing, and I keep on emphasizing the diminishment of the U.S. dollar, not maybe collapse, but the diminishment of the U.S. dollar. Number one. Number two, that's going to raise the price of your goods. Number three, your consumerism. Me and Black Roo went over this like last year sometime, right? Like mid early last year, which is you're just going to have to think about all of these things differently. I think that's going to be a bit easier for us because number one, we are aware. Number two, men's ability to kind of hunker down. I think if you're not up on game and kind of know what's going on and how that's going to affect you politically, socially, economically, then you're gonna see some more delusion. Tying that to what we were talking about with Brazil in that kind of the different way racism and white supremacy operate in America. So America was very strictly not black. I mean, not white, then you're everything else. You're other. There was no hope outside of like passing. That's why the term we even have passing. Where in Latin America, not even just in Brazil, there's gradations of not white, right? And so we had that a bit, or we developed that a bit as you had immigrants coming in, the Irish and the Poles and the Scots and then the now South Asians, East Asians, different black folks. But Brazil has pretty much almost always had that gradation. All of Latin America, really, they started that early with them. With this kind of, with once again the redemption of ham type shit, where you get closer and closer, and you're more
color cast.
palatable. Yeah, the color cast. Where in America it was very strictly like, yeah, we see you. Exactly, one drop rule, which is like, then you get to even the quadroons. You get to people that look like Angela Rye, right?
Yeah.
Which she's still black woman. You could tell, you could hear it in her voice and everything. But with that, she would have been way closer, and it would have been very blatant in Latin America. Where in America, nah, bro. Like she still ain't passing enough. So yeah, and that does
Just a
affect
high yellow red bone.
Yeah, that's it.
But
And that's it. Go.
the only thing is, to me, is sooner or later all that has to change, because not only is the world going multipolar, but because of demographic changes. Because okay, you notice, you have people moving from very affluent countries to basically the global south. Why? Because not only the money stretched longer, but they even the okay. So we're losing, the dollar's losing its value, right? You have Americans going all over the world. You have Europeans going all over the world because, well, Europe is in shambles. And then sooner or later, with the mass migration of poor people going to rich countries and rich people from rich countries leaving their country to go to the global south, sooner or later, with admixture is going to be at an advanced level. And sooner or later, hey, not only is it going to be multipolar, it's
You
also
need
going to be
let
multiracial.
me say this. You need the next step in travel. You need the next step in high speed travel, and that's gonna blow the doors open. Like I was joking,
That's
kind
what.
of joking when I talked about instant transmission the other day, like on some Goku shit. But like, no, the next level of high speed travel is when you're gonna see that door get blown wide open on the admixture, and that's
To
all
me,
that's keeping. But here's the kicker, real quick. Then there's a catch to that. All that fire in the bush, you could give that up. Once that next level of high speed travel happens, and relatively cheap too, it can be $1 billion to travel to China, right? But once you get that, within 5 minutes you in China, within 10 seconds or whatever, however fast the shit is, right? Once you get that, there will be no fire in the bush. It's over.
Sure.
So that's the catch, right? So yeah.
And well, it's also the language in Brazil too, because Brazil, it's not. It's well, it's geography
Portuguese.
and the language. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Instead
more
of
people are
Spanish,
learning
but yeah.
Chinese and English than people are learning Portuguese. So
Hey, Z, you got the Asian woman who's saying that she has done everything and that she doesn't find
I
anybody.
literally just deleted that to put all this shit on. I literally just deleted that a couple hours ago.
nah,
Yeah, the
you ain't
Middle
done
Eastern woman.
everything. You
Yeah,
ain't
Yeah,
done
yeah,
everything. You
yeah.
but
gonna
see,
have
that's
That
the
to
was
problem
giddy
with a
up,
lot of
boss
the.
babe.
Go ahead, Lion.
no,
But
go
that's
ahead,
the
Tony. Go
problem
ahead, go
with a
ahead.
lot of these women when just like KS said, when they did everything, then there's nothing new for you to do as a couple. When she already
Yeah,
been to Jamaica, it's no,
yeah.
she already knows what's going on. When she already been to, Paris, it's
hmm
there's no excitement. She already done everything with somebody else or by herself or with her girlfriends. So she already bought her car, she already bought a house. So what are we doing together to have a
Well, Tony, here's the issue with that. That's why they want such a luxurious situation from you. So women are running into this is why, Line says hypergamy doesn't care about women either. What ends up happening is but their own accomplishments and achievements are a plus, but it bites them in the ass because they want even more. Right? Let me play that clip again so that homegirl could tell everybody what it is. That's why I keep on playing it with the Eastern European
hey,
shit. There we go.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
The hypergamy trap. It's the hypergamy market cap trap. The more they earn, the more you need to earn. The more they earn, the more you need to earn. The taller they are, the taller you gotta be. The shorter they are, the taller you gotta be, which is some weird shit. But it's exponential. It never stops. It never slows down. It never. And by the way, okay, cool for an individual woman. But when you scale this, you have a societal problem.
Yeah,
It would have been.
they're
We
not looking for the
expected.
1%. They're looking for the 0.0.0.0.0.
You see what I'm saying?
1%.
Exactly.
Hey,
Exactly.
Z, you remember that CGA clip with that girl that says, "Hey, I've been to Africa, I've been to Asia, I've been to Europe, I've had enough." What else? You know that clip? That's the situation.
That's the one.
They
That's the
done
one.
all
Yeah,
that.
that's the one. That's the one that Tunnel Runner was. Yeah. No, so
Oh, that's
yeah,
the one.
but
Oh, okay.
wait. No, you know what Tunnel Runner? I think I know. You're not talking about the Middle Eastern girl. You're talking about the East Asian chick. This
I'm
one.
30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating.
That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Okay, let me play it. Then we'll go over it. Okay, my bad, Ben. Okay, let me play this.
I'm 30 years old and I couldn't be more uninterested in marriage and dating. I've done so much on my own that I'm genuinely unimpressed by the population of men that we have to date. I have not met one person that has made my life significantly easier because I firmly believe that when you get into a partnership with a man, a woman never benefits. I did the move in with a guy thing and I like daydreamed about it my entire life and I didn't. I was like, ew, like this is literally like free labor and also like free ass work. The thing is for me, I'm hyper independent. Like I have literally lived in 5 different cities by the time I was 30 and I moved every single time by myself. I also bought a place when I was 25, a mortgage on my own. I know how to do electrical work. I know how to patch drywall. Like as long as I have a YouTube video, I'm good. I own my own business. I set up an LLC. I'm literally doing all these things. And when a man is literally trying to pen pal with me just to be casual, like it gives me the ick because like, what the fuck? Like what do you have to offer? Oh, you pay for my dinner? Oh, you pay for my drinks? You pay for my trip? Okay, like I can do that myself. The appeal is not there. Unless a man is truly making my life significantly easier, I would rather be single than be in bad company.
And Z, that's when you follow that clip up with Ed's clip where you're the man you're looking for.
Damn it, I don't have it up right now. But it is, and that is what Scott Galloway said to A. Marie. That's low key what he said to her, and it's exactly what you say, compassion. And so what ends up happening is now men are a luxury item. So believe the women when they say, "I don't need a man, I want a man." They do need a man, but okay, fine. You want, wait. Now, go ahead.
Mr. Z, I have to say this before I forget. Somebody named Black did a live stream yesterday, and guess what? It's mentioned. We don't owe you anything. Something you've been saying for the past.
Hey, I'm just saying. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
I'm glad Ben said that because Z, he taking his relationship framework from you when he's talking. He's taking it directly.
If he remembers who I am, then I don't really have a problem too much. But I mean, I would tell him to shout me out, but I don't know if I really want to shout out for real.
No, fuck that. He said we a bunch of incels and all.
Yeah.
He just need to like the stream, dog.
Yeah, right. Some of y'all know who we talking about. Some of y'all know who we talking about. But yeah. If you think you know who we talking about, then you're right. But listen, bro, and you can act compassionate. It's been going on for at least a couple months. I'm like, nigga, did he mentioned that? But I just put that in my. Wait a minute.
I mean, but here's my response to that. This is my response to that chick. I'm like, ma'am, one, men don't owe you nothing, and the men who are involving themselves are involving themselves with you, or coming to the conclusion like, well, the only thing you can offer me is pussy. Like I don't need anything else from you.
Let me say this: change Rogers. It's not Jet Black, but you're real close with the name. I'll leave it at that. I ain't gonna say that much more. It ain't Jet Black. You close as hell though. You about as close as you can get with the name. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Go ahead.
Flex don't be the flex they thinking it is.
Yeah.
Basically saying you basically bragging about I'm not a burden. I'm not a burden because I've done everything that you could do for me to men. And men like, okay, we graze over you to the other chick then.
Yeah.
Not the flex you think it is, sweetheart.
The crazy part.
Drywall, you think that's a flex? Well, okay.
The best thing, I think the best way to put it is what the women are saying now is, I can afford my own Audi A4, my own Tesla Model 3, my own BMW 3 Series, my own what else? Benz C Class, my own. So now I can't date a man who can't get me that S560 Maybach. I can't date the man who can't get me the Tesla Model S Plaid. I can't date the man who can't get me the Porsche Taycan or Panamera. And definitely can't marry him, right? So that's where we are now, where what a man is the person that's supposed to add the extra. You're a
Yeah, you're
status
supposed
symbol
to
now to them.
razzle dazzle her.
Z,
You supposed
but you don't.
not just
But
get her a
Yes.
quality car or a
Yeah.
car that's even double better than her. It has to be the highest, the most extreme, because she already
Exactly.
did all this stuff. So you have to
Yeah.
really,
Yep.
really blow her mind.
Yep.
And the only way you're gonna do that is you're a billionaire.
yeah, but I mean,
Millionaire's not even, you just barely doing something.
Here's the
she's,
next tell you, man. If I close
she's
my eyes
essentially
and
telling
listen
you
and change the
though.
voice, I'm thinking it's Mr. Z talking when I listen to that stream.
But she's essentially telling you how much he failed at hypergamy. I'm like, all right, so you've been to 5 cities, you ain't met nobody, or maybe you did, and maybe though, because she's only telling you about the men she didn't want. She's not telling you about the man she did. Because I refuse to believe you was in 5 cities and you didn't meet the man you want, and that man just didn't want you, or maybe you were the other woman and you had no choice but to move.
The thing I think is the proper solution, one of many, is let them multiply everything by 1.
Wait. I have to congratulate Lion on shocking a certain someone with the word hypergamous failure, the other
Yeah, I
day.
saw it. I saw
Even though,
it.
Yeah, I saw that Lion. Go ahead,
Don't be
Lion.
complimenting Lion. Don't be complimenting Lion on my channel. This nigga ain't nobody. This nigga ain't nobody. No, fuck that.
You
No,
owe me
look.
this moment because you tried to play New York natives, nigga. You gonna
Look. Ain't nobody getting no compliments on this channel. Not KMS, not Lion, not nobody, not the Roger Report. We hate all 2026. Shout out to Sister Z. Like I want to say it was what was that 2023? I don't know.
Yeah.
I was at the house. I was chilling with my sister, and she said something. She said, "I'm gonna go tell mom." And now we grown as fuck, y'all. And she was like, "I'm snitching all 2023," and I thought that was the funniest shit I ever heard, bro. She said, "I'm snitching all 2023."
I'm snitching all year.
That shit was hysterical. So I'm hating all 2026. That's what we're doing. No, I'm playing though. But I said that too, though. Like I said that. I was like, damn, Line got it out there. So. Don't be surprised, Line, if you start hearing that phrase go as it should. And I saw Indigo say in the comments, field piece.
And I'm
Indigo, that field piece, I don't know if you want that out there because everybody's gonna be. That one is quick and easy and right to the point too. Field piece is a good one, but there's a lot of people hiding their bullshit ass feelings behind these quote unquote think pieces. And bitch, that ain't a think piece. That's a field piece that you backed up with some bullshit pseudo sites.
It's even worse. And here's the other way of looking at it: unresolved feelings.
Wait, say it again. Unresolved feelings.
Yeah.
No,
trying to, they're trying to paint it a different color, but it's still essentially what it is. You're trying to call it something that is not what it is.
You said failure, I think. Go ahead, Betty.
Well, I think this whole thing is akin to voluntary ruination, because when you look at it, it's really interesting that the women who theoretically should be the most free, the most liberated in terms of being able to choose who they want to be with, are the ones who are the most locked out. And, like Lion said, hypergamous failure, so on and so forth. But from a logical perspective, if you already got the money, if you already got the sustenance, if you already got the tangibles, you are the most free because you really are in a position to really pair and marry for love. You don't got none of the other bullshit to worry about. And it's those who seem to be failing the worst at this thing. And it doesn't make a lick of goddamn sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, Betty. I didn't even want you to get to the period. It makes perfect sense because now it's not about finding the person that you could air quotes build with. What it's now about is about the person being a luxury item. It's commodification of the opposite sex. It's commodification of men.
Well, make it hurt.
Go.
They don't have the capacity for love anymore. Now it's just materialism. She's in a position now, like she's a conspicuous, consuming, negative libertarian.
And and you're part of the product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it becomes why it becomes essentially like a pairing of accessories. Like what dating and what even like relationship goals is the hustle couple and the
relationship goals bullshit.
Right. That's the dual CEO couple, entrepreneur couple is just pairing of accessories. It's no context for which I hate to be saying, like the fact that the men are now the bastions, the harbors of romance and the concepts of like traditional love is pathetic. And it really shows how far we've fallen now that like even in the real
no compassionate fuck that. Don't be ashamed that we're the ones that do romance. Fuck them. If we're the more humane ones, then let it be that. Yes. Let it be that. And pin they no, I don't mean no pun on this. Pin they ass to the wall that no, we're the ones that are romantics. We're the ones with the heart. Y'all are just the tools of the elites.
You know what? To piggyback off that, is actually and then own the romantic shit. So I'm like, if you could get romance out of a man, what's your problem? If we're the most romantic ones, so the most romantic man just fucked you and left?
You know what you're saying? Okay, which one of the ostriches is the ones with the fucking nice design on their feathers and all that other shit? Which one?
Peacock.
Oh, the peacock.
No, peacocks. Sorry, peacocks. Which one of the peacocks? Is it the male or the female? I thought it was the ostrich. Sorry, mistaken one for one. Thank you.
I think it's
so. And quite frankly, that's what men still do. Women think they're the ones doing it because of the clothes. No, dumbass. We're the ones doing it through action. Fuck just the clothes. Who's the one with the song talking about I'll cater to you? Y'all heard one song from Beyonce and Destiny's Child and y'all thought y'all was saying something. Shut the fuck up. We're the ones singing that in the 90s while y'all telling us waiting to excel, dumb bitch. Right? So I'm saying all of that for a reason. I'm saying we're the romantic. We are the ones, we are the peacocks. Rightfully and wrongfully. The reason why we're the ones with the interracial marriage, what the fuck, and they're not, is because we know how to perform. And I don't mean just perform in a shallow way, right? I'm saying we're the ones who perform. We're the ones who fully appreciate what it means to be oh my God, I gotta say the word, partner. They don't want to be partners. They don't fucking mean that shit. They say that because they think partner alleviates them from playing the role of a wife. We know how to actually be a husband and a partner. We weren't molded as they think we're molded by elite white men and their hyper capitalist notions of white patriarchal family and nuclear family, whatever the fuck. No, y'all have been molded by that way more. That's why y'all the ones keep on talking that money shit.
Exactly. It's a projection. They're molded by white, petite bourgeoisie white women. Like y'all are the ones that are molded and moving and living vicariously through them. Like the men.
That's why y'all are the ones that filed for divorce. I bring up that goddamn TYT marriage thing that Anna Kasparian was talking about. I bring that up at least 2-3 times a month, more than that, more probably, to emphasize that the reason why the marriage rate is what it is because of the fucking women. 26% of poor Americans, 39% of middle class. 26% of poor. 36% of working class, and then 56% of middle class and above Americans are married. And the divorce rate is similar. Who's getting divorced and dependent on class follows a similar track. It's the fucking women.
Yeah, because see, a lot of these women, they just want to show off. They want to show you off. You are there for their girlfriends to say, oh, he's a doctor, he's a lawyer, he has this car. That's what you are there for. You're not there to be loved or to be appreciated. You're there so they can show you off. And if they can't show you off, then you're no good to them.
I expect that from a certain, real quick, better give me 20 seconds. I expect that from a certain class of women. The elite women were always going to be on that type of time. The women that were a step below them were always going to be on that type of time. The problem is you have working class on up. Maybe the poor women can't really engage in that. That's why they're the ones having the kids, even though they mainly having them out of wedlock, including some of your more and more of your white women and obviously your Latinas. But when you get to working class and up, and they thinking like that, that's when you have a fucking problem. What did Base Camp tell us? Over the 50% income line is when you only have 1.3 children per woman for Black people. And if they are to be believed, that means those of us who we're not drowning, and over the 50% income line is about $45,000 a year. We're not drowning, but we are working to maintain our life. The women in our class are saying that ain't good enough. So they'll have a oops baby from whoever the fuck, but marriage is on a whole different type of time because they don't want to play that fucking role. And I'm sorry, y'all, because I keep on going on tangents. Go ahead. I'm sorry, whoever I cut off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just saying.
I'm sorry, Benny. You go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just one quick point. Like, I really feel that I kind of hate to go here because it's a little bit of respectability politics, but the way in terms of romance, how you've seen that decline, and you've also seen the glorification. Everybody calls it different things, but like, for lack of a better term, pussy rap. I think that shit is heavily connected. Like, if you had a song like Tip Drill come out today instead of when it did, that motherfucker be diamond.
Yeah, no, but you're saying there is something to be said about the milieu we're living in affecting our entertainment. And we always had like some type of pussy popping music going back all the way back, right? So that's not as big of an issue as some of the respectable Negroes would like to see. I would argue what you're saying is more of the issue. What environment are we creating where the young folks aren't singing to each other about how much they love each other? Yeah, what have we recreated where Black people of all people are not singing about that? What they singing about is, and for all of us that ever seen the parodies of people that say, oh, when you're in the club and you're sober, and it's like, my pussy, my pussy, my pussy, or like, dick, right? Dick, balls, violence, 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 right? Like, and it's like, when you're sober in the club. So that's the music that's coming out. And let's be clear, like, I'm a millennial, I'm damn near 40. So we had that. But growing up, what we also had a lot of, and it was on mainstream radio, was all the Drew Hills and the Babyface and the R. Kellys and the Jagged Edge, right? And the Avant and all of them, exactly. Go ahead.
In terms of music, I think it's a case of art imitating life. I think oftentimes art does imitate life. It's not life imitating art that the music is influencing the women. The music is coming out from the women from a real life. Because what the millions of clips you got, Z, of even women being kind of extreme on the extreme side of a misandrist, or just a woman that objectifies men. That's life. That's not art. Yes. These women on TikTok aren't. They're making video journals. Yeah. These are their actual perspectives. So go ahead.
So I want to caveat that because I don't completely disagree, but I would simply say this. For the most part, like 90% of the time, I agree. Art is a reflection of your actual circumstances in life. However, I do believe, especially with all the things that have come to light and been declassified with the U.S. government, I do believe a lot of shit gets planted.
No,
and a lot of shit gets planted with a political agenda.
It's absolutely a feedback loop. I mean, even if the art is imitating life, that art then influences, a teenager or anybody who listens to it that then motivates some shit in life. So it's definitely a feedback loop. But I think, your art just tells you where the people are in that era.
Exactly.
When we take a snapshot back, that's what music and art is so great and crucial element of human existence, is because it gives you a snapshot of where people were culturally, what were they thinking about, because it was a feedback loop. And when you look 20 years from now, when we look back to this era and it was a bunch of violence type of music.
You know what clip I'm talking about, yeah.
Exactly. That will be that kind of tells you where we've been at. When you hear Megan Thee Stallion 20 years from now, that'll definitely be a snapshot of where we were in 2025. You know what I'm saying? Relationally.
I remember listening to real quick. What was I watching? And one of the rappers said, we would enter the game telling you how we struggled and telling you how we got here, and like you would slowly see us develop all the look at me jewelry and the cars and whatever. And then he was like, but these new rappers are walking in the game with the diamonds and the whatever. Now clearly it is cribs all over again. And then we find out when the rappers get caught up, or when they're having moments of honesty, that all of that is play money, all that's the label's money, all that's the label with the jewelry and getting it melted and remelted and whatnot. But they're walking in the door with the ooh, look at me. And Tyler, what you were saying, compassionate business, we could spin that on. What you have is, sorry for all my capitalist heads, Mr. Ziga, I'm going to have his lefty back real quick. What you have are capitalists using the music to subdue the young folks from revolution. To be fair, yes. they took your art form and then sold you consumerism with the shit.
Yes.
Right? And what that did was keep you off of their ass and keep you chasing after the shiny thing in the sky. Right. So I'm gonna say.
You know I'm gonna say it. The Powell memo. It's a red thread from the Powell memo to how
literally
started to use that tactic wholesale in every industry. How to weaponize every industry to turn the consumers into, maneuver.
Pause for the cause, compassionate, because I want you to finish with that. But I want to emphasize what you're saying right now. There is nothing sacred.
No.
There is nothing sacred. Your kid's mind ain't sacred. Your woman ain't sacred. You not sacred. Your fucking dog ain't sacred. The car ain't sacred. The job ain't sacred. Church ain't sacred. Your goddamn deity ain't sacred. Ain't nothing you think. The water ain't sacred. Right? Yeah. Marvin Gaye was talking about mercury in the fish. Ain't nothing. There's nothing that they don't think about commodifying. Nothing they don't think about using as a manipulation tool to you. Go ahead, Leon, and then we gotta have compassion again. Go ahead.
All right, so I've been reading on Marxism and how you can formulate it and other things. Okay, the fight against free labor for women. Me and Mr. BGS talks about this because they won't publish this type of work, how it breaks down matrilineal lines. So if you give women welfare, they took it, but what they didn't talk about, which is what me and BGS talks about, because me and my grandmothers have talked about this. When you give women access to welfare, that is giving them a tool and an object that they can utilize. But what it does is, instead of negotiating with your grandma, you say, fuck her, and you go to your welfare office. You cry about free labor and all that kind of stuff, right? Then you get daycares. But what it does is it breaks down community lines. There's a truck going past me. So as you continue down the Marxist free market ideas of free labor and it breaking down, what it does is free labor at face value, you think you're doing it for your own individual self, but you're actually not. Because historically, women produce free labor for children, teenagers, and for their men. And what they were presented with later is likely that they lived the longest, meaning their kids took care of them into old age. But then again, you produce old people homes, you produce welfare housing, food, jobs, and that accelerates the non-necessity of your elders to tell you what to do. And so what this says, when matriarchs lose the cultural legitimacy to call women into reciprocal free labor, the community doesn't become liberated, it becomes hollowed out. Everyone turns into individuals. Man seeks smaller groups and self-isolate.
Individuals and a commodity.
Mm-hmm. Families fragment into isolated units. Men retreat into individual and nihilism behavior. Children are raised by institutions, screen, and ideologues. The state and the market replaces the community. Yeah, but poorly. Oh, okay, so I get it. The state and the market replaces the community, but poorly, because you can't if you don't have money for the market, you can't utilize the market because the market isn't free. So free labor has historically been reciprocated later into women's lives. And so this is when I say, when you give women something, and if I'm cultivating vegetables but I don't have meat, but these people have meat and vegetables, they have a one up on me. And so I always say that women aren't loyal because they're not loyal. If they have an opportunity to rise up to the middle class, then their new level of existence is the middle class. They've never been loyal. It's like, Z, you never heard me say, ladies, if we take this America, we're gonna have to murder a lot of people. We're gonna have to do all this. We're gonna have to do all that. That's not. I never say that. I ask the ladies, hey, what happens if I fail? And the room goes quiet. And I was like, does that mean that I'm not man enough? And the answer is yes. You were the wrong man for the task. Your homies were the wrong man for the task. They do not care. They never did. You're an object to accelerate their class situation. Like I said, when they said Black Americans can assimilate and get out of desegregation, what does that mean? That literally means assimilate to being next to white people and assimilate to being white. That's the end goal, to be equal to white people. But when women hear it, this is their opportunity to actually date more white men, get into these positions to be closer to this guy. So if you give women more power and you say, hey, we're going to give you more education, they're going to go after it more aggressive than guys are, because it puts them in proximity to higher class guys. It just is what it is. They're not loyal. They're not racially loyal. Nowhere in history do you find women being racially loyal unless they still have men within their community that they gave free labor to, and her warrior kids got killed, and now she wants to go and kill those people because she can. Otherwise, they're not loyal. And the more the free labor breaks down, they're destroying themselves internally anyway, because it reverts back to them when they get older. My aunties, your great aunts, who did they take care of? Your grandmas, your great aunts. Now you see all these women talking about the market needs to take care of us in the old age. Bitch, fuck you.
Let me ask Leon this. Leon, what happens when you're dealing with working class, working poor, lower middle class women, mainly Black women, but women, and their physical body and their life says working class, but their aspirations and their dreams are in what they're consuming is nothing but not even middle class, but luxury life. What happens then?
Mouse utopia.
Yeah. And there you go.
I mean, all that aspirational stuff is just a distraction for the fact that they're really a loser anyway.
Well, yeah, it leads to them looking to the market to determine their outcome or influence the guys to do more. And if they can't get physical access to the environments that protect them and give them more, they'll go after the most physically fit individual. And that's why I always say, like,
what did you say about the Black community just now, Leon? Go ahead.
Well, all women do it. So if you have let's be clear. If a guy can make $50,000, Pookie can be trained to make $50,000, but he has a 10-inch dick. And that guy has a 4-inch dick. But he makes $50,000. But Pookie, I can work with him while he's beating the guts in, and I can figure out how to get this guy a CDL. Then he's automatically better than you. Not only that, you're not going to punch him in the face. Not only that, he might take your chick. But then it balances out again. And so you're a bookworm. You can't do nothing but be a bookworm. He's physically masculine. He can read, some Hotep. He can read some science. He can take a few tests, get a certification. He's better than you physically. So you see Rome, all those bookworms, who did they fall to? The Goths. The women of Rome started having relationships with the Goths.
That's a fact.
Egyptian women,
That's a fact.
Egyptian women started having sex with the Romans.
Fact.
Arab women started having sex. German, Irish women wanted to be equal to the Brits, the British women, and the Queen came down and said, "Y'all sit your ass down." Guess what?
And the French women were fucking the German men. Yeah, all of that.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to explain. They're loyal to the extent that they don't have access to something else, and they're loyal to the confines of their matriarch and the influence that she provides for the moral fabric of the community, because it's supposed to turn back around and go in a circle where you take care of your elders into their old age. But now, like I said, these women don't have kids. They have no one to lean on.
No, Leon, I mean, just in short, women, and that's what, I mean, the red pill, I guess, teaches you very early, to at least from my point of view, women are practical creatures. Dostoevsky said it best, from the Gulag. They're practical creatures, and if you give them surplus, the practical thing to do when I got plenty is try to get more. They don't have the capacity or abstract loyalty that you speaking about, that we as men all understand, like in our bones. That's a hindrance, practically speaking. If surviving and thriving is your ultimate goal, most ruthless pragmatic way to get to that is abstract loyalty. Being loyal to things is not useful. Being hyper flexible and willing to jump to the next, being a French woman willing to fuck Nazis to survive and thrive is a lot more practical. So men have to accept that out the gate. And like you said, I mean, I'm not sure how you have a society where men accept that out the gate, because I don't know if men have ever had to accept that necessarily. I mean, maybe medieval times before chivalry was invented and shit, men didn't believe that. But yeah, women are practical creatures. They're gonna do what gives them the best outcome, especially in the short term.
I mean, to add on to that, like, people in a lot of respects, when it comes to the decisions they make, are a lot like water. People are generally going to choose the path of least resistance, to stand up, to quote unquote have integrity and morals in the face of opposition. That is something difficult, because more often than not, the easier path is to just keep going and go along with whatever the bullshit is.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, we have heroes that go up against all odds and adversity and are loyal to their band of brothers in spite of, imminent demise and all these, honorable ideas. That's not female nature.
No. I mean, go into it better. You just did. Didn't we just hear that from the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney? Isn't that what he just did? That's literally, he just said that shit. We can't keep up the bullshit no more. The U.S. is acting kind of unhinged. It was bullshit from the beginning. We all knew it, but we all kind of benefited from it, following behind the U.S. And now the U.S. acting on some shit. And unless you want to be bullied and have to kiss the ring or be out here in the wilderness by yourself, we should band together. Go into what Barry you was saying. So like what we're dealing with is it's not just the women, y'all. It's a complete shift. The women are just there because, as Rogus said one time, they belong to the mainframe. They belong to the mainframe. The women are just here, and they gonna go in any direction. The women will, if Megatron is winning, they go with Megatron. If Optimus Prime is winning, they go with Optimus Prime. They're amoral as fuck. Going to what Compassion was saying about pragmatism. Yeah, amoral pragmatism.
Yeah. Because amoral pragmatism more efficient.
Yeah.
Especially from their position, they're not men. They don't have that physical advantage in the environment, so it's more efficient.
Yep. And so that's what we deal with. But I think what ends up hurting men, and especially young men, is young men usually have to get burned first before they realize you're dealing with someone who's actually not more moral than you thought. They're not actually as soft as you thought. They're not actually they're not as ignorant as you thought. And I think that gets men caught up, but especially young men who come out here and think the women are far more innocent and naive than she actually is. Right? And so that's what we're dealing with now. And what I love about the internet and social media and kind of these conversations is you're seeing that in real time. Appreciate we're weaving a narrative here, and we're using geopolitics, domestic and national politics. We're talking about the economy, and we're tying that all together to explain what we're living. That ain't what, bro. I'm telling you, I'm all over these channels. As a matter of fact, I listened to Manifesto this morning. Them hoes ain't talking about none of that shit. Quick tangent. Manifesto over here talking about, and she kind of did her own version of what Passport OG covered about a month ago or so, with the men are really the reason why it's difficult to have children after a certain age, and essentially all her shit came down to hurt the men's feelings too. They're more likely to have children that are have some health condition or whatever. Hurt their and she didn't say those words, but if you listen long enough, all you heard was, "Could we hurt the men's feelings too, please?" Yeah. And that's all it. Why don't we ever talk about the men not having children that are that have issues and all? That's what it came down to, right? Go ahead, better or whoever else.
No, I mean this kind of hard to listen to because she's sugar and spice and everything nice, and she one ingredient away from being a Powerpuff Girl, man.
Right? You see, I'm just saying. For real, no. And I listen to these people, and like I said, we have this conversation, and even on my channel, we use that as a way to say, like, y'all see what's coming down the pike, right? All right. That's not what type of time they're on. They're about pointing and laughing. But remember when we found, and in somebody's background, I'm getting some feedback, heavy. But
That's
yeah,
fine.
when we got when we found out, supposedly black men are costing the US $50 billion, it was a point to make fun of from a lot of black women, at least online, right? But when we found out how many black women are being evicted, how many of us made fun of that? Like, we appreciate this is probably due to your own making, but it wasn't something to necessarily make fun of. Because as black men, especially you could appreciate how precarious your life is. You could be up tomorrow and down. You could be up today and down tomorrow. But they made fun of it because it's not real today. It's just something to make fun of. Because if you were kissing her ass, then, like, I don't know how this is supposed to work. If you were kissing her ass, maybe you wouldn't be part of the black men that are costing the US $50 billion. It's just some weird sexist shit that doesn't go checked when it's women exhibiting it. It's understandable because in their mind, millennial of sexism and misogyny, so it's okay that we shit on men, and in our case, black men. And black women aren't honest with anyone. They think it's okay to shit on black men because you're the reason for slavery. Ooh, goddamn! I'm just saying. They very few of them actually got the ovaries to say it, but
I mean, when
right?
you realize you're dealing with a group of, this is late stage capitalism generation of women. Unfortunate for them. Like their worldview is very unserious because they've been in such a soft environment relative to the real stomped down reality of life. Like, so these women don't really have they don't have a practice level of seriousness to approach even what's coming to a screeching halt. All this shit crashing in all at one administration and shit all at once. They don't really have the syntax or the orientation. These aren't like our great grandmothers who were like tilling the earth and like what Black Uru would talk about, like really women that was working hard and had
literally farming on a plantation, even damn near 70 years after slavery, 80 years.
They had very little delusions of grandeur. They were not really living vicariously through some celebrity bitch. It was they were in it. These women these bitches we interacting with are fucking like they are part of the mainframe. They have no seriousness. Like Kim, the Harvard chick.
Yeah.
Like, to go to Harvard and this is what you, because she ain't really putting two and two together for real, or her rhetoric would be so fallacious and bullshitty. And she went.
So you saying Vince is right? You saying Vince is right? She ain't that smart. Because every time I say something about her, Vince be like, she ain't that smart.
I don't think it's intelligence because the bitch went to Harvard. Let's cut the bullshit. It's not intelligence. She'd probably do better on a test than all of us. It's not intelligence. It's what I'm saying. She's still a product of a very
of the environment.
Yeah, unserious generation of women that ain't really ever had to deal with shit. For
Say
real.
that. Yeah.
So they plan up until these bitches are waking up in their car homeless and shit. And maybe
I don't think it's a coincidence.
But
I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of them have gotten kind of quiet. I wonder what they're doing in the background, behind the scenes. There could be, career stuff, traveling, whatever the fuck. True. But
no, it's one reality, Z. It's one reality. Yeah. It's not multiple realities. Fuck all that stand theory shit. It's one reality. The dollar is all. We all affected by the same economy. Ain't no rich people like so. No.
Hey, compassionate said, "Stop being nice, nigga. Stop being nice."
I want to kind of clear something up.
Go.
Y'all have to get that. Okay, morals and values is for you to make sure that your kids make it into the future. Everything else is community-based, state-based, government-based. Your morals and values, your first morals and values as a man is just to simply make sure your children make it to adulthood and have a potential to make another clone of you. Okay, this is the difference. Women don't have morals and values. That's what I'm trying to explain. Their morals and values is governed by their matrilineal side of women. So if before you just give everything to the free market, I don't fetishize women at all. Guess what? Before 1930, they were writing papers on their inability to work in the brothels because they're too black. And they're forced to pick green beans and shit, okay? I'm too dark to work in the brothel, so they have me picking green beans and wiping old white guys' asses and shit, okay? They wanted to work in the brothels because they understand that the soldiers and white governors and congressmen pay them, and they see this black woman, they see 30 mulatto, brown, hypermix, whatever you want to call them, black women that are practically fucking millionaires off selling pussy. Okay? And then you got to be the guy
Pause
with one light-skinned baby.
Pause real quick, because Tariq Nasheed covered one of them. What was her name? The family of the man sued.
She's from Louisiana.
The family of the man sued for the money. You know what? Yeah. I think you know what story I'm talking about too. What is her name? Oh man, god damn it!
I know her name. I can't think of it.
Yeah. I can't think of it either. Yeah,
check it out.
Go ahead.
Can I get 15 seconds, Leon?
When? Oh, I'm at work. When
you was long, you gotta go on a whole another 6-minute mission, bro.
No. I'm not.
Let's do that. Go ahead, Leon. Land with that, and then whoever that was, let me that asked. And Zulu said, "Let me get in them." But go ahead, Leon. Go ahead, land with that.
When you're communal, it's free labor, guys, for women. Once you fight against free labor, which is the 50%. Okay, we're the center of the community. Women do the free labor to make the community go forward.
Hannah Elias, Leon, my bad. Hannah Elias, I knew it. Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You take away the free labor, and you're able to do something slightly different. The matrilineal side doesn't have any power to enforce ideas on you. Now you have your 5 friends. One's a prostitute, one's a banker, one's a gigolo, one's this, and you got your 2 gay black friends, and their opinions override your grandmas and your great aunties because they can't hold you to any standard because you have access to this or this. So that's how you break it down, and that's why women are doing this shit. Your grandma has no control over any of her granddaughters' social beliefs. She can't discipline them. She can't do shit.
That is facts.
So
They don't have morals. They're governed by what they're able to do in their community and what they have access to. That's it. There's no women don't have morals.
Yeah, I've been
So
saying that shit.
Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Better you, and then you guys, Zulu. Go ahead.
To sum up what you just said, Leon, there's a girl on the phone with a sheik in Dubai right now saying, "You gonna pay me how much to shit on me?"
Yeah.
I'm muted, but I'm laughing my ass off right back here.
No. That's the point. And she has a grandma, an auntie, a cousin, a dad that's seen her online popping her pussy. They can't do shit.
Yeah.
She just put $50,000 in her pocket. What they gonna do?
Yeah, that. Because I saw exactly where you was going, and when I was like 15 seconds, I was like, "Hey." But yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, bro.
Yeah, I know y'all kill. Just know y'all kill Leon with that whole spiel. You know you're killing the whole notion of why men shouldn't get married, right?
I mean, so I do have a question, right? For the fellas that do kind of understand this quote unquote set of knowledge or whatever, ain't it better to kind of move like a woman at this point in time? Because shouldn't you really quote unquote go to the best option? Is the best option really here though, bro?
Well, no, I mean, the note accepting what we're speaking about, that they amoral, pragmatists, and essentially practical creatures, especially compared to us with all our constructs of honor and shit. No, the way you reconcile that is just accept you just be utilitarian in terms of you make sure you get some value out of the relationship in terms of when you invest time and energy into a woman. Don't expect loyalty like it's one of your homies. Because this bitch is hyper fluid. She can change on you at any moment. But just don't start from a false premise. Start from the proper premise. Okay, I'm dealing with a survival first creature. They don't really cut the concept to ask. They didn't evolve.
Let me give you the song. Let me give you the song, Compassionate. MMG, that's Ross, Wale, Meek Mills, and it was a white dude that was on the hook. They have a song called Play Your Part. I'm not talking about Yellow Beezy's Play Your Part. I'm talking about MMG, Rick Ross, and then Play Your Part. Y'all look that song up, and that's what Compassion is speaking about right now. Just make sure she play her part. Go ahead, Compassion.
Yeah.
Let me say that. Let me say the last part, Compassionate. I gotta go. Hey, your grandfathers, all our greatest grandfathers, found a way to bring home some bread and mayo, right? And when he got in, she had a whole pound of ham. And you had the ability to get mad and get frustrated and question her how she got that, or you noticed that you had mayo, bread, and a ham sandwich. Okay, you know how she got it, but is it really worth it?
Yeah, for me it is though.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Hence what Zulu said, move like a woman. I'm like, well, I got money too. I can buy my own damn sandwich, so I don't need you for the sandwich anymore. So what good are you?
Well, that's what I keep saying. Like,
but that's exactly what the women are on. That's the type of time they're on. That's exactly the type of time they're on.
Y'all let me finish. I was really trying to say it, right? Because if you're in a mercenary, quote unquote environment, necessarily, right, and you doing anything else other than moving like a mercenary, you about to get ate. That's how I've been. That's how I was really trying to say. That's why I changed my picture, because I usually had one other picture, but I had to go ahead and change it to the Uchiha picture, because you gotta well, how did he say? You know what I'm saying? I gotta bring you to reality, bro. This is wake up to reality, right? If you're dealing with quote unquote mercenary minded individuals, bro, and you doing anything other than being mercenary or cutthroat, you at a disadvantage, bro.
Not the genjutsu nigga. This nigga talking about genjutsu shit.
I would say it's be less move like a woman, and because remember, I think it's move more like a man has traditionally had to move. Because men traditionally didn't regard women as some safekeeper of secrets or somebody that you really supposed to expect some tremendous amount of loyalty. I think men of old, especially in the ancient times when it was really the reality of things was more stark.
The Stoics.
Death. They understood the nature of women and didn't regard. We matriarchal, so it's a shock that we finding out women really are amoral. They not like granny. They not are like the women we were taught to think of women as. In reality is women always been amoral pragmatists and essentially practical creatures and don't have the capacity for object.
But that goes to what Leon was saying. The environment is what kept that mercenary spirit in check. The environment and grandma kept that shit in check. what you had with the marketization of everything, it hit Black people hardest and the first, is obliterating all of that scaffolding in that family structure for the masses. Now, obviously, you have people who have their family structure intact, and that insulates them from some of the ravages of market-based ideology. But for the masses of us, the majority of us, including white folks, but definitely Black folks, Latinos also, depending on the ethnicity and background, but you know, you're asked out to the market, as Compassion would say, right? And so with that, the obliteration of the family and market ideology turns you into a mercenary, or it incentivizes you to be a mercenary, and you got to wake up every day and decide that there's something that matters to you more than that. There's some principles, some guiding light, some religion, some faith that you believe in that's bigger than you just being essentially Ayn Rand. That's essentially what the fuck we talking about.
What is Ayn Rand? I'm so sorry. I know that sounds.
Ayn Rand is the author. She was a Soviet citizen that moved to the U.S. He wrote was it Fountainhead? Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead. Yeah. But Atlas Shrugged is the book, right? Atlas Shrugged right there.
No, I read
gives you an idea of but Ayn Rand is the author of that, and her life was shambles too, by the way. So
and that marketization, it leaves the men don't have the apparatus of the family, and like patriarchy, for instance, it obliterates any traditional means in which men could build, structure around the chaotic, ruthlessly pragmatic female. And when they obliterated that, it leaves every individual man really with no institution to really corral or even do the traditional things that men traditionally did in the case they was dealing with mercenaries, because women have always been mercenaries ultimately. And men have been able to negotiate that by being build very rigid structures around them. But
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think that's kind of. I have a question, and it's just more of a theory, right? Like, have you ever heard of the show called The 3-Body Problem?
Yeah, that's my shit.
Yeah, right. All right. I think with the main character, I don't know if you've seen like the end of it, right? The main character was, I think, like Lo Fei or something like that, whatever, or Littlefinger, right? How did he beat the aliens, with the first set of aliens? Do you know?
Damn. See, I was reading the books, and it's a long ass epochs and shit. Yeah,
I know. I'm tell you, right?
Yeah, go ahead, say it. Yeah.
All right. So basically, in the 3-Body Problem, basically, if you cut my throat, I cut your throat, kind of thing, right? If you cut my throat, all right, cool, boy, I got something for you, right? And that's how you quote unquote really deal with mercenaries, right? And the problem is
mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, exactly, right. Simply saying, because the aliens base was like, oh, we're gonna come take your planet necessarily, but we're gonna kind of keep you in a stasis kind of pod where you can't really do nothing until we get there, right? So, old bro basically said, hey, if you try to take me out, I'm gonna take you out, and I'm gonna make sure some bigger aliens come take you out also. So, hey, bro, if I can't have my planet, you can't have my planet.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, right? The thing is, reality,
that's scorched earth, by the way.
You are unwilling to do that necessarily with women, right? And to really, I'm about to hate to be honest, to show dominance over these chicks, like, motherfucker, I will throw your ass in the ocean to make me go faster. And the reality is, until women understand like that kind of necessarily, I ain't gonna say fear, but necessarily collective understanding that you will quote unquote, see what I'm saying, throw a couple of them over the board or into the ocean. Why would you act right?
Yeah, it's the same reason. Like, it's the same reason, because you talking about the threat of violence, and it's the same reason the men like us on this panel can cooperate. We maintain a social contract. It's the same motivation, but that's off the table with modern women, which is like, to your point, what do we expect? That's always been on the table traditionally, from an ancient standpoint. It was, threat of violence was just as much on the table as it was for a male. The reason why men created the constructs of honor and a loyalty is because if you didn't act during the hunting party, you would have an accident if you was too much of a snake. So men wouldn't men learn not to do that because the threat of violence was always on the table. And
or if you're in a hunting party and you didn't act right, they'd leave you out there in the middle of them woods by yourself.
That's what I mean by accident.
It wouldn't be an accident. They just leave you, and you know that.
Leave you out there.
They leave you out there. They don't have to kill you. They just have to leave you out there by yourself.
And that's what I'm saying, because at this point, how I'm looking at this game, if you really wanted to fix this shit, you can only fix this shit by leaving, bro. Like realistically, when every time I do the math on my system, it keep coming. If you don't leave this motherfucker, this shit ain't gonna fix, bro.
It's gonna fix itself. You don't have to leave it. You just have to stop saying.
I'm leaving this shit.
Listen, it's already the correction has already started. It started during COVID. It's already started. Okay, we need people like Mr. Z to stop trying to save these hoes. That's all.
see, I keep telling you, trying to say these hoes, bro.
Trying to say what is Z want to put on the cape and get out there and fly off and say these hoes. All you got to do is not save them.
Every institution has a social worker. Z is our social worker, even though you're right. We gotta have somebody to have the entrance, orientation and the exit orientation, and that's Z.
You can't save them. That's how come I played that video about female homelessness. Okay, can't save them. You don't have the ability to.
I give the entrance interview and the exit, and Ed's the one who kick them out.
You don't have the ability to save them anymore. The United States don't have is cutting the safety net. You don't have the ability to save these people no more. And I'm trying to get guys, to stop trying to beat up on themselves about trying to make them act right. Let them go. Okay.
Yeah. I peep what you were trying to do. You're really trying to get guys prepared to not feel as sorry as you're gonna feel for a bunch of homeless hookers, because that's what we're gonna see.
Basically, I keep saying it. When I say this shit, y'all look at me like I'm crazy, though. But
that's why Pearl delivered that message when when they talk about feminism, right? And what Anna Kasparian said, traditionally the women didn't work and they got the kids and yada yada yada, and they couldn't take care of themselves, blah blah blah. So what are women supposed to do? They get a job like the men have to. Hold down ovaries, okay? And that's the whole thing. That's why they defeated the. Go back and look at the EPA, the ERA back in '76, right? Why did it fail? We didn't fail because the men didn't vote for it. It failed because the women didn't want it. Okay, because the thing took away their protections. They have to be equals.
I keep saying it, bro. Like, when you deal with mercenaries, you got to be mercenary.
Yeah. You know what did Batman say? I ain't got to
help you, but I ain't got to save you either.
I ain't got to save you either. Don't stop saving me. Okay?
He said, I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you. That hits harder.
Yeah. I ain't got to save you.
So I ain't got to save you.
What are they begging for now? Why this whole thing about not having enough men? You said you didn't want to get married, no way. Didn't you?
I got you, BGS. It'll take 20 seconds. This whole stream is really pinned on one video. It is funny as hell. Here we go.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes. I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
And she came to America with that.
Good for you.
Yeah. That's pretty much everything. Everything is right there.
Good for you. If you know what women want that. I don't care if you got 6 kids and 7 baby daddies. It doesn't matter. Okay. If you want a guy that's rich, making 7 figures, and you got to look a certain way. Okay. If you can get him, baby, I applaud you. I applaud you. You can get that guy. I applaud you. The thing is, how come you don't have him yet?
That's what I keep saying to folks, bro. Because if you say you want the dude that's like, okay, this, that, then cool, then girl, you should be able to get him, right? Then I mean, you really shouldn't be here talking to me how I always put it to him.
Yeah. I wanted Vanessa Williams when I was 21. That's what I didn't get.
Yeah, that's the term. And that is why I keep calling them hypergamous failures. Why are you over here on the internet talking about some dude you want? If you could get him, you would have had him already.
Yeah. You would have had him already.
I call it a temper tantrum.
You never hear from the women who got him. You never hear from those women.
Yeah, I get you for the facts.
Karen used to say it very nicely, okay? Okay.
You
No, you want this kind of guy. Okay. Have you met those kind of guys? Are you around those kind of guys? Okay. How come you haven't gotten one yet? You should tell them that all the time. They usually get frustrated. Okay, how come you didn't have how come I said you can do no better than the father of your children.
Oh, that
Hey,
Hey,
right.
make them mad. Yes,
BJ,
sir.
that 19-year-old Vanessa Williams, that chick was like something out of a fairy tale or something.
She was, but I met some like that. Okay.
that chick was crazy looking, man. She
Yeah,
was
yeah,
so
yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, she was gorgeous. Okay, yeah. In fact, I had a girlfriend had eyes just like her. But yeah, but
She looked like fried catfish.
I said what?
And now she looked like fried catfish.
Well, she better. I mean, get grief. She'd be the voodoo lady if she didn't. She's in her 60s. Okay.
Yeah,
But no,
like,
all this talk about I want this man, I want that man.
Everybody
None
can't
of
be.
y'all,
Everybody
never
can't
have.
be Angela Bassett.
Well, it takes a lot of work to get Angela Bassett looking like Angela Bassett. You don't get it twisted. Okay.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett has to work, so Angela Bassett has to look like Angela Bassett.
Yep.
It takes a lot of work to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, but Angela Bassett clearly has also been working along the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
she
she was always a particularly fit type woman.
Yeah, she was.
Like 20 years or something. Yeah.
It's called genes, luck, and a lot of work. Okay, to keep that up.
Man. Hypergamy failure.
We
good makeup. Okay.
We're not done yet, BGS and Black. Here you go again.
Would you be in a relationship with a guy who earns less than you?
No.
Why not?
Because it's just giving broke.
But let me ask you a question though. Are men and women equal?
Yeah.
So then why can you not accept a man that earns less than you?
It depends.
Ah, look at you.
Now.
Yeah, even in the UK.
Yeah, I would ask that. So are you in a relationship?
Nah. Nope.
And I'm like, I mean, that argument makes sense as long as you're making more than the average man. You better keep that shit up. Then if he asks you a question when you're making $25,000 a year, I mean, should it still be? Yeah.
There are some women who can demand their price. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now, most of them can't, but there are some women that can demand their price. I had no problem with that.
Mm-hmm. That's like 2% of women. But
yeah,
okay.
About that? Yeah, it is. You know, it is.
Like 2% of women can do that. The rest of these
are aspiring,
shaped ass women.
It's
PlayStation.
It's 5%. It's 8 and up, which is about 5 or 6% of the women can demand their demand.
I would give it a straight 10, but okay, maybe I'm looking at it.
If you're nice, you can say 10. If you're generous,
I would have said 10. But 10 out of the entire population, 10%.
Well,
here's go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
It's funny you say 10% because
go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
It's one thing to be able to get bought. It's one thing to get bought. It's a different thing to get kept. And while you'll see your 8s through 10s get bought, a lot of them get traded up pretty quick too.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's because they're not getting bought; they're getting rented.
Yeah, that's why. Well, okay, the thing that's why I did the pretty girl problem with 8, 9s, and 10s. They had that problem because they all like what's your name said. They always think there's another guy on the shelf. The good is not good enough.
Claudia Jordan. Yeah.
Claudia Jordan.
Yeah, that's Claudia Jordan to a T.
Yeah.
She thought she had time.
My daughter has gone through the exact same thing. We kept telling her in her teens and 20s, hey, you know what? I said, we kept telling her Pretty's gonna run out. You know, I see what you're doing. Pretty's gonna run out. Okay.
See, my issue,
Pretty's about to run out.
It's not because they try to the women try to frame it like it's a equally yoked thing, or it's like an economic assortative mating problem that like the women are making too much money more than the average man. It's not. It's a social contract problem. Like it's not about necessarily the women still aren't out earning the men on paper. Like fuck the rhetoric. Like it's a small percentage of women who make more than the average man who can demand their price. Sure, that's always the case, but that's a hyper minority. The reality is it's not necessarily an uneven yoke as far as money is concerned for the women. It's a social contract problem. They're trying to cut a deal that the men don't fucking want. Straight up.
I mean, this is red pill 101. You can go all the way back to 2010. They used to draw charts and shit like that. Okay, women want to marry up, men marry down. Okay, men don't care about socioeconomic things. Okay, they don't. Because like I said, a man, if she's appealing enough and he likes her enough, a guy could be a millionaire and marry a chick working in Denny's. Doesn't matter. So class doesn't necessarily matter to a guy as far as mating is concerned. See it all the time, but a woman that's a millionaire is not going to even look at a guy working at Denny's, no matter how good he looks.
So you mean mating, or do you mean marriage? I just want to kind of do you mean that in the same?
When I say mating and marriage, that's what I mean. Okay, she might have him for a spin, which is what I call concubinage. That's how come you here to get the millionaires or the rich chicks going down to Home Depot and picking up the young guys for a spin and then dropping them back off.
Okay. Because I was looking at some good. Okay, all right.
I don't know how you define unless you come down to find having raw sex as mating. Then do tricking as mating.
No. I was just necessarily how I was quote unquote just really looking at. I was like, I don't know if I was a millionaire, dude. I don't think I would take a girl from Denny though. Like, I'm
not saying you, okay? I'm not saying you, dude. Don't tell me that you ain't seen dudes, millionaire dudes, pick up chicks that with lower paying jobs and marrying them. You ain't seen that. You tell me you ain't seen that.
I don't know millionaires. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know a lot of them. You haven't seen it on TV. You ain't seen it. You ain't heard about it. It happens all the time.
Well, was married as a nanny.
His nanny, yeah. I mean, why you think Pretty Woman with Richard Gere?
Okay, I'm not fighting it. I'm not fighting y'all. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's definitely true.
Usually, if a woman was your tribe and had them right thighs and everything, you caught her out in the parking lot, you would not be giving a fuck.
I mean, you in Uganda, are you married? So you tell me, you going to Uganda? You going to the richest part of Uganda and looking for a chick?
Yes, I do. Because I'm looking for the class thing now. Because I know there are some
okay. There are some caveats. Wealthy men of a certain status and a certain motivation will not marry your Denny's girl. Some guy who has some political aspiration or some high corporate aspirations. He's not going to marry your Denny girl. But
that's true. Yeah. What I'm saying is that thing does exist. It doesn't exist the other way. Okay.
True.
No.
That's
Asian dude from Enron did knock up a white stripper chick and ran off with her. I'm just saying.
You sound like you're in Popeyes.
No, I'm Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. I'm not saying
Okay,
you're wearing
perfect.
Popeyes. I'm saying you sound like you're in Popeyes.
No, definitely not. No Popeyes today. No Popeyes. I haven't even eaten lunch actually. I haven't eaten nothing for lunch.
You sound like you're calling back from the counter in Mike is on the desk.
No, definitely not. No. We reckless right now, so that's why I'm
from the bathroom in Popeyes. This is the Mr. G show.
Definitely. We reckless, but we're not in the restroom. We ain't ducking off in the restroom.
I thought you was in the restroom, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
What we really looking at though is really like
he once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
What we really looking at though is like vicarious hypergamy. Like these bitches, most women aren't 8, 9s, or 10 who really can like scale the hierarchy to climb up.
You know what percentage of women are regular and below?
60%.
83% are regular and below.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly. That's why I say it's vicarious hypergamy. They're living through
and that's the term. That's what needs to be. emphasize. Go ahead, Compassion. Go ahead.
That's my point. It's not really like a problem. It's not like I'm expecting. We making the argument that we expect women to not be hypergamous, but be hypergamous within relative to your actual stature, not like the potential of Claudia Jordan. You living through and picking men by Claudia Jordan standards,
right?
Which is where that's why I say like the contract is broken.
Compassion, I gotta cut you off because that's where Ebony K. Williams come in. That's why you saw so many women invested in that. Would you date the bus driver? And this chick worked at a call center and she making $38,000 a year, or she worked at a firm and she making $43,000 a year. But she was so invested in that conversation because of what you said about Vicarious.
Ebony K. Williams was what? A bus driver.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's so funny about Ebony K. Ebony K is don't come from no
hypocrite
class shit.
Yeah,
she acting like she's a climber, and she pretending to be as snooty as a motherfucker. That's a real cut.
Wait, no. She is a climber. No, she is a climber, but she's pretending to be snooty. That second part you damn right.
Yeah.
But she is a climber. Yeah.
Stomp down 92 for real.
No, she's not. She's not a natural 92.
No, and she be playing that game and giving bad advice because she's a faker. She's pretending to be a snooty 92, but she's really not. That's why she can't get a man.
What did you say about real quick, Peaches? What did you say about her being from Alabama and she got a fake ass Valley Girl voice? I think that's what I heard. No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna say it, and I'm just gonna cut it deep. A real 92 don't have to go to the lab to have kids.
A real 92, and we got one who's raised real natural 92s as daughters. Okay, they teach them differently. When you're in college and you're around them guys, get your husband early. Don't wait till you're 50. Okay.
Exactly.
Who would tell you that?
If she was 92, she would have definitely, with her looks, she probably would have became an AKA, some shit like that. She'd have got married if she got married. 92.
Real 92s mamas ain't bus drivers. She better watch the fuck
out. And they teach them differently. Okay, the thing you can tell that she's not because of the stuff that you were doing. Okay, you'd have found your husband probably, if not in college, right after college, because those are the guys that you're around. You probably have met.
Now, if she was smart, she would have linked up with a girl in college, some pretty light-skinned, AKA in college, who was from the debutante set, and just went along with that program, and she could have probably hooked up with one of their brothers if she was smart.
She should be with Sarge Willie Pete. I'm sorry, Black Uru. I'm sorry, BTS. Ebony K. Williams need to be with a Sarge Willie Pete. That's who she was supposed to be.
Nah, but y'all got to remember her.
Sarge Willie Pete don't want to get married, but with somebody like that, you're right.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all got to remember her bio. She didn't go to college like a normal woman. She went to college at like 14 or some shit. She's socially awkward. So that's really what it is. She's a pretty socially awkward ass. She would be called a lame if she was a man. She's a lame because she went to college at like 14. She was one of those like super smart, graduated early type girls.
Yeah.
She wasn't even maneuver. Imagine a 14-year-old girl in college. She wasn't even.
She can't maneuver that environment.
She probably buckled down in the books and became a lawyer, and is low-key a socially awkward ass, lame ass woman who can't really get She's not good at relationships. Her identity is a fucking lawyer. That's her only identity.
But let's go through it. Okay, all right. You open that door. All right, Compassion. But all them hoes are. Have y'all heard Amanda Seals' old crazy ass thrown off ass?
They all
of them hoes are.
Amanda Seals is a 100-octane chick that didn't stick the landing.
There you go.
Because she had the opportunity to get them kind of guys. She just didn't stick the landing. But Amanda Seals is crazy.
Yeah, she's so.
No, but can I ask y'all a quick question?
No, she's not socially awkward. She's crazy.
But I've been running into a lot of more, let's say, Ugandan chicks that's kind of, let's say, upper echelon. They all start to kind of have this pattern of being socially awkward, though. That's what I'm starting to notice, at least in the country that I'm in, right? I'm starting to notice this is a pattern.
women.
Why do you think they want men to? Why do you think they want men with charisma and funny and all that shit?
Yeah, because they're not.
Let me say the term. Let me say the term. He has to develop personality and be likable. Bitch, you're socially awkward. What do you know about likable?
Basically, if you really want to do some deep diving in chicks, especially nowadays, okay, pick up their phone and see what they're listening to.
That's some funny stuff, BGS. I don't even think you realize what you said, but that was
no.
funny.
It's not meant to be funny.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but I definitely took the pun because I couldn't help it.
What about the current society would yield anything other than socially awkward females?
Exactly, it wouldn't.
Like,
that's a good question. Wait. Let Black Rule land with that. Let Black Rule land with that. Go ahead, Black.
When BGS and I were growing up, there were lots of social events, activities, clubs. It was very organized in a way in which for us to develop socially as individuals, but also as men and women together. You know, you Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Boys and Girls Clubs, you know, your YMCA, your YWCA. You had a lot of things that were organized in a way to socially develop us, again, as individual men and women, but then also in terms of a coupling thing. And then you had the Moose Lodge and the Elks Club and the Northern Stars. You had a lot of organizations. You had the fraternities or whatever. You had all these organizations that developed people socially, starting from the beginning. On the higher end of it, you had the Jack and Jill thing, for example. Almost none of that is any real sort of presence amongst Black people overall, except for maybe your churches. You know, you don't really have much of any sort of a community of social development amongst young Black people. So, of course, now Black men, because nobody gives anything to us, because we typically cannot trade on our looks or whatever, we are forced to in some way develop in some ways socially in terms of charm, game, humor, or whatever. So we're going to generally be more socially, in my view, we're probably going to be more socially adept than Black women, and to a large extent, a lot of other groups of people, because of the circumstances. We have to be more social to keep people off our ass. You know, we have to be more affable to stay out of trouble a lot of times.
No, because I'm noticing this when I go to like I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to say, though, going to what Black Rule was saying, so that's all the videos of the women, non-Black women, saying what they like about Black men. And yeah, they mentioned physique, but of course, but also what they mentioned is your personality. Like what's the Sadia Khan was saying, right? It's not the Asian men and the Arabs and whatever, and she's Middle Eastern. It's not that they wouldn't like to be with all these other chicks, it's that they're not desired in that same way. It's really white men and Black men that run the whole yard. To be fair, it's really white men and Black men.
And we got to remember, Black men are probably the most socially adept. Like we were saying, probably the most socially adept group of men on the planet, because we have to be.
Yeah, because life or death.
Not just because of race, but also because of our women. Okay.
Yeah, and
but go ahead. Go ahead.
How do you explain how candid Sadia Khan was about sort of celebrating Black men the way she did? What was that about?
Somebody asked her a question, because she's a high level. Yeah, it's Nick Cannon, but she's also a high level. What is it?
Courtesan.
She's a courtesan, which is basically a side chick. Okay, this courtesan is basically a high level side chick.
Oh no, I found it to be quite. I thought she was so candid and so expressive in her praise of Black men. I found that to be rather startling, because my understanding is this woman circulates amongst different groups of men as well, other non-Black men as well. So I would think it would be kind of risky for her to be
not really. If you understand about courtesans the women that men go to when they need dating truth. They don't need bullshit. They don't need the ego stroke. What they need is give me some accurate
That's true.
information. That's what a courtesan is. If you go
That's
back
true.
in time and say if Uru was back in the court, okay, he wanted to get with the Duchess's daughter or something like that, right? He would go to the courtesan and said, okay, give me the truth. How do I navigate to get this woman? Okay, what is she thinking? What does she feel? How does she think? And how do I what can I do to actually attract her? She's supposed to give me the truth. And it ain't about her.
Let me do this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Beatrice. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, she's supposed to tell him the accuracy of the situation. So if Nick Cannon gives her a question, okay, she's actually going to tell him the accurate truth that she sees, how women actually think, okay? Not just with her, but with all women.
I just thought I just found it interesting how she was not only detailed, but she appeared to enjoy what she was saying.
Yeah.
That's the point I was making. It's like she appeared to enjoy.
Oh yeah.
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 Let's do this, y'all. Let's do this.
But also, what she's trying to do is tell other men, okay, what
they got to get on the game,
enjoy, so they can mimic what black men do. Okay, but go ahead.
So let's do it. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and we're gonna play the Stadia Khan clip that we're referring to real quick. It's only about 2.5 minutes, y'all. Here we go.
Because even we've even discussed that before too, because specifically in the black community, the idea and it makes a lot of sense where it's like you should maintain dating within your community. There's a safety in black men being with black women, but for whatever reason, black men often date outside of their community and have no problem dating, all types of women. So then we get the stigma a lot of times of one not wanting our own black women, which I don't believe is true at all. But because we make decisions outside of our culture and our right, then we like, oh, well, you wouldn't mess with that white girl. Whatever happens to you, good, good riddance. And it's
it's like it's your own fault for choosing outside of your culture. But what I would say, and I think this is a really unfair rap that black men get, is I grew up with lots of black men. I grew up in London, lots of black men, and it's not the case of that they like other races or they don't like black women. It's just that they have access to every other race. Other races want them. Now there are Chinese billionaires.
Say it again. Say it loud.
It's not their fault. Other women want them, and I say this like I'm growing up in London. I moved to Dubai, and honestly, you can be an Arab girl, Chinese girl, white girl. You can be Hispanic. They'll all date black men. But now, when it comes to it, there's Indian men that are billionaires. There are Chinese men that are billionaires. They stay in their own race. Now, is that entirely because they, love their race, or is it because they don't have universal appeal? So the fact that black men are dating outside of their race, it's not because they love other races. I actually think they like black women more than anything. It's just that other women flock to them and don't let them stay within their own race. I really don't. I see so many women whose dream is to have a child with a black man, or they just want a black man more than anything else. And they dream about it, they think about it, and even when they date white men, they'll talk about it. So like, what do you expect? It's not the same. They're not sitting there having conversations with their white guy and saying, can I get a hall pass for a Chinese man? They're not saying that. So is it really black men choosing white women, or is it that other... I don't believe it's their choice to be with other women. I think other women don't let them live like with just black women. And I think if you give a black man a choice, they will usually choose black women. Yeah. They usually will choose black women. Or if they go to other races, it's because she has black women features. It's not really because, so they love their blackness. It's just that we all love your blackness. And so you don't get a choice.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah, because I just don't like even when they say things like, oh yeah, the black men sleep with so many women and they're never faithful. Sorry, Bob, in your house, you would love to be unfaithful. You just can't. So like, it's just, I think it's not really about black men. I think it's the appeal they have and the testosterone. And I really think it boils down to masculinity. They exude more testosterone and masculinity than other races. So they become universally desired by women. Now, this is not all women. I'm just saying in general, they have more. You could travel to any country. You join Tinder, girls will match with you. It's any country. Now, if you do that same thing as like and I don't mean this to stigma, I'm saying this as a South Asian woman. If you say that as a Pakistani man or as a Vietnamese man, you don't have the same luck. So is it really you seeking other women or other women seeking you?
So before anybody else goes, what got me about what she said is I'm sorry, Bob, that essentially like you don't have the choice to date out and experience. It's not that you're more faithful, because she wasn't talking about loyalty at that point. She was talking about being faithful, and she was getting at all them non-black men, namely white men. Like nigga, it's not that you more faithful, it's that you don't got them choices and options. And this is a thing, right? So yeah.
What's fascinating about that is I don't think black men, at least personally, I don't think as black men collectively, we are really aware
You're not
of this dynamic or the stature that I guess we probably, since Jim Brown and since multimedia started going around the world and black males have been able to kind of dominate in that way. We're not aware of our status in this way. And like on top of the whole time she's bragging about us, I'm thinking like social dominance theory, and I'm thinking like this is why racism will never go away, because this is that sentiment is what fuels the hatred we experience from other groups of men that I don't think we're aware of.
Oh, we're aware of it. We're aware.
No, I think we are. I think it's different. It's different being on this side of it and the visceral feeling. Let me mention the story. Black Rule, like here, bro. I was sitting in the middle. I'll tell y'all where it is. I was sitting in the middle of a blue martini. Work after work happy hour joint Friday, and we chilling. We had already danced and we cooling off a little bit. Mr. Z, he wasn't dancing. I was doing the 2-step because I got 2 left feet. With that, I'm looking at the white dude, looking at the white woman, looking at the black dude, and I'm not even low key, watching his heart break, because it's not about whether he could get her, it's whether he could get her to look at him like that ever in his life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that is what them white boys. That's what drives them. They can't take it, and then especially when you appreciate, even though where white men sit in everyone's imagination and where black men sit, that drives them crazy. You try to tell me I'm still the face of money and status and smart and innovator and warmonger and all of that on planet Earth, and going back to the councilman gentleman, and y'all over here fucking the sons of slaves.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But also the thing, here's the thing. It's twofold with it's really the thing with, because she pointed out 2 people. Well, she pointed out Bob, but Nick pointed out the black woman about, whatever happens to you happens to you. That pretty much comes from hating because don't nobody else want them. That's also the part. That's what Nick was highlighting. But
they both spoke about the 2 groups that are the most invested in black men not exercising that option. Yeah.
White men are mad because I don't even know why white men are bitching, because Asian women flock to y'all all the time. But is it so? The question would ask about white men is it because they're coming to you for a nest egg and it's not visceral, like when it gets like y'all don't get that visceral raw emotion?
It's because white men are human beings too. They have feelings too, and it drives them crazy because they know the reason why. Unless you wanted them tall, good looking. European model looking niggas or whatever the fuck. If you're a Chad, if you Henry Cavill, then of course that don't apply to you. But all the other white men appreciate that. The only reason them hoes fucking with him is because he's part of the white man clique. He's part of the white man clan. They know that shit. Exactly.
Yeah.
They don't get what you get. They don't get that visceral, I want to rip his clothes off. And that shit drives them up the wall.
You're really You're really just a nest egg, and that's only nesting with you because they associate you with having money. But most of you white dudes ain't got no money either. But that's neither here or there.
Yeah. But they have access, and sometimes this is important as money.
Yeah. Well,
I told that before.
Wait, everyone. Black Rule, then AB, then Leon. I'm sorry, Leon. I know you're at work, but go. AB hasn't said anything yet. I'm sorry about that. So go ahead, Black Rule, then AB, then Leon.
I mean, look, when he got at best a 4-incher, and Daquan is packing at least a 10-incher, he know what the real truth is. He know what the real truth is. You can't fool, and I'm using that. I mean, I know that's a rather inflammatory description of it, but ain't no white guy who looks like LeBron James. Ain't no white guy who looks like Michael Jordan. I mean, there's just some basic. There is no white version of Prince or Michael Jackson. So there's a physical difference, a visual difference that you can't fake that. You can't status that. You can't fake that. You can't money that.
Mm-hmm.
And the women know it, and the men know the women know it.
Yeah,
And so when the guy, as you were describing in the place, when Brad is looking at Holly, looking at Daquan, that's the truth. You can't fake that.
Yeah.
You know what? And honestly, to
Before
piggyback
you
on
go,
what
before
you were
you
saying,
go, wait. Let me give the example again. But this has nothing to do with black people. What we Jeff Bezos' wife, well,
Yes.
they were engaged at the time. When she was next to Leonardo, your man is goddamn fighting at the time, fighting for number 1 or 2 richest person on the planet, at least on paper, right? From what we know. And yet you next to Leo and you're drooling. We saw that.
But Bezos knows his place.
But the scary part about that is Bezos was looking like he was ready to slob down Leo too. To be quite honest.
Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. But let's do this. AB, go ahead.
No,
so
they
Leon can go because
communicate with each
Leon's
other.
on lunch. Yeah. Go ahead, AB. Leon over here going to a dark place. I don't even want to go where Leon going.
You know, she was
Yeah,
his
you good.
sidekick for like 12 years before he married her, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That makes sense.
And she was married to somebody else. So this.
Yeah. No, he snatched her right from the husband. She was. Yeah. I know that. Yeah.
Oh, they already knew what was going to happen once he got divorced. You know.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
well.
big take a little bit. Go ahead, AB.
Well, he had benefited from him being with her for like 12 years. I don't think he wouldn't get no benefit. He wouldn't get no benefit, you know. Like you said, like the homeboy friend said, "Oh shit! Oh, this is Bezos. Oh shit! I almost lost a real one."
Yeah.
Bring that check on, baby.
Yeah. As far as what the lady said, she basically said, "No, I got black men on my arm. No black men on your arm."
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
I mean, all she's doing is saying what women out loud is what women say anyway, and she has nerve enough to say it. And I think that's what Uwe was trying to say. It's not that we know that it's there, but the thing is the way she said it and unashamedly said it. She didn't take it back. She said it like as a matter of fact.
And as Black Uwe was saying, enthusiastically.
Yeah, I thought there was a level of like she wanted to drive home. Y'all the ones. She was basically saying y'all the ones that we really want. All these other dudes are just, I mean, that's basically what she said.
Well,
I mean, what it's
exactly.
It's physically and sexually, that's what they want. Okay.
Yes.
Like the hall pass. The thing is socially and status, they're gonna pick a different guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's also because she was real quick, Liam, give me 20 seconds. It's also because when you're coming from Sister Z, you get to hear the hate in other dudes when they're around a chick in private, right? So she's been privy to white dudes talking crap about us, Asian dudes talking crap about us, or at least inquiring why us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so she's answering that there, right? This is why. Right. And that's a hard way to go.
You never know.
There's two things.
Until the black man started going out and dating other women in other lands, and nobody said shit about guys traveling for sex and mating, nothing like that. As soon as black American men started
American dudes, yes,
because Africans have been doing that green card shit for decades. Nobody ever
for a long
said.
time.
As soon as black American men start doing it and reporting back, all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. Even white women are complaining about this shit now.
No,
I kind of want to.
Wait, everybody. Leon first. Leon first. Wait. No, Leon, and then you got to zoom. Go ahead, Leon. Make it quick.
There's two things.
Yeah,
so when we're talking about her, we have to understand that she has a business where she finds people and puts them together.
Mm-hmm.
So she's in a room with one of our, I guess we can call him an elite black guy. He's been 30 seasons of his damn show or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he has access to so many entertainers, athletes, and everything. Mm-hmm. So her sending that message is not only her belief, but it's good for business.
But she said shit like that before. That's not unusual.
Yes.
She's always
Yes.
been like that. And I've heard other
Mhm.
women that in similar roles say the exact same thing. Okay. It's just not
Yes.
popular for them to say it. Okay.
hmm
Yeah,
the
because
other thing that I was gonna say, we talked about Alexandria. We didn't talk about my white female coworker that pulled
Mm-hmm.
my dick out my pants, and yeah,
Yeah.
and I talked to them. They were like, "Well, what do you want to do about it?" But when I was in Alexandria, Virginia, I told you they treated us different because we were military brats. So
Mm-hmm.
during we had this summer school that prepared you for high school.
Mm-hmm.
3 white girls talked to me,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing is, you're not trying to reject them,
Mm-hmm.
but you act goofy to where you don't fit certain stereotypes that they want to think of you. They
Mm-hmm.
might be physically attracted to you, but then you do goofy stuff to stay away from them. But I ended up playing basketball with one of the girls because she was on the basketball team, and I started dating her.
Okay. Okay.
My
And
my great uncle. Okay, I'm in Alexandria, Virginia. She lived in $1 million house.
okay. And
My great uncle said, "You best not be the one to break up with her. And when she breaks up with you, act sad. Okay?
oh, okay. Yeah.
Act
Because
sad."
he's telling you the power dynamic that the white women have.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And so we're not searching out white girls, but how do you really go about rejecting them? So you interact with them and you start dating, then it's more you got to get her to break up with you. Just because the mindset of how
which is Polly Murray said the same shit back in 1947, 46. She wrote Jane Crow. Okay, she tried to encourage black men to date white women, but black men would not date white women is because it's too fucking dangerous. It's still dangerous. Okay,
yes.
it's still dangerous. I mean, it's not as dangerous as it used to be. The thing is, a white woman that you're dating can get you hurt.
Yes, she can get you fired from your job.
We just saw how many coaches you saw get bounced because they're dating because a white woman spoke up. Okay.
And the last part that I'm gonna say, it was me and my cousin and her and one of her friends. They asked me to be like the manager of the volleyball team or whatever. And like I said, they treat the military brats different from what they treat the kids that live in Woodbridge.
Mm-hmm.
We beat them in a basketball game. I was dating her for like 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
She ended up slapping me in my face.
Okay. Yeah.
And she's like, "I don't like losing."
Okay.
And it was the first time I never slapped a bitch back.
Okay.
Why? My cousin's sitting there. I'm in Alexandria.
Okay. And
her parents
and
the contractors that it was the first. I'm just admitting it was the first time. Because otherwise, I would have slapped the hell out of a chick.
Because you understand.
But I'm looking.
You understand the power dynamic.
Yeah.
You going around the bush. Okay.
Yeah.
When you start dating her, you knew what the power dynamic was. Okay. You
already
knew it.
Yes.
Okay? That's how
I already knew it.
And she knew it too. That's how she slapped the shit out of you.
Yeah. And me and my cousin leave. He's like, "I'm surprised." I'm like, "Bro, look where we are. We're allowed to be here when the school's not even open. Coach is cool with us, the whole clique." But you saw them kick Woodbridge kids out and said they couldn't be here, and then told us we're good.
Mm-hmm.
We get treated different because we live here and our parents are military, but those are other kids.
And Alexandria is a military town, okay, which is
it's government contracts, everything.
It's military contract, DOD town. That's what it is. That's how you get special, acceptance. Okay.
I wasn't confused about it at all. And like I said, my great uncle stayed there. He's told me she better be the person to break up with you and act sad when she break up with you.
Let's do this because we got to let Zulu go before he explodes. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead.
Nah, at this point, I was basically simply saying I think we really don't know our quote unquote global reach and our at all. Because, like I said, when you go to different places, you do have groups of other quote unquote men that actually really claim to be us necessarily just to get play, and you don't really know how bad that is until you go to like countries like Japan, where they literally cosplay to the max. Like you see, I'm watching every day. I watch videos of, let's say, what is it, being black in China.
You saying the
For some
Africans
reason,
is
they don't say,
pretending to be Black Americans?
You have Chinese school kids doing break dance for exercise. Okay, you mean you don't know what your global reach is?
No. What I'm saying is this: we don't know.
Yes, we
Repeat
do.
this. The main word, we don't know. Right? Like I understand this because I've been in different places. I've been to Japan and seen dude be like, "Oh, I'm from Boston," and I'm from this place, and I'd be like, "Where you from again?" And I'm like, bro, you sound like you from Nigeria. Stop lying, right? So like I've been to these places and like seen these things and had these interactions, so I know, right?
Yeah.
But do you think that the
No,
average dude
I think
understands?
To emphasize your point, usual, I think it's one thing to know it intellectually. I think it's a different thing to experience it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
unfortunately, there aren't as many of us who experience it as much as we're just aware of. I mean, we can see the influence, but if you go to Beijing and walk the streets or whatever, that's going to be a different sort of experience than just
They're gonna stay looking down.
You actually live it, and it's different. Yeah.
Yeah. To Z's point about the story about the dude, quote unquote, Daquan. Yeah, I've been to Daquan once or twice. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. But I've been to Daquan before.
Low key, I felt kind of bad for him, but I don't want to paint it as it's way more visceral than what it was. But you could see it on his face. He wasn't growling or anything, but but you could see it. He was somewhat intrigued, but somewhat heartbroken at the same time because he still had a smile on his face or whatever. But you could see he was like, damn, am I ever gonna experience that?
Yeah,
like you could see it, and it was like, God damn.
And I've been to Daquan, like to that story. Yeah, I've been to Daquan and had to watch that dude had that look on his face. I know that look you're talking about.
That's why I encourage the passport bros, and even when what's his name was getting ready to quit, man, said don't let these black chicks encourage you to quit, man. Keep going, okay? It's because as you get out there, what we have to offer is starting to spread beyond just what's on TV, okay? It's beyond what's on there because now they get to see us up close and personal. Oh, I dated this guy. Okay, they're much different, even different than the African guys. African guys start to feel some kind of way about us. Okay, it's because
it's so funny. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I ain't gonna say that. No, it's funny because now there's like an I don't know what do you call it. It's like an anti-passport, bro. In Kenya, so they like, bro, these black American dudes, and they said, but the funniest thing is just like a woman. So I'm not too sure about this one. I think this one of them chicks is getting paid. But like I be seeing these cats, like some of these dudes be in the United States, be like, bro, they be making anti-passport, bro, shit. Like these black Americans can't come to my country. I be like, ain't you in America though, bro?
It's one thing for them to come here and they get preferential treatment by black women, right? Because they want a fucking green card. Okay, it's another thing for us to go to their country and get their women.
Yeah.
Another thing, they take that personally. It's a personal competition, and the thing is, like I said, it's very hard to compete. Okay, if you're over there with your passport and your American dollar and your American connections, okay, that puts you in the top 5% of those people, right? And they know as soon as you land, because you're the same color, that they're gonna have a hard time competing with you.
But it goes back to what we were saying about that visceral desire. Many of the African brothers, and no offense to them, the way the African brothers are seen in America, I don't know about the UK or Canada, is in low key, they kind of are the white men of black men. And I'm not minimizing African brothers, but y'all are known to be the more family oriented, and we're the ones with the negative stereotypes within the black race. I'm saying within the black race. And so what ends up happening is you're desired not for your rhythm and your style and whatever. And we've seen, swaggy ass African brothers, Nigerians in particular, not saying you're not, but the reason why you're desired, what it is a envy of the reason of desire. It's not that you're not desired.
Okay.
It's you're not desired for the same reason. Go ahead.
Z. Okay. Z. I don't know. I don't know if you've been overseas, and Zulu's probably been there, right? Go to the American consulate, right, and see the line up for them trying to get visas. Okay, Zulu can tell you only the top 5% of them actually get here. For the most part, I'm not saying all of them. You know, yeah, there are exceptions, but for the most part, only the top 5 to 10% of Africans actually get here. There ain't that many Africans here.
Yeah, definitely. You were either top 5, you were incredibly smart, you were incredibly
They put you in the top 5. Yeah, you're in the top 5%.
right.
Yeah.
And you ain't that necessarily.
Even beauty can't get you here. You got to have family connections to get you here. Okay. You just don't get here. That's why when African talk shit over here, that blah 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 blah. Okay, motherfucker, let's get on the plane. Let's go to your country. Go to your village, and then talk to me.
But you know, the funniest thing is about a BGS is it sounds funny, but at least in the country that I've been, I'm actually taller than most of the people there. Though I'm like only like 5'10" though, like I'm like 5'9", 5'10" though. But like
the average height of a man around the world is 5'6". Okay, 5'5". Okay. Go any place else in the world, okay? Outside of the West, because we have better food, okay? The average height is about 5'5" or 5'6". It's the average height of a man, okay? Whereas the average height of a man in America is like 5'9.5" or some shit like that. Okay? So it's 3 or 4 inches shorter, depending on the
there's
country.
only like 4 African tribes that are actually tall.
Yeah.
Not a lot of them. Most of them are short.
Most people around the world are short, okay? Yeah, you go to Latin America, most people are. That's one thing that when I hit Central America and Latin America, even Africa, right? Okay, how short the men actually were. They're not that tall.
Yeah, that was kind of freaking me because I was like, it's gonna sound
let me do this because I had Jake.
Go ahead.
I had Jake waiting for a few minutes. If you don't mind reading this for me, please, and thank you, BGS.
Okay. If black men got the money they're owed, reparations and jobs, white women took, a lot of white men and black women would have competition? Conniption, okay. I would say so. I say more likely it would be we actually blame the white man more than we should, because there's actually white women and black women actually took it away from you that didn't want you to have it. But the thing is, they escape blame by talking about the patriarchy and white male racism, which is a factor. I'm not saying that it's not, okay. But the thing is, the reason that you didn't get your just due is because the white women didn't want you to have it, okay. White women said the black men are not going to have rights that they don't have. Same thing happened with suffrage, okay. Why do you think they went from abolitionists to suffragettes? Is because black men got to vote. These Negroes are not rights I don't have. These black men are not going to have jobs that I don't have.
Who's that nigga on that nag?
Who's that nigga on that nag, right? And black women said the exact same thing, okay.
That's what y'all. I don't know. I believe a little differently, but I understand what y'all saying.
If you can, I've researched this for 10 years. You can prove me wrong, please do. I would love to see your research on it.
I guess I will have to.
It came out of fucking Polly Murray's mouth, okay? Her and Eleanor Roosevelt, okay? Why do you think 83% of affirmative action goes to white women?
I understand.
How do you explain?
I just look at it a little different.
How did white women get to be a minority?
Wait, BGS. No, let's let him go through that. Go, no. So you say you see a difference, Zulu. Go into that.
Yeah, I'm just saying I look at it different. Like how I look at it, like it's like this in a sense, right? You say the women quote unquote had a hand in it. I look at it as the women didn't have a hand in it because at the end of the day, the women really at the end of the day aren't at the levels of power. The men are.
Yes, they
so
are.
Okay, my bad. Never mind. What I'm trying. Well, okay, what I was trying necessarily simply say, the white man looked at his ledger book, said just like you simply said in the context when it came to freeing black men and after quote unquote slavery time, right? It was like, oh no, we can't do this because we need people, we need the money, right? You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, he looked at the deal. He was like, bro, if I give these folk their money, I'm gonna actually have to compete with these folk. And at the end of the day, why would I actually do that? It's just smarter to say, oh, I give the money to my women, but it's easier to say that than
the thing is, they have been talking about integrating you since the late 1800s. Okay, at some point you're gonna have to do something with these people because the jobs that they're gonna have are going to go away. Either you have to integrate them. There's only 3 ways to get rid of unwanted population, right? Which, okay, deport them. You know what the other way is? Okay, so I found that out with Germany. Okay, third way is integrate them. Okay, it was a forced integration plan. Okay, because your jobs went away. I talked to my mother. I don't know, you from the South, okay? My mother was a freaking sharecropper. She said one day, when she was a teenager, she was like a young teenager, like 11, 12 years old, okay? The white man came up to her that owned the land and said, we ain't got no jobs for you. They have to send you to the city. Your jobs went away. What are they going to do with you, Zulu?
I got something different, but like my family different. I didn't get that. I got kind of
you haven't asked my question. What are they going to do with you?
At that point, you only had two answers. You were going to either integrate them necessarily, which I believe they didn't do that. Two, they were either going to try to kill you necessarily, or three, they were going to try to send you back, and they tried to send you back. At that point in time, they just
they wanted to send you back under Lincoln. How come they didn't send you back?
Shit. At that point in time, they just needed the labor.
75% of GDP for the United States was earned in the slave South. Would you have sent them back, even if you were a white man, most racist white man? Would you have sent them back?
No, that's what I said. Right, like for me, no. That's what I'm saying.
I am telling. That's why I am pointing this out because I'm giving you the history of what happened. 1964, sex was not supposed to be in that bill. How did it get in there?
Nope. I know if I'm saying he put it in there because he was like, I'd rather not.
He didn't put it in there. And they tried to take it out in 65 right after that because they said it was a mistake. Okay, you only had 6 people in Congress that were black. How come they were protesting the sex in the Civil Rights Bill? Somebody had to twist their arms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you read the history of it, there were a lot of white men in Congress who did not want women in that legislation. It was hot. In fact, they thought that some of them thought that if you put women in the legislation, that would help to subvert the law overall.
Yes.
That they didn't want the women. They didn't think of women being in there as a benefit to white men. They thought of it as a means of sabotaging the legislation. Yes. I mean, that's in the actual history. I don't, that's what I mean.
I mean, like, it may be a cool. I mean, you said white man may have made a coup on other white men necessarily, and he also used the women to do it. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, all of them saying, I'm just looking at the theory of it. But that's how I sound.
No, I think
look at it from an economic.
I think what you're missing,
position.
Real quick, Leon, what you're missing, Zulu, is yes, white men wanted to sabotage, but black and white women wanted the position. It's not mutually exclusive.
Yes.
It's not. So you're right about the white male sabotage, but black women and white women were like, "Yo, there's no way we're gonna let black men be in front of us."
I'm telling you, who twisted the fucking arms of the freaking Democrats to get that shit passed? Okay. And nobody wants to acknowledge that because y'all want to let these women off the freaking hook. Go ahead and let them off the hook. I don't. At this point, I really don't care. If you guys want to rewrite history and keep the same narrative that you've had for the last 70 years, keep it up, man. The thing is, they came out and told you what they did.
No, there's a video that we can show them of professor, PhD, master's degree, people talking about it. White guys talking about it. The women was never supposed to. They're saying the same story that we're saying. The other part that you have to remember, which I wouldn't say is as important, but you were the global. You wanted to be the global police, the moral high ground, and you have China and Russia, and especially China saying, "Hey, if you're just going to kill those people or keep them segregated, we'll slow down our business with you." And they weren't a powerhouse like physically at that time, but they wanted to do business, and America said, "All right, so we're going to immigrate them." China and Russia played a part in that, really.
But the plan to integrate black people had already been here for 150. Go back and look at the Mohawk Conference. This is not the eye to integrate black people was not new. Okay.
Yes.
Talking about that, I'm glad Leon opened that. But I got a quick question to ask you, BJS. Did you cover with the Canadian Prime Minister say already on Behind the Wall or anything?
I haven't covered it yet. I talked about it. I haven't covered it yet. I'm probably gonna do it sometime this week because I'm getting ready to do Jamie Dimon either today or tomorrow on my Master Teachers the Response channel. But the thing is,
I'm gonna keep an eye out.
But thing is, if the thing behind it is Besant is Besant is messing with Alberta. He's trying to get Alberta to actually leave Canada.
Yeah, they are the conservative kind of enclave of Canada.
Besant is talking to them. So I'm sure that's that's one reason that Canada's pissed off. But there's a host of reasons. Okay, Trump is Trump. Okay, and Trump is gonna protect the United States by any means necessary. So, and I don't like all his message, but the thing is, I know what he's trying to do. But the thing is, I don't like his message. Okay, just like with ICE, I don't like his methods. Okay, and I said that when he first started, a long time ago, when Trump actually did it here first, when he actually raided started doing ICE raids during graduations. Okay. But the people did, people been marching in the streets. Okay, it's only when white people start doing it, we start taking notice. Okay, they've been doing that in LA.
BGS, you know about them precious white lives. You know it only matter when they do.
But the thing is, what I don't understand is what are you marching for in the first place? Okay. Okay, the thing is, ICE has the right to do what they're doing. If you don't like it, change the law. You got representatives in Congress, change the law. You wrote the bill, change it. If you don't like ICE doing what they're doing, and ICE has been around for a very long time, I don't like them doing what they're doing, change the law. Because according to the Constitution, according to the agreement the states and federal government has, they have a right to do what they're doing. Okay, and just like if you interfere with cops trying to do a raid, you're gonna get shot just like that. Okay, it happens in LA at least 3 or 4 times a year. Okay, people in LA would never try to crap that's going on in Minnesota. Okay, because you would get shot even by the cops.
And once they bring up the bill, it will say Bill Clinton on it.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of bills. What I'm saying is,
you know which one I'm talking about? The 1990s border, all that kind of stuff when they were shooting the Mexicans crossing. Yeah.
Was it the Border Enforcement Act or some shit like that?
Yeah. Bill Clinton name all over it. You can't avoid it.
You can go back to Eisenhower with the Operation Wetback. So.
Oh yeah,
and Eisenhower was deporting citizens back then too, if you were Mexican.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So this goes on all the time in every country. It's not just here, but I understand it. But the thing is, you guys put this guy in office. Okay, that's number one, and you guys got mad when Biden started giving them welfare and stuff like that. The thing is, at some point, in my opinion, y'all gonna have to clear this kind of stuff up. What will you allow? What won't you allow? Because that's what's causing the.
I was trying to unmute to say that because I kind of felt that's where you're going, and that's really the statement. What's permissible? What do you have to talking about? Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. What do you have the stomach for? What do you have the stomach for?
I mean, it's pretty simple because most countries have it. It's pretty simple to put your immigration bills out there. Who's allowed in, who's not allowed in, what are they allowed to access, and what are not allowed to access. All this gray area where people can run around without papers and be illegal in the country. Most countries don't allow that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like what happened?
Go ahead.
500 billion in 2 months. 500 billion. 500 billion in 2 months. They got hotels, they're getting loans, shots, medical treatment, 500 billion. Then your auntie can't find a place to stay.
Well, so here's the question.
Biden and the Republicans were just as guilty because they didn't say crap about it because they kept it underground. They spent $4 trillion in 3.5 years on bringing in TPS immigrants. Okay.
Yes.
So, so I think so. What's the likeliness that you have a president come in, and be honest with the American people? I know now we telling jokes, but and say, look, man, the women ain't having enough kids, and y'all not trying to do these jobs. Like the jobs part, we hear that all the time, so we get that. But what about that other half? That the women ain't having enough kids.
The most honest president, believe it, as much as you don't like his ass, Much as you don't like him, okay, and I don't like the dude. I don't particularly like the dude. People know how I feel about Trump, okay. But the thing, he's probably going to be the most honest president you're going to get probably in this century, okay, because he don't give a shit. In my
Century
opinion.
BGS? God damn.
And Mr. Z, you missed when Bill Clinton spoke on it. He said, if y'all not having babies, we're gonna have to, import some people in.
Oh no, I
that
did
want
miss
to.
that. Did he really say that?
Yes.
Did he really?
Yes.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, I missed that. I missed that. I missed that. I missed that.
I got it saved. I got it saved.
Yeah. Send it to me, please.
I mean,
I want to see the clip. Put it in the back.
I got to search for it. I got to search for it.
That's the UN thing going back. That's the European UN thing going back 2001, man. It's not new. It's just not new. Okay, this is 20-some-odd-year-old problem. It's not new.
Yep.
So,
and the Ukrainian women that Canada wants to kick out, Texas is going to take them, and Florida going to take them because when we look around our shoulder,
they're already here.
They holding two babies.
I will
they
say this.
Two babies.
I'm not gonna incriminate myself, but I will say, they're here in Florida, and exactly what Leon said. Leon to the T. When pushing a baby stroller and pregnant, or two babies and pregnant, the one in the baby stroller, one walking on its own, and then pregnant, it's all about probably no older than 35-year-old fucking Eastern European women.
Yeah.
So
but it drams Europe of white people. That's the problem. So you lose. There's a sum total of white people. Okay, if they're not in Ukraine or they're not in Europe, okay, they're here. But things it doesn't jive with the whole total.
I mean,
especially when it's low class women that's willing. Especially when it's low class women willing to have 5 babies a piece.
Yeah. For now. And it's not enough for them.
Facts.
But anyway, I'm sorry to derail the whole show. Get back.
The usual. These souls don't know what they're talking about.
No.
Let me play it.
Come through.
No, it's good that we did that. Right, but once again, I'm gonna play it again, BGS, because it's only 20 seconds long. It pretty much is this, but I played a bunch of supporting stuff, but this is it.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you single?
Yes.
Why are you single right now?
Because the men are not enough rich to take care of me.
So you're looking for a rich man?
Yes, I want to be spoiled.
Why does he have to be rich?
Because I want to be spoiled. Because I make my own money and I need to be dominated.
So how do you feel about dating a man who doesn't make a lot of money? Like, you make way more than them. Are you cool with that?
I would have been okay with that, but now I value myself so much, and it's not really about the money. It's about how you're going to be able to provide.
What if he's taking care of the kids, like a stay-at-home dad? He's cooking and cleaning.
That just wouldn't happen in my life.
You wouldn't.
What's your name?
Frankie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Philly.
How long have you been in New York City?
I've been here for about a year.
How you like it?
I love it.
Would you date a guy that makes $75K a year?
Sometimes I wouldn't care, but probably not. You have to make more money than me.
How much should that?
Yeah. In other words, you're only there for dick and looks if you don't make less than 75K.
Hey, look, that's it. And so when I cover these topics, I speak as if there's somebody important listening, right? Like there's a technocrat listening. And so like I'm just saying, stop fucking coming over here and wagging your finger at us about likable men and subsidizing your asshole daughters. These are your asshole daughters. They're letting you know, like, that this is the equality that their foremothers fought for. This is the usual shit. I'm just going over the usual shit, but this is the equality their foremothers fought for, and this is what they're doing with it. They're wiping their ass with it. That's what they're doing.
And on behalf of the men who so happen to make more than 75K, 75K.
Yeah, those are the assholes. Yeah.
You just gonna get fucked, baby.
Yeah, those are
at the end of the day.
Those are the assholes.
Go ahead, BJ. And that all it was, so they were supposed to make up for it. And that's what Anne-Marie Slaughter said. Y'all cut that power couple shit off. You were supposed, we made you equal, and you were supposed to make up for it by marrying the dude that earns less than you. Now, okay, you want some height to your life, and you want some good looks. Okay, cool. But the fact that you want that trifecta, the height, the looks, and the money, bitch, you fucking up the game. But once again,
if it's all about the money, it's all about the money. Let it be all about the money. Okay, the thing is all about the money. Okay, because there's guys that If that was the case, all the guys making, and 1% should get a 8, 9, or 10.
Yeah.
How come they're not? How come they're getting regular chicks, or they can't get it? They go on Tinder and the guy doesn't look like what they're supposed to look like in the woman's eyes, and she turning them down.
Exactly. Yeah.
I get
That goes back to everything, the trifecta shit.
I usually get the same argument with the freaking educated lames all the time, right? Because you're competing in you're competing in your class, right? So the better looking guys, the guys who make a little bit more money, are out competing you. But you want a chick that looks like that. So what you try to drop down and take Pookie's woman because she looks good, and you wonder how come she don't bend on bended knee worshiping you.
Low key, there's some sisters doing that shit too. Low key, we see you.
Well, with sisters will keep it low key, but that's from 12 to 5, though.
Right. That's what them PlayStation 5s and gas money and the new Jordans. That's how she making payment.
Normally those chicks like that are climbers. Okay.
They must be failing at it because
Claudia Jordan said she bought rims for cars. That's all I'm saying. She said she bought rims for cars. That's what she said.
Yeah, that's your place. You're supposed to be tricking.
She's tricking. She's tricking because she wanted to buy the guy that she wanted because she wanted a guy to look a certain way.
You ain't got no choice. You got to trick, baby.
Yeah.
Ante up, boss, babe.
Yeah.
And mind you, this is not Claudia Jordan saying this today. She said that, maybe a decade ago.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Honestly, we talk about the future of this dating shit, yo. More women going to have to start tricking.
Or tricking
if you're going to be equal,
we gonna be equal.
They all trick, but the thing is, they need to start tricking out loud instead of coming up with YouTube.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I agree. You know what you can be? The little petite, dark skinned sister that was with the big show white dude. Or she's still with him, but remember she used to pretend like he the one who bought her the Range Rover, he the one who bought the house, and he the one. And come to find out, when she got mad at him one day, and she was recording herself, and she started, I'm the one who did that. No, exactly. So just like what BGS and Lion are saying, no, stop. You know what? We already know that y'all sisters are spending money on the white dude. Just come out and say it.
Just come out and say it.
Come out and say it.
But no, the thing is, y'all gonna have to start. Y'all ain't gonna have no choice now. It's not.
Wait. Here's the problem. You know what the problem is? It challenges their femininity, because what it confirms is what we're saying. It confirms that you are insufferable and you gotta buy dick. You gotta buy dick, and they can't handle that, having that known out loud.
Anna Kasparian had to admit she bought dick. Okay?
God damn it, BGS. It is true. No, it's true.
Ain't that right, Anna?
I mean, no, they admit it all the time when they go to Jamaica. They admit it all the time when they go to they admit it all the time when they go to Italy, bro. So so they admit it all the time.
But there's a difference.
Anna Kasparian admitted that her dude,
was a couch surfer.
Was a couch surfing.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm like, oh, so you bought your husband?
She bought her husband.
Yeah. But the difference, there's a fundamental, but there's a difference between Anna and the rest of them. Anna said that bulge with her chest. Them hoes ain't doing that. That's the fun. Because I would say this: Anna knows what comes with this. That's why she said that way with no shame. She knows what comes with this, and so I would argue she's one of the few that's like, well, this is what I want, and I'll pay for it.
Well, this is the honest truth.
Pearl trapped her and boxed her in. That's how come she said it.
No, I've seen her say it on the show before. BGS. I watched TYT. She said it with no reservation, no one, and no debate or anything. She said it a couple of times actually.
She bought
so
dick, huh?
She admits her husband played minor league baseball, something like that.
He was a musician. I looked up his bio. Okay,
so something, right? And whatever. So and she saw him and they made it work, and so I would argue Anna's maybe one of those few that know what it is, know where she is, and pay for it and don't feel no way. But that will, as we usually say here, that's like what 10-15% of women that say it and mean that shit.
But right out of her mouth, she still talked about men need to step up and be the providers and all that other kind of shit. So.
Like no, because all you gotta do is say, "Well, did your husband step up? Did he have to step up?
Hysterical.
You went and bought him, right? Shut up." That is the story for all you hoes. All you hoes, all y'all.
Hey, Mario, we got a whole leftover bitches. Okay.
Hey, you, and low key, even though I'm pretty sure he's doing pretty well, but not as well as her. That's the story for Kim Foster too.
Yeah,
That's the story for Kim Foster too.
99% of y'all gonna
She
be
make more than him.
Honestly, that's just like 9 of y'all gonna be hypergamous failures. Either you buying your husband, or you just out here giving up the pussy for nothing.
Which, by the way, to the buying your husband thing, no. I mean, the reason why I don't find that particularly insulting is if you really meant it. I know you don't, but that's what comes with this more equal world. If you really meant it, if you really meant it.
I mean, why do you think in the black community, and who can probably point this out? Okay, probably not with the women in his class because because he's in the upper middle class family, So, but thing is, for the most part, okay, he's in Chicago. Okay, women make sure that women have housing because they use that as a flex to actually get their men and have power over the men that they get.
The leverage.
They will leave that boy home, but they'll come together and help buy that girl a house, okay? Buy that girl a car because there's leverage, so she can run her household.
My auntie did that for her daughter necessarily when she got married. She got married.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, bro, she kicked them out eventually about like 5-6 years down the line, bro. She ended up kicking them out. Shit, I'm telling you, but she got moved to do that now, bro.
I can't tell you how many women threw out that I have a house to me, okay? I got a house, I got a place for you to stay, blah, blah, blah. I can't tell you how many women did that to me. That's why I know. That's why I know. I mean that's how come. That's how come I cannot be. People ask me how come you can't be Kevin Samuels because I can't. Okay, the only met 2 people on the internet that could be like Kevin, and that's the other one is Jeff that's still alive. Okay, because he can say it in a way they tell the truth. The women will actually accept it. I can't. I am too. I'm too honest. I'm too black pill for that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, bitch, you lying. I'm gonna say you just lying.
I'll let them tell their own lie. Okay, where the thing is, just like with a man, where's your results? Okay, a guy can say I can attract 8, 9 to 10, I deserve it. And what's the guy gonna tell another guy? Okay, where they at?
Where they at there?
Okay.
In translation, I played out the script, DGS. I went to school. I have the degree. I went in STEM. I live in this neighborhood. I moved to this city. So why am I not deserving of this life? We're all deserving. That's what they're saying.
Why am I not deserving of the man that I want?
Exactly.
Because I follow the script just like the storybook says. I didn't get the storybook ending. Okay.
Well, I can answer that question. Why? I'm like, because you don't fall into men's sexual strategy. That's why.
I mean,
you know what it is, BGS?
There's tons of guys. There's tons of guys that are millionaires that don't fall into that sexual strategy either. Okay.
Yeah.
It's Amory talking to Scott Galloway and Oprah. BGS. It's the heavyset white redhead young lady.
Yes.
Yeah.
Talking about Anne-Marie. I'm like, yo, baby,
I did the thing. I seek therapy. I love myself. I know myself. I'm not gonna change because I'm pretty good where I am, and me and all my friends are single. Like essentially, what she's saying is, where the fuck are the men? It's not fair. Y'all told me to do this thing. I did it, and where are the men?
And it basically what all that shit is red pill for females. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's all that therapy speak and that kind of crap is supposed to be game for females.
Yeah,
but there's no game in it.
But it's not work. I mean,
that's not fair. That is not fair.
I heard. Okay, the thing is, man, if you've been into the red pill space as long as I have, and you listen to what is it, a red pill pickup artist coaches teach, okay. Most of the guys fall into that category. Okay, the same shit. If you do X, Y, and Z, 1, 2, 3, you're gonna get the results that you want. And so all that crap that the women are talking, therapy and all that, the therapy speak and getting their degree and putting themselves out there, blah blah blah. All this shit is red pill for females. Okay, go get your butt extension, go get your eyelashes, go do blah 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 blah. Okay, that's red pill for females.
You're not telling them to go to the gym now.
They are now. They're them heifers are getting their asses in the gym now. They wasn't before. Guess what they're doing now? They're getting
I
in the
need to
gym
know
now.
who's telling them to go. Who's telling them to go to the gym?
I ain't seen that one though.
Oh well, there's tons of them. You just things you just don't see.
Men and women are both telling women.
Oh
no,
yeah,
I think pockets. No. I know there's pockets of women telling them to go. I know the individual women outside of this space are telling women to go to the gym. Yes. I know.
Basically, the old Lizzo thing with the fat acceptance shit is going away.
That's going away.
Yeah,
It went away with Lizzo losing weight herself.
Yeah.
Yep. But that's fine because Monique lost weight too, so that's not surprising. Losing weight's not surprising.
So in other words, it's going. If you want that type of guy, you want that scale of guy, you're going to have to conform to the standards that these guys want.
You won't have to work for it.
The era of being an insufferable woman and hoping and thinking and feeling and praying that you're gonna get the dream guy is over. Even the idea that it's gonna happen is over. And so they're conforming to what they said they're not gonna conform to, the male gaze.
And the only thing that holds them back is black men's low standards for dating.
Yeah,
I mean, you can keep us here. End of the copyright.
What I'm saying, okay, we have been taught for that swing for the low hanging fruit. Okay.
Yeah, I do notice that though.
Yeah, you from Georgia? You from Atlanta, man? You see that shit all the time.
Because the one thing I will always it's so funny because I will always say, bro, legitimately, I'll be like, bro, you gotta get a woman with a good face, and my homeboys be like, nah, bro, as long as she got ass though, and I just be like.
That's where we
train. You ain't say it the right way. You ain't say it the right way though.
That ass though.
But that ass though.
That ass. Yeah, I hear you.
But what about the stomach in front with that ass?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
that's just the cost of doing business. That's just the cost of doing business, BGS. It's just the cost of doing business.
That's I mean, I say that BGS in other conversations, and these niggas, man, whatever, bro.
That's how come I hate doing rate. They even bring up rating a woman on her looks.
Oh, Stefco just walked in the room.
Is because all of a sudden you get all these different opinions. Okay, like Aisha Curry's a 4. Come on, man.
No,
nah.
Ain't nobody care about that light skinned bitch with the brown eyes.
I thought she was an 8 though. People told me she was like a 9 or something though.
No. She's about it. She's the industry standard 8. Okay, guys, I give her like 4s and 5s. Okay, she's a 4.
I know. I thought she was a 7.
The thing that be killing me is when BGS first said it. BGS was like, "Wait a minute, y'all said she's a what?" Hey, I never tried the lady, but I'm just saying.
Said that, yeah. I was there when they said that. When niggas was like, "Steph Curry's a 7." I'm like, to who?
If you've been in Namibia, she's a 7. If you've been into Brazil, she's a 7. If you've been in Cuba, she's a 7.
Steph Curry's a 7 in Brazil? Where?
What?
No. You're talking about Aisha Curry.
Oh, Aisha Curry.
Oh, Aisha Curry. Yeah.
I would say in these places she's a 7. Because if you see Namibian women and you see her, like
if you walk up and see people like Aisha Curry in person with her eyes and her skin color and the weight and her height and stuff like that, she would be industry standard 8. Okay.
Yeah, she is.
I don't know about the height.
I'll say there is something to be said about seeing these people in person. I've seen a number of your fave celebs South Beach in Miami, and I agree with BGS. Some of them women look way better in person, and some of them not so much. I met Angela Yee. Angela Yee is way cuter in person. She don't got no ass though. Angela Yee from the Breakfast Club is way cuter in person though. Yeah. As a matter of fact, the Breakfast Club did not do her justice. Way cuter.
I think they toned her down on purpose.
Yeah.
Why do you think so? She was on that show forever.
They toned her. It's because she's not supposed to be center of attention. They toned her down on purpose.
Charlamagne is. Yeah.
Oh, Charlamagne and they're supposed to.
And DJ Envy.
Envy. Yeah, they toned it down on purpose. But yeah.
I met a couple of your favorite celebrities, but
I've seen a ton of chicks that look like Aisha Curry and niggas are slobbering all over them, wanting to drink her bath water. Okay, that's why I know.
Second that.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying it ain't true.
And I'd be one of them.
Say what?
Hey, I like
And Trina looks better in person for all my hip hop heads. Trina does look better. She looks even. Well, she used to. Obviously, she's aged since last time I seen her. But yeah,
Okay.
she looks. She even looks even better in person.
Aisha Curry's hazel brown eyes alone would
Yeah.
get niggas to drink her bath water. Just
Man,
her eyes
look, man,
alone.
all them weirdos talking Aisha Curry's afford them niggas is weirdos, man. Like, we ain't gonna give no credence to
Just
no
eyes
weirdos.
alone, okay? You know how niggas are about
Yeah.
eyes, okay?
No, but they're more about ass than they are eyes. So let's be real about that.
No, they're not.
Niggas
No,
are
they're not.
not
They are not.
I think.
Hey, you could have a flat ass, green eyed bitch that's with a cute face walk in and pull all them.
But she gotta have a cute face though.
Yeah. Yes.
She gotta have a cute face.
Of course. No, what it is
matching.
it's men's. It's doing your own version of you can't fire me, I quit. And that's why I don't really put too much in what men and women say they won't do and who they don't find attractive, especially when that person is attractive. Because all you're doing to me is doing the you can't fire me, I quit. So men do it, women do it. Like
I
so
mean,
we're looking at a young Vivica, or we're looking at a Aisha Curry, we're looking at a because like for me like maybe because I'm a little bit younger. Well, I'm not young, I'm fucking 40, but yeah, like Nicole Murphy don't do it for me. But I see what BGS and Black Uru see, right? I see what they see, but that I'm not gonna be like, man, she's not all that, because once again, what does that mean exactly? What does that mean?
I mean,
right?
to your point,
So,
Z. I mean, I can't stand Yanni, but Yanni could get it though. She's attractive.
No, Yanni's attractive. Yeah, Yanni's attractive.
She has a cute face. She's just a fat girl. That's all.
Yeah, right.
She's a former fat girl. Yeah, Yanni's a former.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm saying Yanni could get it is because she's a former fat girl that actually tried to do something about it.
Yanni still has fat features. Those calves do not go away. Okay, you can't hide them.
I see it in her stomach. I've seen her workout outfits. I see the lining in her stomach, all the fat that went away.
And Yanni will tell you in person that she don't get all that. Okay.
I think you're right. I think she wouldn't be acting the way she is if she got all that.
You in Houston, if she in Houston, there's plenty of guys. If you all that, you'd get it. Okay.
Yeah, I know but that's another problem. That's another problem. Yeah, I'm like Yanni. You're in Texas. I don't know what the fuck you expect.
She's a fat girl, man. It is what it is. Okay, there's only so much you can do. If some fat girls, I'll give you. Toya actually made that term. Toya was a former fat girl that actually has the shape. Okay, a lot of fat girls can't get that. Okay, can't make that twist. People like Toya has the body that's rare. Okay, that's a former fat girl that that doesn't have fat girl features.
Yeah, probably because she stayed, but also because she probably stayed consistent in the gym. Because a lot of former fat girls, they just lose the weight and don't be consistent.
There's certain things like look, Yanni can stay in the gym all she wants. Okay, she can lose the weight, but thing is, there's certain things like her shape and her calves are not going to go away. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen her stomach. I've seen her stomach is there.
Yeah.
I'm not entertaining you, Leon. Let me say, Leon. I'm not going to entertain it, Leon. That's hysterical.
I'm entertaining.
She's got kind of a roundish. She's got kind of a roundish face.
And a body.
She's got kind of a roundish face.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, if you ever see a former fat girl body, you can tell.
Yeah.
Some women, if they have the proper structure, get rid of it, cut down and transform, but most of them can't. Okay, they're gonna retain that.
Yeah. Nah, Leon. Boy, shoulders. Yo, shout out to Leon. I must have caught it out. Yanni has boy shoulders.
Hey, I don't know why he called. Why we call him plays downstairs? Anyway, go ahead.
In every group of black men, is gonna be one dude that'll do it.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
Always.
But does she want that dude? That's the problem.
Yeah, does she want that dude? I mean, yeah. But that's fine. But that's what. But the problem with that is that's why a lot of women gonna be hypergamous failures.
Well, yeah,
I'm like, you can't climb up, you can't go up because you don't stand next to the women that are up there. So where you gonna go, baby?
I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you either.
Yep. Where you gonna go, baby?
Yeah. I mean,
well, you know what? Here's your life preserver. Good luck. Good luck.
I raised daughters. I've been around
Yeah,
very beautiful women, age
the
9
women
to
will
10.
be fine. The women will be fine because most of y'all gonna cave. Most of y'all
Nah,
gonna cave. They gonna come begging.
I don't know
They
about
gonna
that
come
anymore, Rudy.
throwing.
I don't
And,
know
and
about
y'all,
that
and most of
anymore.
y'all gonna cave.
Well,
Not
Most of
anymore,
y'all
Rudy.
gonna cave.
It's not flying no more.
They will have to come to Jesus if they want men to cave. Okay, they can't keep that
Yes.
attitude up.
Yeah.
Let me
No, they
let me
can't
let
get
me
that
let me say
attitude.
it. Let me say it, Black Roo. These brothers gonna be laying on their stomach, kicking their feet up, waiting on the phone call. That's how that go. Them niggas be laying on their stomach.
Not kicking their legs up. Hell no.
Gen Z ain't Gen
Oh
Z ain't
no.
You know,
Gen Z
wait.
Gen
I
Z's
didn't
not
give it
having
age
that.
specific because you're
Gen
right.
Z's
You're right
not
about
doing
that.
that.
You're right about that. But I'm telling
Gen
you,
Z's
my
not
age,
doing that.
about that 40
No.
on up, these niggas is laying on their stomach.
No. 40 on up, and who can tell you, you get stricter. Okay.
Yeah.
And I
Because
don't
I'm 40 and up.
I don't
Nah.
trust the extras. I think the extras be gang banging on breakfast. I think half of y'all will go.
No, the thing
Hey,
is, okay, the thing is, after 40, it becomes about practicality. You can't come in with the freaking attitude that you got.
No, you
Okay?
can't. Absolutely not. As a man who's 40, no, you cannot. You cannot. Yanni will get kicked
It,
out
it
immediately
it
because of that
really
fucking
all
attitude.
depends. It really all depends on what the government do. You know, if the government gets out of people's business, if the cops gets in out of business, then what you are going to see is a lot of a few boomers that's left, and exes, especially old exes, they're gonna start running pimp game. They're gonna start running hardcore pimp polygamous type game.
Oh, the ones who can
Hardcore and
afford it.
pimp
Yeah.
hands will be and pimp hands will be delivered.
Yes, they will.
But
Yeah.
again, that depends on if you ain't got the government and the cops involved. But the older
Okay.
brothers, because the older brothers are looking for an opportunity to reestablish dominance. And if they can do it in a way in which ain't nobody in their business, they're gonna do it.
What happens when Uncle Sam is out of money?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Uncle Sam's out of money. Then is my program. It's my program then.
That's why that's why I showed that's why I showed you that video about all them homeless people, homeless females in San State hotels that lost their DEI jobs. Okay, it's already starting to happen. They're
Where
already
are the numbers
complaining
at
about
with
it,
that?
huh?
Where are the
Yeah, because
numbers
it's
at?
big out here.
They lost $1 million. Black women lost $1 million jobs last year. What's
No,
about
not
numbers?
the jobs. I'm talking about the homelessness, not the jobs.
Oh, you're talking about the homeless female?
Well, it's all connected. No, I foresee some in a couple of years before Trump is out of office. I think you guys are gonna be surprised at how quickly some of these women are gonna change up their program.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna run the
I think you're
experiment.
gonna be shocked.
We're gonna run the experiment
Yeah.
now. We sit back and wait. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'll sit back and wait, but
Black
I'm
Uru
not
said,
falling.
I will say this. I will maintain Black Uru has been saying this forever that them women ain't built like that. He said that's Black Uru been saying it.
Because the common street the common street price for punani right now is $20. Okay, it's dropped. It used to be 80 to 100. Now it's 20. Okay, and dropping.
Well, then,
Okay.
In an environment where that is happening, what kind of leverage do they have?
They don't.
What kind of leverage do
and
they have?
I'm just saying that Gok 3000 and the grip, the grip wet. That's the leverage right there. That is the leverage.
Okay. I always say this. Okay. In 1998, I know you got a big screen. How big is your TV, Z?
In the living room, me and my lady, 80.
You got 80. Okay. Well, you couldn't even
Yeah.
get an 80 back then. Okay. So.
No, you couldn't.
Okay. Back then, the TV that you have, right? Okay. If you could have gotten it, right, it would cost you $200,000.
Yeah.
$200,000 in 1998. If you
I
could have
gave my
gotten
lady
it.
a rack for that TV.
Okay. What I'm saying, for that TV that you have, which is probably which probably 10 times better than the one back then, okay, would cost you $200,000. Okay.
It's a Vizio.
My first flat screen was actually a Vizio back in 2004. But the thing is, why did the price drop so much?
Because it became more accessible.
Because it's called what?
Flooded
Economies
the
of
market.
what?
Oh, economy,
Yeah.
Economies of
Economy of scale.
scale. Economies of scale. What happens
Economies of scale.
when you have an oversupply of anything?
The price drop.
The price
Price
drop.
drop. Okay. So in other words, there is no shortage of coochies, is there?
No.
No,
It's,
really.
it's artificially propped up because it's not on the market. Because I researched this back when I talked about the coffee girls, right? Okay. America probably has more prostitutes than any other country in the world, right? And at that time, you had
That is funny.
it is funny, but it's a fact, okay? At that time, you had maybe about 1 million prostitutes, male and female, give or take. Okay, and that's probably like 0.3 of the population, 0.3% of the population. What happens when you dump 10% of 20% of women out onto the market?
I don't know.
Becomes bloody.
When you go from 0.3 to 10, even 3% or 10%, what do you think is going to happen?
Chaos.
The price will drop drastically.
Oh well.
That's why you had that. I'm gonna start putting up that video. There's a video of this chick trying to sell, okay, and she wouldn't let it go. He no thank you, okay, and she said, but I need $20 to do blah 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 blah. She's trying to sell him sex, okay.
I'm in the bind, Nate.
I'm in the bind, Nate. I'm at the fence. You can cash at me right now. He said, no thank you, okay.
No thank you.
That's where we're headed to, and this is just getting started.
Well,
And black women have the wrong man in office right now. That's why I said about the Minnesota folks in ICE. I said normally that would work, but you got the wrong guy in office for this one because he's gonna double down. He's already doubled down.
Yeah, that's all he's going. He ain't gonna do nothing but double down.
Adrian says 40 plus are amoral, pragmatic. 4 billion women on Earth. If I have been to Asia, Africa, Europe, Australia, South Africa, I would not fold. Okay, the Korean men with their remember the 4B movement that the Korean women were actually on. Okay,
Yo, that didn't even last a week. That didn't even last a month.
2 years later, guess what they doing? They say, you know what? Guess what? I'm gonna save my money. I'm gonna fly to Thailand. I'm gonna fly to Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines. Okay, they're with you. If I own a wife, I'll bring her back.
Did you feel Did you have the new thing that happened is basically right? The women are complaining because the brothels are full now.
They're full now. All of them.
So,
yeah. In fact,
there's been an influx of Ukrainian women over there.
What I'm saying, we're talking about there's only so many Ukrainian women can actually be there at one time anyway. The thing is, the local brothels, they actually are outsourcing the brothels to Vietnam and stuff like that. They're actually flying out. Korean men are flying out. They become
and the women are very upset about that.
Yeah, they're upset about it. Yeah, because they get
which is funny though.
And the Chinese women experience the exact same thing. That patriarchies don't play like that. We're not a patriarchy. People say we are, but we're not.
I think you watched the same clip I watched on DGS probably of the. I'm sorry about the background, of course, right now, but it was a documentary about kind of Greece and the aftermath of the 2008 crisis and how it hit them. And they were speaking. There's a segment about prostitution, and it spoke and it showed the Greek woman saying how little customers she's getting and how it usually work and how much they had to drop the price and whatnot and it was just talking business.
It went from 100 euros to 10 within 3 or 4 years. You know, from 100 euros to have sex to 10. And basically, in America is trying to prevent that. That's how come they're trying to short stop laws and prosecute men, all that kind of crap, sex trafficking, all that kind of crap to actually prevent it from going too far.
Yeah, they won't be able to stop it. They won't be able to stop it. Eventually, they'll
try to slow it down though.
They'll have to let up on it.
I mean, what happens when you
let up on it?
What happens when you lose your second job and you extended stay hotel's getting ready to put you out? What do you have to do? I'm in a bind.
Yep. What? Because if you're too hardcore on it, if you want to protect the women, you're not helping the women if you're destroying their clients. So
Yeah,
it's just not going to work.
it's not going to work. Yeah, yeah, and the thing is that unless you're going to double down and prop up the men, okay, the men can't help them.
Alexa, play Jeezy, bitch, get your mind right, please. Go ahead, yo.
Yeah, and this is like I said, you know, who was the finance guy? He knows he sees the numbers. Okay, the numbers are not looking good.
No, or you
Okay.
could just, or nah, more like Alexa play "Get Your Mind Right" with Jay-Z and Scarface.
Or play.
It's not trending. It's not trending right at all. Yeah.
Yeah, or play War. The World is a Ghetto. Okay, that's what's getting ready to happen.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh yeah. There's a war going on outside. No man is safe.
Man, y'all, you know,
Well, like
y'all.
I mean, if you're a certain type of man with a certain type of disposition,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it'll be your kind of joint.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, there's always one in any industry. No matter even after the bloodbath, there's always a guy with a boat. Okay.
If you got a little Genghis in your system, or you know, if you got a little bandolero in your system, or you know, I mean,
Yeah.
if you willing to raise your hand up a little bit, it's gonna go your way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna. You know, they'll be begging. You know, the thing is that they're going. It's going to 2026 will be the first really come to Jesus moment you're going to see with black women. Okay, it's already started.
Mm-hmm.
It's already started.
For me, I want to hear the pundits. I want to hear the talkers. I don't care to watch black women suffer. I want to see what the fuck Kim Foster got to say, and what's her name, Simone Sanders got to say, and all them, the Angela Rye's got to say. That's gonna be the thing for me to see how they reinterpret this. Right, that's gonna be the thing for me. Go ahead.
What do they say in business? Who can probably tell you they shoot the generals last. They're the last ones who actually gonna speak out about it.
A lot of them are gonna get phased out. They'll focus on, you know, I mean, Trump is still a convenient boogeyman to a large extent, so they can kind of play around the periphery on a lot of race issues. But the hardcore economics, like the hardcore economics thing, they're not gonna have any answers to that. There's no will left in the system to cover that kind
do
of
they have any
programming
answers
anymore.
now?
So a lot of that's just gonna get phased out. Yeah. Just gonna get phased out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and faster than we think. Okay, because you know, I've been telling you guys this for the last 5 years. This stuff is way overdue. It's way overdue. They've been punching maxing out the credit card for the last 5-6 years. Okay, especially after COVID, they've been maxing out the credit cards. Okay, the bills come due already. At some point, you have to the creditors are actually go come and foreclose on you. Okay, they're gonna take you out of business. That's what's happening right now. Trump announced that with the last budget with Section 8 and welfare and SNAP. Okay, you have a limited time to be on that stuff. Okay, basically that's like BlackRock's taking over student loans. Okay, because the women can't get out of them. They're not gonna let you out no more because they need the money. A lot of stuff is gonna change. Okay, man, I can't tell you about the banks being in trouble right now. You know, because of certain things. I'm not gonna say it's because that's the Patreon thing, and Z don't need a black mark on his channel. So
When next time you stream on Behind the Wall, I'm gonna try to make sure I make it to that video.
if you go to my last one when we actually talked about
Bro,
it.
you ain't coming. Stop playing, bro.
I've been already. I've been once already. No, I've been. Yeah, I've been. I was there last month. I just don't. I be missing the notifications. That's why.
Bro, you gotta almost do it on like a Sunday kind of thing, like every 2 weeks. Ain't it now? Every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I just set my. That's how I do it now.
Trump went to Venezuela, but not for the reasons that you think. Okay.
For the oil and silver.
What I'm saying is, we're not going to put it out there in public, okay? But not for the reasons you think, okay? We actually talked about it when he actually did it, right after he did it. But why, what he did, and why he did it, and people in the know, they're in the finance, know exactly why he did it.
What's known don't need to be said.
Don't need to
Don't need to be said.
It need to be said. The thing is that I said that about the Ukraine when it happened. Okay, I knew exactly. If you look at the charts, you look how the timing lines up, you know exactly what they're doing. Okay, Uri can tell you if you know where to look, it all comes down to math. If you know where to look, am I wrong, Uru? It's at some point it's going to be reflected in the numbers.
BGS said they're going to have to start selling that.
They're already selling it.
They're already selling it, bro.
The thing is at what price?
No, the price is still too high.
You what $3 and quarters? Is that what you want?
Nah.
I mean, it's holding
that clip will forever. That clip will forever stay burnt into my imagination.
The thing is,
$3 and quarters.
The thing is, I know because I've lived that life. Okay, that's why I know that's real. I've lived that life. I've been there already, so that's why I know what's coming. And the thing is, that was just black women, okay? White women are gonna have to get out and do that shit, which is
I'm seeing a lot of white women.
The clip where the white woman is on the back porch of that man's house.
Yeah, yes.
And she was like, yes.
She negotiated for a higher price, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, he told her, you don't got to worry about none of that. Just have what he said, have your son come over and help me with this and that and whatever. But yeah, something like that. So, but she was willing to offer up something for that bill.
In other words, she's leasing out wife services to him. Okay, and he's saying I'm good, which is a lot of younger millennials and Gen Z are saying I'm good. Okay, well, I got an air fryer, I got an Instapot, I got Xbox. Okay, I got my 80-inch TV. I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, that's messed up, BGS, because I dead ass just got done using my air fryer.
Air fryers are the shit, man.
Yes, they are.
They do a lot.
They are the shit. They man. All the fast food habits that I had died with the air fryer.
They make the best fries, bro.
They do. Yeah. Well, why get up, get in the car, stand in line for a burger and pay 3 times as much, pay $15 when you guys get the same better at home in 12 minutes. Okay, that makes no sense.
I mean, they sell the same fries.
Yes.
At your local stores, your Publix and your Walmart.
Yeah. I mean, the exact same frozen fries that they're gonna put in the vat when you go there. Okay. Yeah. Put in the air fryer, same thing.
Shout out to Checkers fries. Y'all know it Israelis in Cali.
Yeah.
Shout out to Checkers fries.
It's sold as Checkers. Amazon sells them all day long, right? And they sell Arby's seasoned curly fries. Okay.
Yep. Yo, them curly fries go hard, though.
Yep. You get you go to Costco, get you that 3rd pound burger meat. Okay. Get you some nice kosher buns, or in 12 minutes, man, you got your order for like less than $5.
Yeah.
Air fryers the shit. So
I use it for I make rice and vegetables with mine.
You know what? Basically, a lot of people teach you how to grill steaks in it. In fact, it's better to actually grill a steak in the air fryer than it actually is on a skillet.
I have well, you can also I have an indoor grill too, so
yeah,
I make my steaks and pork chops on that.
But the thing is actually, if you get the right kind of air fryer, you make rotisserie chicken, all kind of shit, man. So all it is a heat source with a timer.
Yeah. So
but what he said, you get your air fryer, you get your Instapot if you want to make vegetables and rice, all that kind of crap.
Hold up, BGS, and I'm sorry about that. I forgot that Line's in the Carolinas right now. I should have been selling him out about that goddamn winter vortex they're getting hit with right now.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Nah, it's just ice. The roads are just iced over. That's all.
Yeah.
It's just the road. I mean, we got some. We got some shit.
You're freezing up there, aren't you?
Yeah, it was
Not me. More? No.
Well, it's currently 72 degrees where I'm at, so I don't know what y'all.
Thank you. We in the sunny areas, BGS. We're in the sunny
man,
areas.
enjoying life, man.
Man, fuck yo heat. I don't give a fuck, y'all.
Stop. Anyway.
I mean that from the depth of my soul.
Hey, I 70 degrees and I ain't shit. It's okay.
Right.
Exactly.
Hey, Lion, you got about 5 months you're gonna be able to sell me out. In about 5 months. In 5 months you're gonna be able to sell me out.
Oh, I know. Because the job where I work, where I work, my main supervisors are in Florida. So I'll know. I'll know because they won't be at work.
Exactly. Exactly. Be boarding up windows and shit. That's what they're gonna be doing.
Yeah, they'll be they going home early so they can put the boards on their windows.
What is hurricane?
Look. So okay, SoCal with your dry heat, no water having asses. Well, y'all better be up a little bit better. Wind fire, whatever they call that shit.
Hey, Z, what are mosquitoes? What are mosquitoes?
At least we have trees. We have trees down here. That's what we got.
And grounds that don't shake.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I heard. I'll take the shaking ground over the.
Hell no, because we get warning. Y'all don't get shit. It just happened right here and there.
Nah, that ground shaking. Nah, that's just.
I will take ground shaking over skeeters any day.
He said skeeters. That's funny. That's funny.
South Carolina know what I'll take them over skeeters any day. Okay.
Yeah, but. Here's the thing: the ground shakes down. It's like instantly.
Like the ground starts.
You don't get no warning.
Get down.
Get down.
What they gonna tell you?
What you gonna do with? Hey, but I've been to California. I've seen how y'all mountains are. So, dear God, the worst thing you can do is be on top of a mountain and you have an earthquake. No. I'll take my chances with the mosquitoes. Then I'm sorry.
For real.
We went to
we got
Riverside.
bug spray now, dog. We good.
I tell you, Zulu. If you come here and stay here for a year, you ain't going to go back to them mosquitoes, man.
No. I know. See, the thing is, I've been to your city, right? I've driven there. I've seen it.
How long were you here? How long were you there?
About a week.
What did I just say? You come here for a year. A week doesn't mean anything. Okay.
True.
And try to go back with that high humidity and them mosquitoes. Okay.
Thank you, Trell. That's what I was trying to say. Wait a minute. Thank you, Trell, because that's what I was trying to say. Brush fires. That's one thing we don't got to worry about. Brush fires.
The thing is that happens in the hills and every once in a while. It's not a yearly thing. Okay?
Eating $1 million homes and shit.
I have never boarded up windows. Okay.
At least we know to board up our windows. Y'all don't know the earthquake is coming until it's here.
I also can't drive for shit either. You know why?
Like y'all can? Really?
You know how many dents?
That's funny.
I was over in LA. I literally counted how many times I was on that damn freeway, how many dents I saw in the fucking driver's side. I counted.
Because we have more cars than any place else, okay? Y'all drive like the Dukes of Hazzard.
But y'all got a 6-lane freeway and y'all still can't drive.
Yeah, but in Southern California, how many people do we have, sir?
Y'all
like 10 million, freeway. Right? And just in LA County.
Yes.
Yeah, in LA County alone, we got 11 million people. Okay?
Well, tell your boy Newsom.
And SoCal is 20 million. Yeah, goddamn.
Tell your boy Newsom to send that freeway because it's clearly not working.
I'm not going to lie and not say I didn't see a piece of a mountain fall when I was in Riverside. I did see a piece of a mountain fall. I did see it. I was like, goddamn. Man, that
was guess what? My house has never been flooded.
And knock on wood, but I haven't had to deal with no earthquakes either. Instantly, I don't have to worry. Hey, guess what? The ground don't twerk for me.
I ain't never boarded up no
The
windows.
ground
Okay?
don't twerk.
I ain't never boarded up no windows. Okay?
Look, y'all got the ground twerking.
Hey,
Exactly.
hey,
Y'all got
hey, hey,
y'all
hey,
happy.
hey, I don't have to worry about steam coming up out of the ground during the summertime.
Oh, that's New York. Well, that's New York. That's not us. That's New York.
No,
That's
no,
New
no,
York.
that's Florida. Okay,
Nah.
that's
I
Florida.
ain't never seen no steam come out no damn
Yeah,
drainage
yeah,
pipes.
yeah.
Wait, now the drainage pipes will burst. Oh no, the drainage pipes be bursting like a mug when. Oh my god. Oh, I am
Nah, some real,
so dreading hurricane season this year.
some real shit with Florida.
Oh, it's gonna be
I
the
ain't dealing
worst.
with.
Oh,
I
it's
ain't
gonna be
dealing with them
nasty,
gators
bro.
though.
Next 5 years gonna be nasty.
Hey. If the water wet, it got gators.
Oh, definitely got
It got
gators in it.
gators in
Yeah,
it.
no, that's Louisiana, but it's definitely Florida too. No, that's true too.
If the
For us,
water
yeah, that's
wet,
true
you
for us
got
too.
gator in it. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's definitely true. And hey, me gators is no joke, bro. The gators are man.
They
If you never
vicious and they
seen one in
hide in the
person, hey,
smallest of
bro.
puddles too.
The only thing about the South that will train you for is going to Africa because you're used to the mosquitoes. Okay.
That's why I think I'm cool. I don't have no problem going back because I'm like, yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
let me read this
but
from
nobody
and
wants to be used to the ground twerking though.
y'all go ahead and keep
Nobody
that.
wants to
Y'all
be
can keep
used
that
to
one.
that.
Y'all can keep that one.
Hey, come here and stay for a year and see if you want to go back. Okay.
Look,
We're in January. We're in January, 72 degrees, man. Okay.
look,
I'll
LA take juvenile song back that ass up seriously because the ground be backing that ass up and be dropping down and getting this eagle on all that shit. Like, look, y'all ground be twerking.
For real.
What?
Nah, that's what you gonna do? Tell me to get down?
No. Okay.
How?
This is what you do. You feel it. You said, okay, how big is it? And it's okay. That's less than.
You feel it? How big? Yo,
Yeah, you do.
That sound like a flick. This sound like a flick that you talking about, BGS.
I can tell exactly how. Okay, that's probably like a 5. That's probably like 20
That's what
miles
she
away.
said, BGS.
And I go back to sleep. And I go back to sleep. That's what I do.
That's what she said.
Like that's
You gotta feel it and figure out how big it is. So in other words, California got y'all out here
For real. Y'all
like
can't
virgins.
stop,
Oh
drop,
shit!
and
Now,
roll.
let me
When
feel
you
it.
gonna
Hey,
stop, drop,
what you
and roll
gonna roll
into
through?
what? Into the ground?
Into a crater.
Into a crater?
I've been to the South. I've been where it's humid. I've been with the skeeters. I've been with all that shit.
That killing me, BGS. That's
and I
hysterical.
can tell you, I can't wait to go back home. Okay.
Look, I'm gonna use
He
that
sound
because
like my grandma.
Skeeters is hysterical.
He sound just like my grandma right now.
I can't
Skeeters
wait
is
to go back home.
hysterical.
Skeeters,
Let me read this from Inspired Truth.
The skeeters by themselves is a monster. The thing is, I'm surprised y'all don't have a whole bunch of cancer with all the bug spray you guys have to have.
No, we're good.
Let
me read this, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute.
Florida has actively suppressed those mosquitoes. Otherwise, it'd be unlivable.
Oh no, it's true. No, that's true. No, it's true.
Yeah.
That's true. BGS is right. And Inspired Truth says, shout out to LA smog, bro. Y'all getting all that Chinese smog done came over here.
Mm-hmm.
Get trapped in y'all mountains.
Word, keep that shit all the way over there. No, I don't know.
How y'all getting smog that travel the Pacific to come and attack y'all? I'm just saying.
Talking about LA,
Yeah.
the small capital of the world. Back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Okay.
Actually, it got better. Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, it actually got better. Yeah.
Like, yo, I do not want to be in 19. Ain't nobody trying to be in Jimmy's position in Superman 76 with the ground shaking. I'm not trying to. I'm not Jimmy Olsen.
You know what, man? I ain't mad at you. Okay.
California is the one place in the world that everybody will start breakdancing because they have no choice at the same time.
The thing is, okay. This I was like 20, 21. Yeah, I had my girlfriend. We were actually down there for, during the downtown, and I think Illinois was actually in for the Rose Bowl. I think it was 83.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 83, and guys were actually from like Chicago, and it was like January. It was like the December 30th, right? And it was 80 degrees. And so 2 boys from Chicago said, "You know what? Like, put your mama on the phone. I ain't never coming on."
That's look. That LA, we can't pretend like LA isn't LA because I saw some booger wolves when I was in LA, but I did see some lookers. I did see some very, very, very attractive lady. So
It
clearly,
depends on where you go. It
Yeah.
depends on where you go. The thing is, if you can pay to get in, you can see a bunch of them.
Then you would like
Just a
Uganda.
random
Then,
video.
like, no, BJ, you would like Uganda because that seems like the perfect quote unquote area for you. You got nice weather. It don't quote unquote rain that bad. It's not too hot. It's like it's right there what you're looking for.
And
the ground don't twerk.
Okay, the thing is, okay, if basically to get that same thing with Nairobi, okay, you got to go to what they call altiplano. In other words, high elevation along the equator where it stays pretty much even. Okay.
Let's read this in Detroit. Says, go ahead, BJ.
I said we some North Pole Negroes up in there. I'd rather deal with the -20 all day, every day. We are warriors. We're Snow King warriors.
Blizzard King warriors.
I don't know. You black
There
folk
you go,
like to call
Detroit.
it weird, though.
I can do with the snow. I just can't do with the skeeters, man. Them skeeters are bad.
I will take.
And that Warriors remind me of Bone Thugs joint, but that's the song that came to my mind with the Warriors. But okay, yeah, that's just me. Anyway,
skeeters don't be out here like that.
Like I said, I'm gonna say I pray for my boy Roger. Then.
Well, maybe not in the Carolinas in Atlanta, but down here, yeah. BJ's got me. Yeah, BJ's got me on that one. I can't say shit about mosquitoes, but them shits be out here waiting for you, especially spring on up. Oh my God! I dare you to wear short sleeve and not be ready.
And that's what the state suppressing it. Okay.
So you telling me if the infrastructure ever quote unquote broke, it would be worse than that?
Good Lord. Okay, you couldn't live there.
Well, we have pumps and different like aquifers and not aquifers but aqueducts that kind of maneuver the water. So we have a bunch of it's like these deep trenches that maneuver water around the swamp. So if you ever been on a plane around Florida, you'll be like, God damn! So
I've seen.
We don't it doesn't pan the whole south of the state. Like a lot of this is just swamp for real. So no, if the infrastructure was to crash, no, BGS is right. It would be mosquitoes because the water would just take back over.
Yeah.
Right. The water would just take back over.
I mean, Atlanta's not that bad, but you go into the interior of Georgia, you know what I'm talking about.
And for Florida, everything
like the bottom part of Georgia, it start getting real different.
For Georgia, everything south of the Okeechobee, really Orlando.
I would say it's making.
All of that start getting swampy.
Yeah,
but you just don't see it because of all the infrastructure that's been built over the past century-ish. That's been pumping water out and what's the word I'm trying to say? Redirecting the water around certain parts of the state. The southern part of the state, especially. Right. So yeah.
I mean, the thing is that like I say, my folks are from Louisiana, so I know I've seen the bayous and stuff that the slaves dug to actually drain the water out. Okay, so the South is a swamp for a reason. Okay. I said Detroit said beaches ain't lying about the smoke from the ground in the South. I kept thinking it was the night of the living dead and this type of shit. Yeah, I know. The same.
Like that's real.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I don't remember seeing no smog.
No, steam.
Steam. I'm sorry. Yeah, no steam.
During the summertime, when it's real hot, okay, and the water condenses on the street and certain turns.
Yeah, and it's smog. Yeah. I've seen that in New York, not here. So maybe I'm just missing something. But
I'm sure in the city it's probably not as bad, but you get in rural areas, you see steam coming up out of the ground like that.
No, the steam coming out from New York is mostly energy because a lot of energy products and this stuff, how we maintain it.
No. Okay, when at night when the water condenses is in the ground and the sun comes out and it's fucking 90 degrees, that's what you're gonna get when it hits. It's gonna cause steam. Okay, had nothing to do with the infrastructure.
Oh, you mean the dew?
You mean in Florida?
Even in Florida, the whole South, man.
No, I was talking
about. He's talking about dew. Yeah, early in the morning.
Or do early in the morning because it's what it's muggy, right? What's going to happen
Yeah.
to the water when it gets cool?
Oh
It's
yeah,
gonna
in the
settle into
South,
the ground.
yeah.
It's gonna settle into
Yeah,
the
in the
ground.
South, yeah. That makes
And when it heats up, guess what's going to happen?
yeah. Condensation.
You're gonna see steam come up out of the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's I was referring to New York when that happens.
Oh, that's not well. New York's not the South. I'm not talking about that. New
Yeah.
York, okay.
Yeah.
Those New York is not the same. They don't have
No,
the
it's
same
not.
dynamic.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, that's an oven, bro. That's like what's the goddamn state? Like Arizona. Like Arizona's an oven. If I'm not mistaken.
But Arizona's dry as hell. Okay.
Yeah, as hell.
Yeah, Arizona is probably even drier than Southern California.
Yeah, that shit. Well, that's one place I don't think I could ever live at, man.
Yeah, Arizona's cool for like they said 7 months of heaven and 5 months of hell in Arizona.
Yep. Well, that's why it's
But
the law for them to have AC.
Yeah, you can't survive without AC in Arizona.
Yeah.
All right, yo. So we
I need
gonna have
you,
to
Well,
get this show on the road.
Okay. What percentage are you at, Z?
Oh, it's not percentage. You know, I got things to do. We ain't gonna incriminate Z. You know.
Wait a minute.
Anyway, this is a regular stream.
Z has a life.
BGS. If one day I have to call you BGS because man, when I say I'm out here juggling,
I know
I'm juggling on a unicycle.
I know you are. You and Edward are king of the regular streams. Okay.
I'm telling you, the only the Raj Report knows, and shout out to Better You, man.
Oh, yeah.
When I say, they're juggling on a unicycle out here.
I know. You, but you figured it out. It took you a while, but you figured it out.
Yeah. No, I did. But yeah, there's windows that I could pull certain stuff, and then got to get back to it. You know how that goes. So
yeah, I know.
All right, yo. So on that note, everyone.
What is it? What's it? Minister? Is it minister? What counter propaganda?
Oh, that's compassionate. That's compassionate.
Compassionate, bro. Yeah. I was like, I don't know if you hear it yet, but I think I sent you a message on YouTube, man. It may be a video, but I don't know if you can use it or not. But I think you may be able to use it.
You talking to me, or you talking about to compassionate?
Compassionate, yeah. I sent him a video.
Right.
I sent you a post or something.
Oh yeah, but basically it's starting to grow because it's starting to become true. People have seen it.
Hysterical Afro National. No, I do not. I eat in bursts, so I could slowly get off of a bunch of shit. So the last time I had Popeyes was last week, so I'm gonna chill out for a couple weeks, right? Try maybe So just a bunch of stuff I gotta slow down on eating late. Just get it together. I don't want to be that guy in my 40s. Right, can't see my ankles, can't see Mr. Johnson. I don't want to be that guy. So don't want to be that guy.
Detroit ain't shit. It said down south. Go ahead. Down south got some weird town, including Florida. Who heard of the town of Clap That Ass, Florida?
You said we got a twerking city in Florida. That would be Miami. That would be Miami. That would be Miami.
That's South Beach, okay.
Yeah, that would be and we have a whole lot of juke like we juke it. Juke is like a very, very South Florida. Well, it's a Florida dance, but yeah,
that's
yeah, that's the Miami based thing is a real thing.
Okay.
It's
I couldn't never
juke
get into
is a
that.
Florida thing because Duval jukes, Tallahassee jukes, Fort Lauderdale and Miami juke. Yeah, so every black enclave in the country have their thing. I fucking love it.
Yeah, they do.
I love it.
Different
everybody
tribes.
has their dance. Yep. Everybody has their dance, their lingo. Shout out to Harlem Speak. Right, like everybody has their accents, which I like that we're accent neutral, but I don't like it at the same time. Because I like being like, okay, that's definitely Memphis, right? Or that's definitely New York, or that's definitely Chicago. That's definitely Miami. I love that shit.
It's gonna happen.
Nah, man, you don't want that, bro. You do not want the Atlanta dialect, the real Atlanta dialect. That shit is evil.
The worst is got was it from South Carolina? Was it Geely Goat? What is it?
The Geechee Gullas. The Geechee Gullas.
Ooh,
oh God,
that is horrible.
That is horrible, bro.
That's horrible.
You sit there looking at him like, what did you just say to me,
What
man?
did you just say? That's horrible.
And borderline sounds patois to me. It borderline sounds like a different.
Patois. Patois is King's English compared to God Lord.
If you be out there in Jamaica like that patois is kind of like, but if you hear like so many versions of patois in Jamaica, you be like, bro, what is you saying?
Yeah, and it's crazy. Notice what Zulu just said. The different versions of patois in Jamaica.
Yeah,
that because it's really that there's the Jamaicans that's kind of out there, the bush versions of the Jamaicans. Their patois. Oh my God! Like I've was raised with Jamaicans. I grew up with them. And I'm telling you that because I'm pretty good. My barber who tapes up my beard, Jamaican. I've been going with him for a couple decades. So I'm pretty good with the patois or whatever. I can understand it. I don't speak it, but I can understand. But you meet some, you be like, oh shit, okay, I'm not disadvantaged.
That's that real shit, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not disadvantaged.
I mean, it's really if you hang around him long enough, it's just slang. He'll pick it up pretty fast.
Yeah, but you almost got to be bathed in that stuff for like a period of time, man. Like it's like it's its own language. So you be sitting there looking at some people like, what you say, bro? Like, man,
serious. Yeah. So,
hey, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Jam Pony. Thank you. Yep. So the South Florida is its own thing. Like Florida is its own thing, just like every other state, especially concerning Black people, right? And so that's the cool thing about the state. We have our slang, and you hear somebody say "jit," they definitely from Florida. Oh my God!
I could not understand that when I heard my cousin first time. He was like, "What's up, jit?" I was like, "Bro, who are you calling it?" But I'm gonna slam you out, boy. Don't call me no jit. Don't be doing that. He's like, man, it don't mean that.
We incorporated, depending on where you are, kid. Like we from the fucking Northeast, but there's so many goddamn New Yorkers. Stay the fuck out of my state. Started moving down here, so we started using kid. Yeah, especially the Haitian Americans down here started using kid. Like we from New York. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, so like, what's up, kid? I'm like, who the fuck? Listen here, Jean Baptiste III. I knew you was born and raised here. Why are you using kid for? Jean Baptiste III. So
bro. I know where your family at. Stop playing with me, bro.
Thank you, bro. Like for real. So and I get annoyed. I'm not gonna lie, I get annoyed sometimes when I look at the some of the memes of like New York Haitians versus Miami Haitians, and Miami Haitians look like Kodak.
Oh my God, hilarious, bro.
Miami Haitians look like Kodak, and New York Haitians look like Jason Derulo or somebody. Right? New York Haitians look like Usher. New York Haitians look like Usher or Jason Derulo, and like Miami Haitians look like Kodak. I'll be like, y'all niggas ain't shit.
Oh my God, it is so true though, bro. Like because I've seen so many Kodak Blacks. I'll be like, boy, is he Haitian for real?
No, and so this is the thing about Kodak. So if you don't know about Pompano, you would think Kodak is doing like a parody of Black American culture, but nah, you need to go to. So just like New Orleans, y'all call it the No. So Pompano is the No in Florida, especially in like South Florida. So Pompano is in Broward County. Broward County is the same county where XXX is from. It's where it's Fort Lauderdale is in Broward County. Ace Hood is from Broward County. Kodak is from Broward County. There's a couple of well-known people from Broward County. Trick Daddy has a house in Broward County. When DJ Khaled first moved down here, he was living in Broward County, even though he was working in Miami. So so either way, but yeah. So no. So yeah, if you would think that Kodak's doing a parody, but nah, if you go to Pompano, the Black Americans, Haitians, Jamaican, like a bunch of people sound just like Kodak. It's like a whole different slang.
Hey, right, bro, so, at this point, I don't even this stuff come up so much. I just look at folk, bro. Like I keep it with the base minimum, bro, because so many of these words that be coming into this lexicon.
The new slang, yep. There's certain stuff like
I be feeling old, bro. You know what it is?
I embrace it. I done aged out the game. I embrace it, bro. I was waiting for you to say it because I thought if you didn't say it, I was gonna say it. I was like, I embrace it. Like there's certain slang I just can't. let me do old school. I can't get jiggy with it. I can't get with it.
I can't get jiggy with that shit, bro.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
can't get with it. I did that on purpose, right? Like exactly. I can't get with it. I'm like, nah, I can't be a grown ass man using that
Using that
like
word, bro.
listening to young niggas use fleek when it was in style. I was like, nigga, that shit don't even sound right coming from a man. Like there's a bunch of words that
No, it's weird because now everybody be out here saying "What's up, twin?" and I be saying here like, "What?" They be like,
that
"What's
shit
up,
don't
twin?"
sound
I
right
be like,
coming from men, bro. That shit
I'm
don't
like,
sound.
bro, you another grown man, cause another grown man, my twin,
And
right?
seeing men, bro, like supposed heterosexual dudes, black young men with bonnets. I'm like, nigga, we was getting
But
on
that
y'all
shit is
aunties about
weird,
not
bro.
wearing that shit, and then
That
now
shit is
y'all
weird
men
to
are
me,
wearing
bro.
that shit.
I thought
Like
it was
to
weird
me,
when dudes was wearing. I thought it was already weird when dudes was wearing pink, but here we are.
No.
yeah, you should wearing tank top.
I could handle Cameron and them bringing in pink because the
I'll
only
never
reason
forgive Cameron for that.
it's not the end of the world because there was still a masculine frame to that shit. Some of
Yeah,
this older shit, bro.
they still did
bro.
for a little bit, but no, this
I mean, because
bondage,
you always have
no,
somebody
the bondage shit is just wild.
You see what I'm
the
saying?
pimp suit, bro. The pimp suit was real
Bro.
back in the day, so that's a difference, man. The pimp suit was real, so they had some yellow, they may have some purple or some shit like that. So I can't really fault that. Like even if you go back into like was it the ancient time? Was it purple was like a royalty to color at one point in time?
I refuse to let the women have colors, bro. I just refuse to like I want them to have colors and we could have colors too. But you usually could tell when somebody's on that type of time. It's not necessarily based off of colors, right? Why do we have to be the ones like I'm not trying to wear a goddamn pink suit to a business meeting, right? With that,
not at all.
But having the women be the ones to have the colors and be vibrant, and we got to be out here with the fucking stale ass shit. Okay, at work, of course. But if you tell me I can't wear my goddamn pink polo, fuck that. My salmon color polo.
Well, I got salmon. Yeah, it's not pink. It's salmon. Cause
salmon.
I want salmon.
It's not pink. Cause I have
Just
one
saying.
too. I have one too. I was like, yeah. Cause I remember when I wore it to work, a dude tried to play me. I was like, no. It's salmon. Know your colors, bro.
I do. I literally. I got a salmon. I do got a salmon polo. That's funny enough. I literally have a salmon polo.
Me too.
Yeah.
I got a Ralph Lauren salmon polo. Yes.
Literally.
I got one too.
So, man. But on that note, y'all, let me get out of here because we got things to do. So I will pause right here, y'all. This is another Sunday stream. And we got things to do. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out the Black Manosphere content or the non-Manosphere content for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. We got the dash, y'all. All right. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Mr. Z out.
You are now listening to MrZBlackneffect.